Gentlemen, gentlemen, to all the viewers out there, welcome aboard to the Prospects Live MLB Draft. I'm your host, looking nice. All three of us looking nice with the suit jackets on a happy quarantine Friday. I'm
Oh
Eddie
yeah, baby.
Almaguer, joined by always Ralph Lifshitz, Prospect Jesus, and Matt Thompson. You'll see our Twitter handles down here. First things first, you'll see everyone's Twitter handles as you pass by here as they make their guest appearances. And we're happy to have them, happy to promote them because honestly, this is all about them. So what's happening tonight, right? Well, first off, if you've never heard of Prospects Live, thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. We are a prospect website, specializes in scouting, in video, in fantasy, in dynasty. We have it all. You want it all, so we're happy to give it to you. So tonight, as we are looking for something to grasp on, something to give us some relief in these tough times, we have the 30-team MLB draft. It's a live draft happening with 30 different GMs. Now, the point of this is to sort of mimic this upcoming June's draft. Now, there are some question marks remaining about that draft, but for now, we picked the best of each team. Every person drafting for their team knows their squad, that actual organization, inside and out. Gentlemen, I'm super excited to have this sort of talent, all this expertise in one spot tonight here joining us. Ralph, I'll kick it off to you first, my friend. What's got you most excited about tonight? Beyond the sheer talent, because that should be number one, but just what's got you pumped about tonight, my friend?
Honestly, that it's finally here. I feel like, we've been building up to this for, a month. It was an idea that we had, and looks like we've been able to execute thus far. Everything's gone pretty well. We should have most of the players there in the player pool. But I think, the biggest thing for me is without bonus pools in play, just how the talent goes and sort of, how different people approach the draft. There's not going to be any concern in terms of having enough money. It's just going to be taking the best player. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how that sort of rolls out.
Yeah, and we're mimicking this, the way it's supposed to be, right? It's not just, this is the first 3 rounds, but it's not just, say, 90 picks. Like the Red Sox, for example, they lost a pick because of the penalties over the cheating scandal. Yeah. So at Sox prospects, he's not going to have a second-round pick. The Twins, for example, they don't have a third-round pick because they signed Josh Donaldson. So that's going to be reflected. So these managers have to make some shoe decisions for their organization. And again, I've mentioned, we didn't task them with saying you have to draft as if you were your team in real life, but you have to expect that there's some element of that here. Again, these guys know their organizations the best, so they know what their needs might be, right? So Matt, kicking over to you, my friend, I'll ask you the same question. What's got you pumped for tonight?
Eddie's quarantine hair, man.
Hey,
that's number one.
I still keep it looking good, man.
Hey, it's way better than me, man. No barbershop open can handle me right now. There are none open, so I'm out of luck. But oh man, we got 30 plugged-in people with 30, obviously every org. Nobody knows the systems in and out better than some of these guys, us included. We have the analysis to go with it. Our analysis will be, can't wait to see. If Torkelson goes 1 or 2, right? I think that's kind of the suspense and kind of what follows after that, and where some of the college arms go, deep college pitching draft. I'm partial to the prep kids too. I've seen a lot of them. I like a lot of them. I know Ralph's seen a lot of the, collegiate arms on the cape and the bats, and man, we're all looking sharp except for my hair, and ready for this, man. It's Ralph's great idea, and we're rolling here. Let's go.
Yeah, we're excited. We have a lot of fun toys to play with. So, for example, we don't want this just to be a one-directional chat. For example, we can fly comments. For example, Reese White, Eddie looking fresh, man. So I appreciate you, Reese.
The sport coat comment from yours, man.
Yeah, man. So,
this is Michael Kors jacket, just to be clear. Okay.
Yeah, you're looking good, my friend. You're looking good. Yeah. So we love the interaction to give it to
Kors
us.
spelled as Coors, but it's still Michael Kors.
We got a nice little ticker going on here, so I'll leave that on for now, let the people know what's happening as it goes on. So Ralph, this was supposed to be one of the most stacked classes in MLB in quite a while. 2014 is what comes in comparison to this. It's unfortunate as MLB and the Players Union is still working out how many rounds there's going to be. Is it 5? Is it 10? It's the latest news seems it might be 10 rounds. Some financials might be the holdup. For you, where does this class stack up in the last few years? And if it is as good as they say, what makes it so good?
I'm still reading the comments with the Joseph A. Bank. All the sport coat comments are killing me. Man. I think the thing that makes this class so great is just the depth. There's a lot of college pitching, which we know MLB teams are incredibly fond of. There's obviously less inherent risk there than you find with prep arms by and large. And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of top end arms. I mean, there's guys that could viably, that could go in the second round this year that could have viably gone in maybe the first 25 picks. I think I actually said that there were, numerous guys that would have been top 40 picks last year that will go after pick 40 this year. So yeah. I think that's one of the things is it's not necessarily a big crunch at the top, though the top is obviously very talented. I think that the thing that separates this draft from others is how deep it is. I mean, all the way into, round 4 or 5, there's some really good players that could be available. It's just a matter of whether they sign or not.
Matt, is there a certain position that sticks out to you in this draft that you're thinking, wow, this is really where the cream of the crop is going to be? This is where it really gets deep, it's all throughout?
It's college pitching. I think we touched on it a little bit. The college arms are like Ralph said, you're looking at, 20 viable college arms that can go in the first round. And they're not all going to, so it's going to be interesting to see what falls and who falls. And there's a lot of orgs that go college heavy. They're going to pretty much have their pick of almost a lot of players that typically don't get toward the end of the draft. And then I also like a lot of the prep outfielders too. I think you can find a prep outfielder that fits your taste buds in this group too. I mean, there's a lot of them that are kind of clotted together. There's a big 5. We'll get into it, and just you're trying to find little awards to separate each one from each other. But Zach Veen is kind of pulled himself away from the pack, but the rest of them will soon follow. There's probably I would be surprised if we see 5 or 6 prep outfielders go in this first round.
The top 5 teams to pick are the Tigers, the Orioles, the Marlins, the Royals, and the Blue Jays. Ralph, is there some sort of order that you expect? I don't want to take away too much from the teams drafting. I kind of want this to be, be somewhat of a little bit of a surprise, but there's a little bit of maybe a pecking order that we've seen develop over the last few weeks, over the last few months. Are there going to be any surprises that we might expect in these first 5 picks?
Yeah, I think, the first, 2 picks for me, I know what I would do. I think you got to go with some mix of, whether the Tigers go with Martin or Torque or vice versa. I think that falls in line, and then it's really it's based on preference. You might see, even with the Orioles, there's a chance that you might see Lacy jump up to 2. I think there could be a lot of movement within that group right there based on preference, because there's a lot of talent. It's kind of mashed up, but I think there's probably 4 or 5 guys that are in play for, maybe the first 4, 3 or 4 picks, and we'll see how it shakes up after that.
You mentioned that Lacy might jump up. You said Lacy might jump up as far as 2. Part of that has to do with the terrific spring he had in the few weeks we had college baseball. Matt, do you think we should be weighing the handful of weeks we had of college baseball enough to maybe make Lacy jump over Emerson Hancock? As you remember, before going into the season, it was really Torkelson, Austin Martin, and Emerson Hancock as sort of the clear-cut 3, and now we have conversations of Asa Lacy being the top pitcher in the draft because of, he's a lefty, and he showed out. Hancock, his command and control maybe wasn't there. We have talks of Nick Gonzalez maybe going above 5. I mean, we know New Mexico State University is maybe even easier hitting than Coors Field, but what he did was terrific. And I know Ralph saw him a ton in the Cape. So how much weight should we be assigning, and what is too much weight to these first 2 weeks of college baseball that we had? Like, should our GMs tonight, should they weigh that a lot?
Nick Gonzalez hopes they do. It's hard, man. I mean, because again, not everybody's 15, 16 games or whatever are equal to, right? I mean, Nick Gonzalez, New Mexico State, the main detractors with him, competition, the offensive environment that he was in, but he still, I think, surpassed everybody's expectations with even the numbers he put up in this small sample. So it's a case-by-case basis for sure. And, Asa Lacy solidified himself with a strong showing here. Emerson Hancock scuffled a little bit and kind of opened the door for Lacy to pass him up as the top arm. I still have Hancock. But I mean, Lacey seems to be getting the late charge, and the lefties, right? Lefties always win out. So in the end, I'm interested to see where that goes. But I like Hancock at 1 over Lacey as far as the top arm. But again, that's a matter of perspective, and I don't put too much stock into the 3 or 4 starts that they had.
Gotcha. So we got a little bit of noise here. Jay Marco, who's helping handle some of the Tigers. He's in the Tigers war room right now. Hey, are they gonna maybe save a little money, take Zach Veen, see if he'll sign for less than Torque? Unfortunately, we aren't taking financials into consideration, so that is an element that we are missing from the real life draft here. But I do appreciate it, Jay. We're 4 minutes away for just joining us. It is a 30-team MLB draft. We are mocking it just like as if it were the real thing. We have 30 different managers that are experts from across the industry in their organization. We're kicking off in just about 4 minutes here, so a little pregame action show. Gentlemen, is there any names out here? I almost want to maybe burst a little sleeper bubble hype here. Any names that our GMs should maybe be paying attention to outside of the first round? Ralph, I'll kick it off to you first. Matt, I'm coming to you with this question after as well.
Yeah, well, one of the names that I would have suggested actually isn't in the player pool, so they're going to have to pick him in the sheet. But Kyle Nicholas, Ball State, guy that I caught down the Cape, and the numbers weren't great, but just in terms of the raw stuff, this guy's got a great fastball. He's got heavy spin on it, good velocity. He could touch the upper registers. The secondaries are still coming along, and he showed really well in the beginning of the college season. I think he's a guy that potentially, with a strong performance in a full season, had obviously all this not happened, I think he's a guy that really could have maybe pushed himself into the back end of the first round. Really talented arm and a player that I like a lot and probably could fit with a lot of organizations. And I think he's a perfect example of what I was saying before. There's a tremendous amount of talented college arms that are going to get pushed back into the second round, some even into the third.
Matt, what you got for me? You got...
Yeah, it's kind of a weird choice because it's a prep arm, but there's a lot of those, and he's coming back from Tommy John surgery that he had. This kind of wiped out his 2020. But Dax Fulton's my guy, man. I'm like Dax Fulton, big breaking ball, projectable frame. I think he's really polished for his age, and I think if he gets in the right organization with the Tommy John surgery, you can rehab him. You might be able to steal him in the comp round for, premium player. And, teams like the Nationals always step up with injured arms. So maybe they go there. University of Oklahoma commit, was the Vanderbilt commit, recommitted toward the end there. Got to love the 6'6" frame from the lefty again. Lefties make a little bit of money. So give me Dax Fulton. Gotcha.
So about a minute and a half away from the draft starting. Again, thanks for being here. Thanks for joining us. We know you could be doing a lot of things on a Friday night. Well, maybe not as many as a few months ago, but we thank you for choosing to be here. We appreciate you. Now let's take a moment to scroll. Our jackets have been a complete hit. I think this is gonna. I feel like I'm the audience, and the commenters are like the stand-up comedians. It's hard not to crack a smile. We got Rob. I'm gonna need to cop one of those prospect slides if Joe Slade Bank joins. Rob, I know you got a comment on your shoulder pads here. I'm trying to look for it, but friends with fantasy jackets, Ryan Kearney.
That'll work, man.
We might be starting something. It looks like we got something going on.
Any complaints about this jacket? Go to my wife. This is what I got married in. She picked it out.
Hey, we're the ones putting ourselves out in front of the people. Our own colleague here, Trevor Huth. Ralph, looks like you own a restaurant. So hey. I would visit your establishment.
I do actually
like that.
I would eat there. Shit, what do you? Yeah. What kind of food you got, Ralph?
Yeah, listen, Jason, our own Jason Kanowski. Appreciate you, Jason.
Seafood.
Cool. So we're about a minute away from starting. So I'm thinking, right as we start, we're gonna bring on the first drafter of the night. It is Keenan Carter with the Detroit Tigers. Let's welcome Keenan to the stream. I wish we had one of those like little kid, like yay kind of things. Keenan, how's it going, my friend? Thanks for being here.
Gentlemen, what's happening?
Doing all right. You heard that Fantrax buzz. I heard it, that iconic Fantrax buzz. So you are officially on the clock, Keenan. Number 1 Tigers pick. Make your pick, my friend. Tell us what you're going with, and then we'll get rolling.
The pick is done. We've selected Spencer Torkelson out of Arizona State.
Spencer Torkelson, Arizona State. All right, now tell me, why Spencer Torkelson. I'm going to put up some video here for you guys as well. What's got you excited about my man Spencer?
So we didn't spend a lot of time litigating this at all. My VP of player personnel, Chris Brown, handled the scouting on Torkelson, and it may seem like the Tigers are drafting for a position of need here, but we've got player comps on Torkelson ranging from Luke Voigt to Pete Alonso all the way to Miguel Cabrera. We acknowledge, when you're picking 1-1, you're guaranteed to inject some talent into your organization. And there may be some players in the draft here that have a higher ceiling than Torkelson ultimately. But based on our scouting, most people expect him to have a long career as a middle of the order masher. And we're proud to have him in our organization.
For sure. That's I had you for a second there. I just want to test that bad boy out, that little banner here. So you got some Spencer Torkelson a video flashing on the screen right now, courtesy of Prospects Live. And we will be showing other publications as we run through this. As much as we would love to have all the footage there, we would love to have something else. One last question for you, Keenan. Detroit Tigers fans in real life, if this really is the pick, that's the one thing they can get excited about with Spencer?
Well, our system is completely devoid of any type of power bats beyond, I guess Isaac Paredes is probably the closest thing to the major leagues. And this is a guy that will plug into the middle levels, rise through the ranks very quickly. And, he'll be the foundation with Riley Green coming up behind him. We finally got some middle of the order type bats to be excited about.
Gotcha. I feel you, man. Hey, Keenan, appreciate you, my friend. Stick around. Looking forward to see how you carry this on. But we are happy that you've started to turn the corner for the Detroit Tigers, a future dynasty, starting with Spencer Torkelson, of course, joining Casey Mize, Schoolball, and our boy Matt Manning.
Appreciate it, gentlemen. See you later.
That's Spencer Torkelson taken first overall with the pick, boys. Nothing unexpected. And now as we're turning here, I know there is a second pick by the Baltimore Orioles. However, I just want to make sure that it is the correct one. Funnily enough, it is
not.
Currently, Mike Trout is the pick by the Orioles, which would be a wonderful pick by the Orioles if so.
Torkelson over Trout. Hot take. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, but we are going to bring on my man Eric. Eric, how's it going, my friend? You got the second overall pick. What are you thinking with? I know you would love to take Mike Trout. Unfortunately, I have to break the news to you. He's not available in the 2020 Rule 4 draft here. You are on mute, Eric. Surprise, surprise. Give you a second. No, still not working, my friend. Don't worry. Come back to you. Give us a thumbs up when you're good to go. We'll get you back on here real quick. All right, so still waiting on the second overall pick. That's fine. Ralph, with the second pick, are you expecting anyone? Are you expecting Austin Martin, Asa Lacy, or Hancock, or someone else?
I don't know. I've been trying to undo the pick for like 3 minutes. Eric, get into the draft room and draft your team, man. I don't know. I mean, at this point, anything could be on the board. I was assuming it was going to be Austin Martin, but then Mike Trout goes, so
yeah, right.
That was a little confusing.
Yeah. No, I hear you. So I want to bring on. I'm seeing here if Eric is. We'll see if he's ready to go. Third pick. I don't know if we have Ian Smith. No, it'd be third pick would be
Peter Angelos himself doing the pick for the Orioles.
Kansas City. Yeah. Bear with us, folks. We're second pick. It's bound to happen, right? I promise. These Kings are going to work themselves out. So we got the Royals would be the third pick. They're not on. Marlins, they're not on. So essentially, it's just us, boys. Let's give the people what they want. We got Trevor with a committee. Can Mike Trout even be drafted if Randall Grichuk doesn't go first? That's a fair question, Trevor. I appreciate your love for Randall Grichuk. It's not going to happen. Let me see, Eric. Thumbs up if you got Mike or not. That sounds like a no from my man Eric. It's like, do you know sign language?
Tell me who you want. Write it on a piece of paper, and we'll put the pick in.
Show us like a flashcard, like Austin Martin, This would be good. This would be good. This is like playing charades, but
Hey.
we're doing MLB draft style charades. You would act
Peter-
out like
Peter Angelos wants to get his pick. The scouting director's got.
and with the second overall pick, it would have been Torque, but he's been taken. So it's Austin Martin.
Okay.
That's pretty funny. This is a great. Maybe we should all live drafts be like this? Like when you go to draft in person, like everyone just it's like a silent auction. You just hold up your player and then just quietly read it, something like that. So Austin Martin will be the second pick. Now, Eric, hopefully you can get your mic working. If not, no worries, my friend. We'll get you back on when you do. In the meantime, I would like to share my screen and show some Austin Martin beautiful footage. If I get a second here. As we continue. There we go. Share screen. Okay. Matt, I'm going to come to you with some Austin Martin. What would make him worthy of the second overall pick in a draft? This is video, again, courtesy of Prospects Live, brought to you by our own Kyler Peterson. It's actually some of the best video we have, to be honest, of like any player. So why should we be excited about Austin Martin?
He's got the best feel for hit, I think, of any college bat in the draft. Little position versatility. Started off as a third baseman, got moved to center field this spring. He's everything you want. If you're a coach or a scouting director, he's a nice, safe player to put your hopes and dreams for the franchise on at a number 2 pick. The Dansby Swanson comparisons will never stop because
I was just going to ask that. Like
Vanderbilt kid up the middle.
Is there any merit to the Dansby Swanson comparisons here?
Size, maybe the above average power. I think Martin's hit tool is better. But you look at what you could do with Austin Martin, and it allows you Baltimore to, they have a weak spot as far as athleticism with their prospects, and he's gonna give them a nice boost of athleticism to add to their crop of pitchers they're coming up with. Michael Bauman's in the world, and Dean Kremer, stuff like that. They got some arms. Grayson Rodriguez, and future's getting a little bright in Baltimore. We haven't said that in a while.
That's right. No, a lot of nice names coming up. Now, we do have a question.
Adley Rutschman, obviously.
Of course. Is Austin Martin going to stay on the dirt, or will he go to the outfield for some reason?
I think he's got the hands to stay on the dirt. He could definitely play third base. I think that's probably his best defensive position. He's got some, he played some second base, but obviously played some shortstop. Moved to shortstop this year for a freshman for Vanderbilt that came in the lineup and played. But yeah, I think there's no reason to think he can't stay there. It's just the question for ultimately third baseman is how much power he gets. But if he's a 7 hit and a 55 power, I mean, that bat will play anywhere. So.
Gotcha. No surprise here. We got the draft going on, so we're gonna hop off of this. So the Marlins. Surprising everyone taking, maybe not surprising, but Asa Lacy taken by the Marlins by Ian Smith of Prospects 365 and Fish Stripes. So roll some beautiful Asa Lacy footage when I get a chance here. Ralph, cue me up on Asa Lacy. Again, he's the guy who surpassed Emerson Hancock when after after spring ball, college ball ended. So again, why should we be excited about Asa Lacy? And was this the right pick? Was Ian maybe thinking a little bit too much on this?
No, I think it was the right pick. And I had a conversation actually with someone who works for an organization with a pick in the top 10 today. And they had actually mentioned to me, when you're looking at a guy like Lacy versus a guy like Hancock, you kind of got to look at the guy that's, has a ridiculous swinging strike rate in the zone. And he's got the stuff to do it. I mean, he's got that big fastball from the left side. He's got tremendous downward plane on the fastball. Also got a very nasty slider. I think it's, arguably one of the best pitches in the draft. I mean, big body, lefty, velocity stuff. He's got a bulldog mentality. And, I've been a Hancock guy, and I'm sort of, it sounds funny, phrasing. I'm sort of moving a little bit toward Lacy. Like the more I dig into it, I'm going to watch a couple starts tonight after this. And I'm kind of excited. I only watched one Lacy start this year and watched a few last year, but he is definitely, one of the more exciting arms in this draft. And I think it's I think it goes without saying that he's probably the best lefty, as well.
I'm gonna put my Harold Reynolds cap on, and I got some player comparisons for you. It depends how much of an Lacy fan you are. I mean, if you're not really a fan of him, you might say, "Oh, he's Robbie Ray." But if you do love him and you think do him worthy of a top 3 pick, you might kind of throw Blake Snell on him. And I think both of them kind of fit. Both of them can be wild at times, effectively wild, right? And fast. And that's what I expect for Lacy.
Gotcha. Ian, you're live, my friend. How you doing? You just chose Asa Lacy. As we move on, appreciate you joining us. What was going through your mind? Why was it Lacy over Hancock, over Nick Gonzalez? In a few bites, tell me why.
I mean, I just think adding the big lefty to this system was the right move. He brings a pretty much probably the best fastball out of a college arm in this draft, even including Hancock. I think his 6'4" size and his frame really presents a projectable piece for this system. And I think this player development in Miami has really done well with arms in the past few years. And I think giving him an arm like Lacy really just gives him an arm to dream on. So I think it was a great pick. I think the slider really almost is as good as the fastball, and I'm excited to see what he does in Miami.
All right. Let us dream a little bit real quick. Give us a peak line for what an Asa Lacy season looks like. If he, of course, has a semi-regular trajectory as he climbs through the minors.
Major league level, I think he's going to be 170 to a 200 inning guy if he stays healthy. The delivery is a little bit scary. I know that goes around. It's kind of a little bit of a tilt delivery. He leans on the arm a lot, but that can be worked around. It can be simplified a little bit. I think he's got enough talent in that arm. So I say it's a 2.75, 3.25 ERA. He can put up 200 Ks in a year, but the walk rate could be a little high in the 4.5 range. But I think he's a projectable arm, man.
You got it. Appreciate you, Ian. Stick around. We'll get you on the stream later. We'll kick you out of the back room now.
I was a little all over the place.
I know. You've eaten too many pretzels, so we're kicking you out of the back room, but we'll bring you back on for the next pick.
He's got all the ribs, though, man.
I know.
He's got
the ribs, dog.
He's the rib guy.
Appreciate it. All right. We're going to bring on next. We're going to bring on our Mason McCray. Mason, I'm giving you a two-second heads up. I see you with your heads down. Now you are live, my friend. You have made your pick. Grace us with the 5th overall pick. Who had the Blue Jays taken?
Emerson Hancock. No questions asked. Best player in the draft. As a pitcher, in my opinion. The fact that he fell to 5 is kind of mind-boggling, but I'm going to take it with appreciation at the fact that 4 people passed on him.
Now, why might people have passed on him, though?
Reasonably so, the first few did, but after that, I think he's the 3rd best player in the class. I think Lacy, obviously, I've been quite vocal. I'm not the biggest fan, mainly because of the fact that Hancock presents a more traditional mechanical set, more whippy arm, less stress on his most important parts of his body, his head and his shoulders. I just like him all around better.
Gotcha. Ralph, Matt, give me a question or two for Mason here as I do some back end stuff here as he picks Emerson Hancock. Either thumbs up or thumbs down on that.
No, I like the pick. Thumbs up.
Yeah, I like the pick, man.
My
I like
top
Hancock a lot. That changeup's one of my favorite pitches in the draft. I think he does a great job of commanding the fastball. Even if he's not going to blow everybody away, he does still miss bats. And I love the mechanics. It's a relatively easy 95.
Putting my Harold Reynolds cap back on. Mechanical comp when I'm looking at Emerson Hancock, Mike Mussina. Yay or nay?
I'll take it because I'm not going to stop your Harold Reynolds comps whatsoever. By the way, did we miss the 4th pick there?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't announce it. 4th pick, the Royals did choose Zach Veen, high school bat. Yep, high school bat Zach Veen. So apologies. We were trying to get the drafter for Zach Veen. It is Alex.
Alex out in the wilderness, man. He's social distancing.
Gotcha. Alex Duvall of Royals Farm, RoyalsFarmReport.com,
and Prospects 1500,
and Prospects 1500. So that would have been his pick. Well, it is his pick, Bean. So
Eddie dropped himself off the chat, so that would have been the pick there.
I saw Veen at the Under Armour. I saw Veen at the Under Armour event in Chicago, and that was kind of the start of his ascent up draft boards. There's, like I said, we mentioned pre-show, there's a cluster of prep outfielders, and he's clearly the top guy. Long, lanky frame, 6'4", 190. had a strong showcase season, and he actually was one of the few prep kids that actually did get to play a little bit in 2020 to start the season, being in Florida. Remember those orange pinstripe unis he had? Man, those are probably like the
And
worst
we're looking at
uniforms
Zach
we've ever
Veen
seen.
footage right now, courtesy of us again. Royals pick. So just to recap right now, we got Spencer Torkelson Tigers first, Austin Martin second, Marlins took Asa Lacy, Zach Veen Royals, Blue Jays by my man Mason here, Emerson Hancock, and finally the Mariners with the 6th pick. Mason, we're gonna wave goodbye to you for now, my friend. I'll kick you out of the studio. You'll come back in later though, and we're gonna bring on Joe Doyle. Joe, you took Nick Gonzalez with your pick. What's got you hyped about him? Why was he the correct pick right there?
Well, I think for the Mariners, it boils down to the organization's lack of depth up the middle. They don't have a shortstop that is close to the majors, and they don't have a second baseman who's close to the majors. Noelvi Marte fits in at shortstop. He may grow out of the position, but he's only 17, 18 years old. So with a giant lack of talent at that second base position in the farm system for Seattle, I just think Gonzalez falling out of the top 5 was an easy pick.
What do we think when you think of comparison? It seems like Keston Hiura is sort of like the main answer. Is that right or is that not right?
There are definitely some comparisons to Keston Hiura in the hit tool. I think that's a reasonable comp. Personally, for me, I think Ricky Weeks Jr. is a little bit of a better comp. I think there's a little bit more gasoline in the bat. Now that being said, Hiura did come up and hit a lot of home runs last year, kind of surprising some people. But I think Ricky Weeks with his question marks at second base defensively and up the middle, as well as the power in the bat, the hit tool. I think Ricky Weeks for me would be the fair comparison.
Ricky, wow, that's a throwback name, Ralph. You saw Nick Gonzalez a ton. You were one of the first to kind of ring the bell on him in the Cape Cod League. We're looking at your footage right now. What do you got, to kind of buttress or support, or maybe you don't agree with Joe's comments?
No, I'm terrible with comps. Just in general, I think I'd probably thrown the Hiura comp on him before. But I think the thing with Nick Gonzalez is it's just he's got sort of these sort of this innate hands. The hands are just insane. It allows him to make really late adjustments. It allows him to have just insane barrel control. And you can even see in some of these videos, one of these balls he actually pushes from the outside part of the plate and pushes it over the right field fence, the opposite field for a homer. And that's just the kind of hitting you saw. I mean, he kind of takes what the pitcher gives him. He will take some daddy hacks, but shorten up a little bit with 2 strikes, and he just tends to just pick his spots. I mean, the performance on the Cape was just so unfair because it's probably there he is getting knocked down. Probably about as good as you could have seen. I mean, he was the best player from end to end. There's knocks defensively, but offensively, he's certainly one of the better bats in the draft. And, it's just insane barrel control and bat speed that I think add up to, a plus hit tool and potentially, above average power, at peak.
Sweet. Joe, appreciate you jumping on. Hop off for now. I'll kick you out of the studio. We'll hop you back in. We do got a few more picks to cover through. Appreciate it, my friend.
Yep.
Thanks, Joe.
All right. So next, we got a couple more picks, boys. I don't want to fall too far behind, so I think what we'll do is we're going to bring our next guest in, Brian Sikowski of Perfect Game. Brian.
How we doing, guys?
Doing well. My friend, reveal to the world your 7th overall pick in our Prospects Live MLB draft. You as the Pirates, who did you take and why?
We took Austin Hendrick, prep outfielder from
the
general Pittsburgh area. Guy that we really like offensively as far as upside goes, a guy that I think has, maybe the best bat speed and power combination of any prepster in the class. He's got some peripheral tools. I think there's a good chance for him to be a solid right fielder, but it's an offensive profile. He's a guy who made some notable adjustments over the course of last summer, got really, really, really good as time went on. He was outstanding at the East Coast Pro. He was outstanding for the PDP. Just a guy that we think is going to hit for a long time in the middle of our order. He's going to be an anchor. He's going to be a hometown kid. And as we're in a rebuild, we're looking forward to him being one of the faces of it.
Is there any potential downside with Hendrick that you might be something that just to be wary of?
Yeah, I mean, we don't think he's a center fielder, which I'm sure some people think that he may have a chance to do that, and we're certainly going to give him an opportunity to do so. But I think in terms of long-term feasibility, in terms of position, he's going to be a right fielder. He's got the arm strength for it. So sure, I think that could be a potential limitation if you want to look at it that way. There is some swing and miss to his game, undeniable, but think the approach and the on base opportunities and the power that's going to be there outweigh those things. We think we got it. We have an impact guy.
Excellent.
Putting the Hale Reynolds cap back on, Jay Bruce.
I certainly hope so.
Sounds good. Hey, Brian, appreciate you jumping on. Hang around. We'll get you back in when we get a chance as you make your picks and you progress.
See you,
my friend. All right, next up, we got our very own, very own Diego Solares jumping on. Hey,
what's going on, boys?
Doing all right, my friend. Diego, you've made the 8th pick in the draft. You are representing the San Diego Padres. In case someone can't read the D's next to your name, who is your pick, and why was it the one to make?
We took Max Meyer out of Minnesota. First time Padres have taken a college player since Cal Quantrill in 2016 in the first round. His Padres pick, really big fastball, loud fastball with probably the best slider in the class. Honestly, the only thing that worries me about, or not worries me, but the only knock on Meyer would be that he doesn't have your prototypical starter's build. He's only 6 feet tall, but he's a really good athlete. He repeats his delivery well, and the stuff is absolutely electric, as you're about to watch on this video. So I'm confident in the Myers pick, and I really like it.
He's a little bit of a. It's a pretty. Would you consider that delivery a little bit violent? It seems like there might be some relieverish profile to that.
Yeah, I think there is some reliever issue. It is pretty aggressive, and like I talked about, he's not the biggest dude, but we'll give him every opportunity to start. And I mean, if that guy comes out of the bullpen in this day and age, he's going to be electric. So, yeah, that's the guy we're going with here.
And we do want to shout out. This is footage of 2080 baseball. They also have the Ace Lacy footage, so great footage. Shout out to the 2080 crew out there. Ralph, Matt, one of you, one question for the San Diego Padres here regarding their pick.
How much did your heart break when Zach Veen went?
Absolutely.
In front of you?
I told you guys in our chat that if he's there, I'm taking him. But it would have been 4 straight years of a prep guy in the first round. But
I have a feeling you'll dip back into the prep well here later on.
Yeah, you guys know me well enough, especially you, Matt. So.
Sounds good, Diego. Hey, appreciate you joining us. We're gonna go to the Rockies next. Mr. Michael Parnell, how you doing, my friend?
I'm good, fellas. How you doing tonight?
Doing well. All right. You got the Rockies pick. Tell me, with the 9th overall pick in the draft, who did you take?
I took Garrett Mitchell, the outfielder out of UCLA, 5'2" player. Power's still going to come, but he can play center field. He's got a great arm, great hit tool. For me, it was either him or Heston Jerstad, the Arkansas outfielder. I went with Mitchell. The downside with Mitchell, he's a type 1 diabetic, and will he be able to manage that disease and play at altitude in Coors Field? That's the only thing that gives me a little pause, but the Rockies need some good outfielders, and this would be a good one. His teammate, Michael Toglia, was the first baseman chosen by the Rockies last year, first in their the 2019 draft.
So with Mitchell, he might be the most tooled up guy in the draft. Electric speed, has some pop to go along with it. But you mentioned some of the other downsides. Are there any other concerns when it comes to the skill, his actual baseball skills on the field, that maybe might give someone pause on taking someone this tooled up, but certainly a little bit raw?
Well, he is a little bit raw. I think the assumption is he will have more power than he's shown to this point. And if the power comes along with his speed, and if he displays the hit tool that we think he has, and that defense, I don't think there are going to be any complaints from any Rockies fans with Garrett Mitchell. I personally think he makes their minor league team, they're one of the worst minor league systems in the game, a lot better.
Ralph, Matt, what you got about Garrett Mitchell?
Yeah, I think this is incredibly exciting. As the guy that just finished writing up the Rocky system, I know Michael and I both cover those systems for our respective organizations. Of course, Michael with Prospects 1500. But I mean, is the sky's kind of the limit here. This is a great sort of fit. The one question is sort of the swing change and sort of tapping into a little bit more power. Now, you do feel that comes. And is this a guy that actually gets called up relatively quickly to the Rockies, or do you think the fact that they kind of slow roll these guys is a good fit with a guy like Mitchell who does need some marinating and some adjustments maybe to his swing?
Well, I think the Rockies are pretty well set in the outfield for the moment. So they could take a couple of years with Mitchell, work on his tools. Now, of course, the potential downside there is the Rockies' player development is not their strength. So we've got to hope that they treat Garrett Mitchell and move him along a little faster and a little better than they did a Raimel Tapia or some of the other guys they've brought up in recent years, Garrett Hampson. So, but I could certainly see Mitchell there in 2023, if not sooner.
Gotcha. So we got some conversations about how old he's going to be when he reaches the majors. What are we thinking about when Mitchell might reach the majors?
Well, he could be. I mean, the Rockies slow roll people. You could easily be 25 when he gets there. I think that's all going to depend on how well he does as he moves through the minors. And, of course, we're probably not even going to have a minor league season this year for him to get started with, and he didn't have his season at UCLA. So all of that leaves that up in the air. But I'm pretty optimistic that he's got the tools to move pretty quickly, but they don't need to rush him because they don't need him next year.
Sounds good. Michael, appreciate your expertise here my friend. You got one of the most exciting players of the draft in Garrett Mitchell. We'll come back to you whenever you make your next pick. You got it?
Got it. Thank you, fellas.
All right, man.
Mitchell and Coors, man, for first-year player draft, he's got to be top 2 pick, right?
That's you know, we're not gonna veer too much into the fantasy verse right now, but I mean, he might be a top 3 first-year player draft pick when it comes to that conversation. I know a lot of our viewers right now are interested in the fantasy stand some of these guys. Maybe toward the end we'll talk about some of this. Now we do have 2 more picks we're trying to see from the Angels and the White Sox with the 10th and 11th overall picks. We're trying to see if we can get some their managers on here. That would be Jared Timms of the Angels, and for the White Sox, looking here, our little cheat sheet in the back could be James Fox. If you guys are watching, my friend, please jump on the stream. We got space for you on backstage. But you know, Michael brought up a good point here, guys, when he mentioned about baseball not being coming up when it comes to being canceled, minor league season. We know our own Joe Doyle is saying some things about what might happen to the minor league season. So I got a quick question. How does this affect the drafted players, the newly drafted college players at least, or really just everyone when it comes to what we can expect out of them and what their I guess instructional value becomes coming out of a season where there might not be minors, and if there is, maybe very, very limited instructs.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be, certainly a challenge for some players. I think it's going to depend on the organization. And we know that's the way it is with any of these things, that, there's certain orgs that are prepared for these things and, have the facilities and the coaching and will figure it out. I think there'll be a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. And, I think it'll be tough for us in terms of, coverage and content and knowing who's really developing. But on the other hand, I think there might be some players that really emerge in spring training next year if we're beyond this and, everything's a full go and somewhat back to normal. I think we might see some players that really developed overnight, whether it's from this draft or even just from the minors in general. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it definitely does. Matt, real quick, give me a bite on what you think happens to a lot of these players that might not get that full traditional entry into minor league baseball, into pro ball.
Well, I think, if they do the complex, if they go the complex heavy route, I think that's probably better. I mean, a lot of these better coaching staffs are going to be at the complexes, and there'll be more hands-on development, and especially with pitchers, and you'll be more controlled environments, and everybody will be kind of more level playing field as far as, situations they're pitching in and stuff. And, there's a disadvantages in for sure in not getting the full minor league experience, I guess. But I mean, the better development I think is worth it overall for them. So I'm actually I know it stinks for a lot of towns and for minor league baseball, but I think for player development it might be a better situation.
Sounds good. All right, let's keep moving on with the drafts here. So again, we had Garrett Mitchell go 9th overall to the Rockies. Michael Parnell. 10th overall is Ed Howard, shortstop to the Angels. Unfortunately, we can't get Jared Timms on, but we do have the 11th pick of the draft. Chicago White Sox, James Fox. James, we're going to bring you on right now. I believe you are, or no, Ian's on here. There you go. Ian, you got me, my friend.
That's
wrong
Sox.
Wrong Sox.
Show your colors. Show your colors, damn it. Sorry. All right, so the next pick of the draft after the 10th is Jared Kelly. Boys, let's talk some Jared Kelly as I roll some video here. He's the 11th pick of the draft, right after Ed Howard, shortstop. Why should we be excited about Jared Kelly?
I saw Kelly at the Under Armour event in Chicago, and I mean, he was lighting it up. 94, 96 in his first inning of work. Second inning, he did run out of gas a little bit, went 90, 94. I mean, God forbid, only throwing 94 in the second inning. But the thing with Jared Kelly is it's the frame, 6'3", 215. As you can see, he's got some room to add some weight to it. Really good changeup. Elite separation between on velocity. 81, 83 on the changeup compared to 94, 96 during his stint at the Under Armour game. Yes, that's kind of a max out thing. I expect him to sit probably closer to the 90, 94, but 81, 83 with the changeup with good fade. My concern with Jared Kelly, and where it's not exactly a place where the White Sox have a lot of success, is developing a breaking ball. He didn't really show me one during the Under Armour event. That's kind of the knock. It's got some shape, and I mean the release point was all over the place, and I think you'll probably see a couple in this video here. And you can tell the changeup has some movement on it. The fastball's got some movement. But, you know, it's an easy delivery, slower tempo, and the ball just explodes out of his hand. I think the White Sox have to be kind of devastated not to get Howard. I don't know how. I wonder if he was on their board. But being the local kid and all, they can inject some youth into that infield, even though they already have, a strong infield there. But can't go wrong with Kelly. But, again, I wish the White Sox had a better track record with prep arms, but they do not. Gotcha.
All right, so that's our boy, Jared Kelly. Appreciate the insight there, man. We're moving along. We're trying to juggle getting some of these managers in so he can give you some of the insight. Again, these are the experts. If you're joining us, 30-team Prospects Live MLB draft going on right now. Unfortunately, we can't put a full ticker of all the draft picks. There is a 200-character limit on the bottom of that, so it wouldn't allow me to give everyone's name, so I apologize. I believe, I'll ask right now on air, Ralph, is that draft board available to the public to see? Is that a link we can share? I'm not entirely sure here. I guess I can maybe just try to.
If you like, I can certainly get a shareable link here, and I'll drop it into the chat, and you can do what you like with it. So
I just dropped it on there. If those who are, let's see here. Do those who can see this link in our either the Periscope chat or YouTube chat, give us a thumbs up, thumbs down if you're able to enter that board. If not, let us know.
Might be a better one. I threw the Google Doc up there that will have all the players, because there will be a couple of guys that aren't going to be available, as I said before, in the Fantrax player pool. I know a guy that's already come up in the chat. Harold Cole, unfortunately, was not able to be added. They hit their limitation in terms of ads. We made them add like a few hundred players. So I don't know if everyone's going to be there, but we'll see. And that's why you should probably follow along with the Google Doc. That way you can just, see the exact right picks when we have to actually start taking some of these placeholders and not by accident.
Excellent. Exactly. We appreciate Fantrax. We just give you some behind the scenes. We slammed Fantrax with about 120 names to add to this draft, and they've been working for a long time, up to the minute, to get as many names as possible. So, tip for anyone out there who plays in deep Dynasty League, Open Universe leagues. If you're in one of those weird, funky leagues where the moment a guy hits the pool, he's like free for whoever, have your commissioner refresh the player pool. You've got about 80 new players in the 50 to 150 range coming in. All right, let's move on. I don't want to fall too behind here. Cincinnati Reds, I don't believe they're in this chat, but they got Heston. Man, forgive me. I'm big on name pronunciation, I promise, guys. Heston Kjerstad. Okay, I wasn't sure how to mess with the J in there. Heston Kjerstad, as I pull up some video, Ralph, give me some the lowdown here. We don't have the Reds on here, but if for not, you give me the commentary.
Yeah, I think this is a guy with a tremendous amount of power. There's certainly some questions in terms of the hit tool, and I think just the ability to consistently make contact. But early on in the season, he looked like a superstar, and I think he's a name that a lot of folks have been following just because he's one of these guys that's kind of a fantasy darling. There's a lot of fantasy rankers that I think are going to be relatively high on him, and there's for good reason. Like I said, it's plus power. He's a home run hitter, corner outfield kind of a kid, and he's in my opinion probably one of the better college power hitters here in the draft. Looks like you're having a little bit of trouble pulling up Kyler.
I got you. This is listen. I feel like an expert juggling all these tabs.
What do you make of Heston Kierstad's hit tool? That's the area that I'm kind of questioning about.
I'd probably put a 4 on it, to be honest. I think there's some stuff, especially at the next level. So
my Kyle Schwarber comp is pretty good.
Up a little bit. Yeah. What was the comp you threw out there, Harold?
Kyle Schwarber.
Kyle Schwarber, huh? Yeah, a lot of people like that one. I can see it. I mean, I think the body is obviously better. I think he's got.
Someone already called it. Yeah, better body, same defensive concerns, limited to left field.
Yeah.
We got our own Will Sharnagel. He is a Reds fan, of course. He would be pissed apparently. But hey, not everyone drinking that Kool-Aid. We got power. We got a lot of people. Tyler likes to pick.
So that's play for that ballpark. So
that's the beauty of it. And Ralph, we do have a request. If you get a chance, if you can drop through our Prospects Live Twitter the draft board, whatever draft boards you want to drop, just so fans who might not be watching can tune along. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Guess we got some nice viewership again. 30 team Prospects Live drafts. Let's keep it going here. I keep saying I don't want to fall too far behind. But San Francisco Giants. I don't think we have the Giants in the broadcast.
I think we do actually. I do believe we have.
Oh, we do. Roger. There we go.
That is the Giants GM for the night. So
what's going on?
That beautiful
Cole
Wilcox.
We did. We're very excited about having Cole Wilcox aboard. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. All right. So there we go. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. Cole Wilcox. Why do we get excited about him? Why should Giants fans get excited about Cole Wilcox?
So I tell you, we in the War Room, we really were targeting pitchers with this pick. The Giants system is starting to stockpile a lot of powerful hitters. We have the makings of a good offense starting to come up through the system. But it's a somewhat unbalanced system. We don't have a lot of high-end pitching, and we wanted to get big stuff. We wanted to get good pitchers frame. We wanted to get size, intimidation, and those are all the things Wilcox brings. We had targeted a core group of people that we were looking at, but we really love Wilcox. I mean, he just has the frame and durability you like to see. He's added a lot of muscle the last year. The stuff is ticked up. It's a big, intimidating fastball, and that's exactly what we wanted to add to the organization.
There was some chatter in a draft room, in the Fantrax draft room, that he should not have been the fourth pitcher off the board. Can Giants fans expect to get this lucky when the actual draft rolls around, or is this actually just a dream right now?
I actually thought that we had a good chance of getting him.
Okay.
There was one, so as we started thinking of who could fall to us, who might we be able to look at there, he was the guy I had a big circle around as the most likely to get to us, that I was most excited about being there, which is almost exactly what happened with the Giants draft last year with Hunter Bishop. He was exactly the guy who could get to him, who you most wanted to see get to him, and that's how I felt about Wilcox with this pick.
Sounds good. Ralph, Matt, parting thoughts for Roger, my man, on his Wilcox pick. What you think about it?
Yeah, I think there's a ton of upside, obviously, in Wilcox's arm. Really exciting, guy, especially that fastball. He looked, it looked like he was coming into his own this spring. So, I think the question he's going to get, and he's gotten in the draft room, I think from some folks, is like, why Wilcox over Detmers? But I think if you're looking at stuff and that's what you think plays up, and you think you have the coaching ability to get these guys to the next level, have him take the next step, then the Wilcox pick makes a ton of sense from that perspective. So yeah, and though obviously Reed Detmers being a really buzzy name that some people have been mocking even in the top 10. So interesting, but I like that we're seeing stuff go sort of off board a little bit now.
Yeah, I think Detmer's he gives you more certainty. He's more of a low risk pick, and we wanted to go with a little bigger swing of the bat, I think.
Sounds good. Roger, appreciate you jumping in. I'll take you out of the studio, but we'll have you hop back in when your next pick is up, my friend.
Thanks, sounds Roger. Great. See you later.
Sweet. Appreciate Raj jumping on. So we do have the next pick on the board, next couple of picks. So the Rangers, I don't see the Rangers in the back studio here. Rangers, if you can hear us, there is space now. We apologize to the drafters. I know if you try to get in, it might be full. So if you are maybe 10 picks away or so, maybe wait a little bit before we jump on. But the Rangers did take Reed Detmers as we wait for the Rangers to jump on. If you let's see some of this footage again, brought to you by Prospects Live, guys. I'm pretty impressed by how much footage we have of these guys. Half of these I didn't know we had footage.
Kyler Peterson.
Kyler is just a monster with what he does, guys. Shout out Kyler Peterson. You are the MVP of this whole shebang. All right,
and he's drafting for the Yankees, of course, right? They get the superstar guy behind the scenes, right?
Yeah, got
ready for my Reed Detmers.
Hit me with it.
Ted Lilly.
Oh man, why'd you just deflate
you
out of that balloon?
You know, it's not a bad comp. Good breaking ball, not a high-end fastball, but gets it done.
Hey, I brought my A game for this, man.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it, Harold. What did you do? What did you do before this show, Harold, that you're actually making sense right now? What's going on here?
Hey, man.
I expected to hear like a Chris Sale comp, like something that made no sense, but was a lot of fun.
David Price, man.
Good. So Reed, fifth pitcher taken. Should he be the fifth pitcher taken, or should he have gone higher? I know in the Prospects Live group, there's a lot of love for Reed Detmers. So
I think this is the guy. I think this is the guy you take if if you need to hit in the draft. If you need the guy that's going to come up in about a year and a half, 2 years, and fill kind of your 4 or 5 spot in your rotation, this is where you go. I don't see as much upside on the board here with, someone even like a Cole Wilcox has more upside than I think Detmers does. I think it's it's more of a high floor pick. I know he's a pitcher. The breaking ball is a plus pitch, but the fastball is, 90, 91, can touch 94, gets by, as you can tell from this awesome video, this awesome angle, hides the ball fairly well, and that kind of sneaks up on people a lot. And yes, I did see on my note card here, I have Ted Lilly, and my secondary comp is Drew Pomeranz. Whoever called that, thank you. That's also a good one. But yeah, blower fastball and high spin curveball. I mean, there's the success rate for those guys is razor thin, right? There's no little margin for error. You getting close to the major league guy is kind of what you're going for here. This is what you're going to get. If you want an ace or a 1 or 2 guy, or a 2 or 3 guy, even, you're not getting that here.
All right. Next up with the next pick, we got my man Tony from Process 1500. Tony, how's it going, my friend?
Good, Ed. How are you, man?
Doing all right. All right. Review to the world. Philadelphia Phillies. You are their GM. Who are they taking with the first round pick?
We are taking local kid Nick Bitsko out of Central Bucks East High.
All right. Talk to us. For those who might not be familiar with Nick, give him the lowdown, Tony.
All right. Young kid, 17, turns 18 in about another month or so. Mid-90s fastball. He's got good break and stuff. He's got good command. Last year, we took some kids who didn't have so much command, hard throwers, but didn't have too much, like I said, with the command. So this time we're taking a little different approach. The farm's okay with hitting. Even the major league roster's good with hitting, but we want to get a good starter down in the minor leagues for us to watch develop.
We got some perfect game footage on the screen right now. Is this what the Phillies need right now?
Yeah. I don't like what we have right now as far as pitching down on the farm. Other than Howard, it seems like these guys are just hitting a wall once they hit Double-A. We have a lot of kids who may be better off in the bullpen. So I think this kid Bitsko, I think he's going to give us somebody who we can count on to help out our rotation about 2, 3, 4 years down the line.
Sounds good. Matt, final parting thoughts for Tony on his Nick Bitsko pick.
He reclassified from a 2021. He was probably the top prep arm in that class, and I think him reclassifying as late as he did, which was in January, plays into your favor to get him this late. Because I think if it's his traditional draft season, I think this might be the top prep arm off the board. Anybody disagree?
I guess not.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, probably not. You know, I could see the pick. I like Visco a lot. You know, I know he's a guy that I think I might have mocked out the Red Sox at one point in one of our mocks. Yeah, he's an exciting arm, but he's kind of all over the place in terms of some of the rankings. You do see some folks that have pushed him down a little bit, and he's below 30. But I love the talent, and you know, I like the pick, and you got a young guy with some time to develop.
Tony, let us dream for a little bit. Give us a line real quick on Visco, what a peak season might look like.
Let's say, I don't know, let's say 15-10, 3.5 ERA, 1.2 whip, maybe 170 strikeouts.
All right. Realistic. You even got the losses in there, man. It seems like it was a pretty solid year for the Phillies.
Old school thoughts.
Love it. Love it.
10 losses, bad bullpen. That's what it is.
Appreciate you hanging around, Tony. So I'll take you out of the studio, but we'll definitely get you back in when you're making next pick.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thank you.
All right.
I love that pick.
As we move on, Garrett Crochet out of the Chicago Cubs. We got Brian in the room. Yes, we do. My man, Brian. What's going on?
Thanks for having me.
Of course. All right. Garrett Crochet, why are we supposed to get excited about him? Tell me.
Yeah, Garrett's a guy I had in the top 10 myself. I'm higher on him than most I know, but really like his blend of big-time velocity, but also deception and spin with the fastball. It's one of those fastballs that I think he could get away throwing, maybe 70% of the time, even at the highest level. And then I actually think that his slider is really good. I mean, I can't imagine a lefty hitter being able to touch that pitch from, this guy with all arms and legs on the left side coming at you from his arm angle. So I think, we combine him and Braylon Marquez, and maybe the Cubs can finally add a couple homegrown pitchers to the mix.
You might have a really electric 1-2 in the rotation or the bullpen. Given how these two guys might turn out. Again, we're looking at 2080 footage. Courtesy, shout out to those guys. 2080, great video generating team on YouTube. Ralph, thoughts on Garrett Crochet here? Brian's pick on Bleacher Nation.
Yeah, I do like Crochet. I know the one knock on him is obviously that he's more of a two-pitch guy with the fastball and the slider. Some folks do really like the changeup, but I feel like he's one of these guys with big athletic, lefty, long, got funky mechanics, low arm slot, really sweepy stuff in terms of how that slider and fastball kind of almost mimic the same movement and tunnel into the zone. I like Crochet a lot. I think he's a guy with a ton of swing and miss stuff. And I think at minimum, you're looking at a high leverage relief arm, which I know people like to knock or whatever. But if you're still getting a valuable reliever at this point, I'm still willing to take it. And I'm sure, the Cubs are hoping to get an actual starter of impact out of this draft. And I think that Crochet's an exciting arm. This is a guy that probably would have gone pretty high last year, higher than this. There's even a chance he might have gone top 10 last year. And I could see the case for him being top 10 if you think that he can develop that changeup to, a 5 or better pitch.
You got it. Brian, appreciate you jumping on. You got some fans of your pick here. So stick around. I'll take you out of the studio. We'll get you back in when your time comes in, man. Appreciate you. All right. Next up, we got the Red Sox making their picks. They've been in the back studio. They've been in the back studio for quite a while. Gentlemen, we got Ian Kundal and Chris Hatfield. These guys are some of the biggest Red Sox experts in all of the industry. I think with Ralph here, this is like, you guys should just be the front office of like the Red Sox front office. The three of you just take over, rectify the ship. Gentlemen, first off, welcome. And I don't know who wants to announce the pick, but please do so. Tell the world who your first round pick is.
Yeah, well, we at our pick, we were just looking BPA, best player available. And, you don't draft for need, but the Red Sox do have a hole to fill with former Tennessee high school player recently. So we decided to outfield to Robert Hassel. Top prep, hit tool in the class. Really excited about adding him to the system. Again, not really drafting based on need, but kind of a higher ceiling outfielder is something the organization really doesn't have that low. You've got a Gilberto Jimenez maybe creeping around down there as well. Those are two guys who could maybe pair together really well coming up. But we just really liked what he had available at 17. That's a good value pick. We looked at Mick Abel there, but we kind of thought about, and would they be maybe a little afraid to sign him? The Red Sox lost $1.4 million off of their signing bonus cap. So, with a prep high school arm like that, thought that might be a little bit tough sign falling to 17. So we stuck to our guns with Hassel, a guy who checks a lot of boxes too for the Red Sox as well. Former Team USA guy. They like former Team USA guys. Just seemed like a good fit there, and a guy who also would have been a guy they'd be interested in. Danny Watkins, their Tennessee scout, they really trust. So Ian's got some more stuff on him, I think, too.
Hit us with it, Ian. Were you guys on the same page for this? And if so, why was it so easy to come to this?
Yeah, when we started the process, he was our top available prep outfielder actually after Zach Veen, and we didn't think we had any shot at Veen, so we were going realistically. We kind of made a list of who we realistically thought would fall to us, and we just kind of liked just the entire package that he offers was very appealing. Obviously, a lot of people consider him the best hit tool, the prep guys in the class, and the power seems to be the big question mark, but we like the projection in his frame. As you see in the video, he's still pretty thin. Arm, you can see project a little added weight, some added muscle in the upper body, and then everything else he does well. He's got a solid arm. He's also a pitcher. He can run a little bit. Project him, at least average. Maybe he gets above average defender. And so we just think that entire package was too appealing to pass up at this point. In the middle rounds. And as Chris alluded to too, there's just a real lack of outfield, exciting high upside outfielders in the Red Sox system right now. So it kind of just was a natural fit.
Gentlemen, appreciate you, both of you joining. I love the back and forth. You guys seem to be on the same page. You know your stuff. Stay tuned. We'll kick you out of the studio for now, but bring you back in when it's your next pick. Appreciate you hopping on.
Not my comp. Not my comp, but it's one that I like. Drew Waters for this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
that works. I usually hate the Harold.
I think he's got a much better approach than Drew Waters, though. He's not going to strike out 30% of the time and walk out 4% of the time.
Yes,
so.
Not my comp, but I did like it as Drew Water. I think it makes sense with the power and the defense, especially in center field. I saw Hassel at the Under Armour event, and I don't know if he survived the purge. I know the Orioles kind of eliminated a lot of their scouts, but there's a guy that from the Orioles that really loved Hassel, so it's going to be fun to see him in the AL East, I guess, huh?
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what goes on.
Sounds good. Appreciate you jumping on, gentlemen.
Thanks.
Sure.
All right. Quick hook. All right. Next up, we got the man, the myth, the legend, the one from Prospect One. It's the Welsh. My man, what's going on?
Prospect One.
Good. What's up, my man?
My man. Hey,
Mr. Welsh.
All right.
Let's talk.
Let's get right to it. I know it's in a podcast. It's a little bit different format. So hit us with your pick as the Arizona Diamondbacks first round pick of the draft. Who do you got?
All right. Well, the Diamondbacks, we had a lot of decisions to go through. A couple of the decisions were made for us early on. So ultimately, we went against the grain of what we've done recently and taken the first pitcher since 2014 with the first overall pick. Jesuit, big old lengthy 6'5", 6'6" righty. Mick Abel. It was just too good of a value. We really were going to go in some other spots, and that may be addressed with the compensation pick that's going to be coming up here in a little bit. But you know what? Control, command, 4 pitches, 3 might be plus. Also, he kind of shares some similarities in like what they did with Blake Walston. And if it's a short season, he's going to get to sit the whole time anyways, put on some more body on the frame, already thrown a mid-90s fastball, biting slider. Just too good of a value. Couldn't pass it up.
There was some questions in the chat that he shouldn't have been here, but then other comments about maybe he should be sliding. It seems like it's just all over the place with Mick Abel. Where do you think in reality this is going to end up being? Is this going to be around his spot? Is this going to be a little bit higher, a little bit lower?
I think this is actually kind of the spot. I mean, listen, all teams have to consider signability. I think with the Red Sox, what they just talked about, you have to consider signability. The Diamondbacks have to consider signability, but you also have a much shorter draft. This could be 5 rounds, maybe 10. So it's worth it to play the upside. The Diamondbacks also don't have a second-round pick due to Madison Bumgarner and signing him. So you've got to really, really monopolize every single pick. So you got to take the risks. And I know the Diamondbacks have swung and miss, if you will, on McLean a couple years ago. But this is a position where you come out swinging because you only have so many picks. And honestly, I wasn't thinking about Abel. I'll be straight up. This was not even in my peripheral of what I wanted to do with this, but he kept falling. I looked at Bitsko. Ed Howard, to be frank, was the guy I wanted 100% and I was going to take. So that killed me. But Abel he fell right into the spot. And I think this is something the Diamondbacks would consider. And I do think Abel could fall to this spot because of exactly what the Red Sox did with the signability issues.
You got a number one starter this late, potential number one starter. Let me rephrase, potential number one this late in the draft, and that's,
a lot of great picks late. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you look, the Diamondbacks, if you take the top 5 rounds of the last 2 years, the Diamondbacks have taken 9 pitchers, and they moved off, and they've only taken a couple high school guys, and a couple of those pitchers might look more like relievers. If you look at Dre Jameson, that might be one, Ryan Nelson, but they moved off of Brennan Malone. They used Brennan Malone as an asset to go and get Starling Marte. So if you're looking at like what does the top end and the bottom end look like this organization, they've actually now become kind of top heavy with their pitching because they moved off of Malone. So this is a perfect opportunity for them to kind of come back, replenish. If they have to use it as an asset, they will. Walston and Abel, that could kind of maybe be the future in 4 years.
They're a sneaky organization of developing arms. I think people are waking up now
man.
You got it. My man Welsh, appreciate you hopping on. Stick around. We'll get you back on later.
Do it.
All right, boys. Next up with the pick for the New York Mets. Jacob, we're coming right at you, my friend. How you going?
Doing well, guys. Thanks for having me.
So Jacob Resnick of Mets Mesmerized. Who is your pick? First round, New York Mets. Who are they taking? You're the GM. Give us the goodness.
Well, with the 19th overall pick, the New York Mets select Cornelius Johannes Van Eck, a right-handed pitcher out of Florida State University. It's an interesting pick. Probably a little bit of a reach, but I feel like at this point in the first round, you're kind of past the point where guys are, distinguishing themselves far and away above everyone else. It's kind of, who the team really likes. Van Eck was a 19th round pick of the Mets in 2017. So I'm assuming there's some relationship here that is kind of helping his case or something. But, he's a very good pitcher on his own. Potential for 3+ pitches if everything comes together. I think command is his only big issue, but he sits mid-90s. He's gotten up to 98, 99 before. Big curveball, changeup. So, like I said, interesting pick, but looking forward to seeing what CJ Van Eck can do.
Ralph, hit me with it. What's your take on CJ? Did Jacob was he reaching a bit too far here, or was this about right with CJ Van Eck?
Yeah, I think it's just what you prefer. I think in terms of the upside, it's definitely there with a guy like Van Eck. Didn't have a great season, didn't show as well as maybe some of the other guys that are on the board. But at certain points, in this process, maybe 6 months ago or so, there were some boards where you probably would have seen Van Eck in the top 15 picks or so. So, I think this just speaks volumes about the depth of this college pitching class, and that, there's this much talent, and it's really just sort of, pick your poison. If you like a guy's stuff and you can see that he projects in your system and, he checks all the boxes, you had your Zoom calls with him, I'm sure, all week, Jacob, talking with the family and the agent, and you feel like he's a fit for your organization. So you just got to go with it, right?
You got it. All right, Jacob. Hey, appreciate you hopping on, my friend. CJ Van Eck for the New York Mets. Let's see if it works out.
Thanks, Ed.
You got it. All right. Coming up next, we got one of the premier prospect voices in the industry. It's your boy James Anderson. He's got is that a bandana you got going on, my friend? Is that the war room attire?
Yeah, this is the war room tonight, fellas.
Nice.
Gotcha.
Nice.
Oh, that means we're meaning business now. All right, hit us, James. What do you got? As the Milwaukee Brewers, you're a professed fan. You tweet about them a lot. You in your podcast from RotoWire, you talk about who you would want them to take. So you're the GM. Announce your first round pick for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah, with the 20th pick, the Milwaukee Brewers are going to select Pete Crow Armstrong, center fielder from Harvard Westlake High School in California. We think he's got a chance to develop all 5 tools. We really value up the middle defenders. And, we think he can be a plus defender with a plus arm in center field. You look at his frame, I think the plus speed is going to age pretty well. It's hit over power, but we think eventually that the power is going to get there with him. So just a really well-rounded player, a guy that was close to the top 10 on our board, and we're really happy he fell to us.
Gotcha. So, Matt, your thoughts on PCA, as he's belovingly called with his abbreviations. It was. How do you think? What do you think of James' pick here? Is it right in line with what the Brewers should be looking at for their organization?
Yeah, I like it. Brewers. That's David Stearns. They went college arm last year with Ethan Small, so it's nice to kind of go the opposite direction with Pete Crow Armstrong. I saw him in an Under Armour event again in Chicago, and only got on base one time, but he made the most of it. He stole 2 bags and was kind of a pest. Good range in center field. He hit leadoff for the team he was playing for. Vanderbilt commit, Harvard Westlake, same high school as Jack Flaherty, Max Fried, Lucas Giolito. Might be a tough sign. Potentially, probably going to be.
We're gonna sign him.
Yeah, well, that's good. Well,
your outfield, man.
Hey, it's PCA's got it, but he uses all fields. Really strong bat to ball. James nailed it. I think this is the best they could hope for late in the first round to get a guy like this. So, yeah, great pick.
Sweet, love it. All right, James, stick around. We'll grab you for the next one if we can. Appreciate you jumping on. For the Brewers. Hope the Brewers like it. We know my man Tyler Jennings has been very active here. He loves the PCA pick here as well, so you got a fan in that as well. James, I'll see you in a little bit.
Later, guys.
All right, next pick, we got the Cardinals. Oh, baby, you guys are going to love this. My man Kyle, look at the getup. Look at the getup. He got the memo. He got the jacket memo.
That's exactly how John Mozeliak dresses.
Yeah, the bow tie's somewhere. You're not going to find it on the chest, though, I promise.
Oh,
my God. You guys were all wearing such nice suit jackets. I didn't know what to do. And I'm looking at the wrong camera. You guys, I didn't know what to do. Your jackets look delicious, guys. Thank you.
Oh, my God. You look delicious, my friend. I'm being honest.
Thank you.
I would talk all day about your outfit and attire here, and we'll go through your head. But I think the fans want to hear about the Cardinals pick here. Who do you got, man?
With the 21st pick in the draft, I took catcher Patrick Bailey from NC State. Now, the reason I decided to take Bailey is the Cardinals under Randy Flores, when they've had a first-round pick, because they didn't have a first-round pick in 2017, when they've had a first-round pick, they always seem to take the guy who drops to them, who falls to them. And at this point, I'm determined to pick as close to what I think the Cardinals would do. At this point, Patrick Bailey is easily the guy who would fall to them at that spot. So that's why I went Patrick Bailey.
Matt, you are and by the way, lots of loving comments about your attire, Kyle. So just want to let you know, great job on that. I think you won the guest look. It's just chugging it, love it. Matt, you are of course one of the biggest Cardinals fans out there. What do you think about this pick?
I like it, man. It's Yadi Molina's going to leave in a year, so that whole storyline that came out the other day. No, I like Bailey, man. A good switch hitter. Gap to gap, more of a gap to gap guy from the right side. Lift and pull guy from the left-handed batter's box, and I have a mechanical comp for you, not a production comp because Bailey does hit the ball in the air, but Eric Hosmer is kind of what the swing looks like. It's kind of what I get a vibe on with the hands and how he stands with the base. More power, we're hoping, at home run power, anyways. But he calls his own game, which is rare for the college game. Plus receiver. Good defender, natural leader on the field, being the catcher. And Kyle, you're not the only one on the broadcast not wearing pants, so you should.
Yes, now we're talking. All three of you guys would back me up, or I'd be backing the three of you up. I'm not sure, but I love it one way or the other.
Appreciate it, my friend. Hey, Kyle, thanks for jumping on. Thanks for talking to Patrick Bailey. Love it. I wish I could keep you on just for the attire, man. But appreciate
you. Get me off here as soon as possible.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
See you guys.
That was just so excellent. All right, let's go on to the next pick. And the comments are on fire just based on that. Let's go on to the Washington Nationals making their next pick right here. Perk, my man, you've been in the studio for a while. I've been kicking you out because you were so eager to get in here, but now it's the time to shine. Talk to me, man. The Washington Nationals, you're the GM. Who is their pick and why is it the right one?
And what is he announced as?
And that's a good question, Matt. So the Washington Nationals select out of Kingswood, Texas, the Arkansas commit, Mason Wynn, and we're drafting him as both a right-handed pitcher and a shortstop. Working on this exercise with my partner at 2080 Baseball and D1 Baseball, Nick Faleris. We just like the upside. We like the upside he brings both on the mound and at shortstop. So we're going to allow him to do both in our organization. We got to see him quite a bit over the summer and the fall. At shortstop, he's got quick feet. Ran a 6.5 60 at PG National the first time I saw him. Like how the hands work in the batter's box as well. Got average power, especially for his size. And then on the mound, he shows up to Jupiter and he's pumping 98 with a hard downer curveball. So really like what he can bring. Going to keep him on the complex and allow him to cultivate those skills without rushing him into full season ball. So he doesn't need to be on a strict schedule in terms of his throwing and his hitting. Allow him to kind of develop organically. So we're excited about the pick.
Gotcha. Ralph, thoughts on the pick here?
Yeah, I mean, he's probably one of the more exciting athletes in the draft. And, I think if there's one organization that would target a guy like this and really turn him into something and watch him blossom, it's going to be the Washington Nationals. I'm excited that he's going to be a two-way guy as well. I think that, everything that Burke just dropped on us, I think that's huge. That'd be great to see because I think he's got enough talent on either side to legitimately, project out as an everyday major leaguer or a starting pitcher. So, I love the stuff. I love the athlete, and it's a good pick.
Gotcha. Burke of D1 and 2080. Appreciate you jumping on, my friend. Thank you for sharing your pick and your insight.
Thanks, guys. Check in later.
You got it. All right, next up, we're moving along, boys. I think we got some sort of rhythm. I don't got my butterfingers here. We got the Cleveland Indians. We got Willie Hood in the house. Willie, how you doing? Big Willie! Oh, my man got that robot. He's got that robot stream connection. Willie, I see you moving at 0.25 speed. I prefer you to move at 1.0 at the minimum. Yeah. I can sort of hear you. I don't know if maybe you want to take your video off. If you want to just join with the microphone, maybe that makes it a little bit easier on your connection. I want to give you a chance to announce your pick here. You've been in here for a while. All right, Big Willie.
Oh, no, we're freezing.
We'll have to check back in here for a second.
Man, you said we were moving around smooth, and then
I definitely did. Look at that. I'll shut my mouth.
Never
next
say
time.
that.
Yeah, I know. It's not in showtime. I will reveal your pick, Willie. Apologize you couldn't be here to do it. Tyler, and one of you guys correct me if I'm saying the last name wrong. Catcher Tyler Soderstrom.
You got it.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so Willie, what about now? I'm gonna bring you back in, see if that works. How you doing now? Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Y fuera. All right. Sorry, Willie. I'm sorry. We'll get it fixed for the next one. Guys, quick bite on Tyler Soderstrom. We'll move on to the next one real quick after.
Yeah, probably not sticking behind the plate. I was curious to see if they announced him as a catcher. I think he's an outfielder. Above average hit plus power. Uses all fields. Power he hasn't fully tapped into during games, more of average during games. That's part of the growth that we need to see. Below average catcher, like I said. There's some thought that he might be able to stand at third base. I'm not that of that camp. I think he's probably a left fielder, or a right fielder because of the arm. But he can rake. California prep kid committed to UCLA, so he might be a tough sign. Indians don't necessarily drop big bags of money on people, so it might come down to the wire there. But Soderstrom can hit, man, and that's why he's here. That's why he's a first-round pick.
You got it. All right, let's jump on to the next one here. I believe it's the Braves, right? No, it's the Rays. Or do we have the Rays in the chat? I don't think that we do. It should be.
Would be Matt Germain.
Matt Germain. Are you? If you're on here, jump on real quick. If not, no worries, my friend. I know not everybody can jump on, but it would be Matt Germain of Wander Rays, I believe. Matt, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. And a reminder too, his site's going to be back up after the COVID. Stuff dies down. He's gonna get the site going back up there. So make sure you check out Wander Rays for Matt Germain stakes.
All right, so let's move on to the next one here. Taking in for the. Oh, wait a second, hold on. Matt Power's going to come back to you in a second. We got Matt on the line. What's going on, Matt?
Hey guys, I just
check out Wander Rays for Matt Germain stakes.
All right, so let's move on to the next one here. I think we got a little bit of a feedback, Matt. I don't know if you got headphones you can plug in. I can definitely hear the feedback coming in through your end. So I muted you for a second. All right. Make sure we don't run into that again. We'll give him a few seconds here, Matt, to get a headphone. I want to give him a chance to shine here. We do have, of course, biggest Rays fan in all of Twitter baseball, friend of everyone, Yancey Eaton.
Friend of everyone's a nice way to say it. Yes.
Yeah, friend of everyone. Raise up, Yancey. I think he had a pretty good message earlier. Is that TGFBI overall ranking champion Eddie Omriga? What? It is, Yancey. It is. Appreciate you joining in, Yancey. Thank you, man. Thanks for tuning in.
I was like the 27th ranked Matt. I don't get a banner.
Yeah, no, you. I think you were literally the 12th ranked Matt in TGFBI. Like, I'm not even playing. That was the correct number. Way to go. So I don't think we have Matt Jermaine in here. If we do, we'll hop back on real quick. We do have Matt Powers on the line here to announce his pick. And just for the record here, Tampa Bay Rays. It's a Cade Cavalli pitcher. Matt Powers. Before we get to you on the phone, real quick, hang tight. Ralph, one bite on Cade Cavalli.
You always do this to me when somebody like ends up picking Mike Trout. So give me a second here. Okay. But Cavalli, man, pops 98. Devastating slider. Somewhere in like the high 80s is what I've mostly seen, though I've seen reports where, he will touch 91. He was the Friday night guy for Oklahoma and just looked dominant early on. And as a guy that I think probably goes a little bit higher, I think, in the real draft than he went today. Same with like Patrick Bailey and, even Hassel. So, yeah, there's been a little bit of shakeups, but I think it just speaks once again to, just how insanely deep this draft is and how many good players there are.
Sounds good. All right, Matt Powers of Prospects Live and Talking Chop. Matt, appreciate you joining us to the phone here. Announce to the world, you as one of the most foremost experts on the Twitterverse, on the interwebs for the Braves, who is your team taking and why?
Mississippi State pitcher JT Ginn. I mean, when it came down to it, the value that was left with him was just too much to pass up. I realize he's hurt, but even if he doesn't end up as a starter, which is a real possibility even before this injury, he gives the Braves real value as a guy that can come out of the bullpen, maybe throw multiple innings, possibly be a closer, maybe even still remain as a starter. So he's got value to the organization in whatever role he plays in. I mean, you don't really get that kind of value and potentially even versatility easily this late in the first round. And I think his injury clearly made him fall. So that just made him the pick for me.
So obviously, Tommy John is the injury we're talking about here. How high would he have gone had he not had Tommy John?
Could have gone in the top 10, probably top 12 to 15, I'd say, if not for the injury. Assuming teams were convinced that he'd be a starter, I think at least towards that top end, his value as a starter is more needed as is for someone towards the back of the first round where the contender can use a first-round pick on a guy that has maybe a 50-50 chance at being a multi-inning reliever instead of a starter.
Gotcha. Matt to Matt, parting thoughts on getting here.
I like the pick, man. I stopped the slide a little bit, and I think if he's healthy, I mean, I think you're looking at, like you said, top 15 pick for sure. College performer, first-round pick a couple years back for the Dodgers, didn't sign. Back at it again. Worked out for him. Got drafted a little higher.
You got it. Matt Powers, appreciate you jumping on for the Braves here, my friend. All right. Didn't even say, all right, screw it. Said, screw you, Eddie. I won't even say goodbye to you. All right, but we do have the Oakland Athletics waiting in the wings. Melissa Lockhart of the Athletic for Oakland Athletic. Melissa, you are the GM of Oakland. Announce to the world, who is your pick?
All right, we're breaking a trend and we're going with Chris McMahon, right-handed pitcher out of the University of Miami. So we've gone position player prospect for the last few years, been very high on up-the-middle athletes, but light on kind of upper-level pitching at this point. Guys are graduating that are really, at that point of making impact arms in the system. So he brings somebody who can move fairly quickly, really good athlete, and the A's really like athletic pitchers, and, why not when you're called the Athletics? But, he was a three-sport star in high school, can get the ball up in the upper 90s there, has a promising breaking ball that I think Gil Patterson will do a really nice job of shaping either into a cutter or a slider. And that changeup feel is something that's, key in the A's system. They like guys that can throw changeups, and he can throw one. And I think he'll be a nice fit in the system.
Is there any, as an Athletics fan, as I watch that next generation if I were an Athletics fan, if I watch the next generation of Luzardo and Puck kind of start to rise, one of the unfortunate things has been the injuries. Is this someone who might, again, I know it's tough to ask you, hey, Melissa, in 5 years, is Chris going to get an injury? But are there any red flags right now that we can spot?
I mean, he did have a knee injury. And, obviously you worry a little about the legs when you're looking at pitchers because you don't want them to then be straining their arms. But he's a little past that now. And the fact that he is a good athlete, I think, speaks well to the future of hopefully staying healthy because, you kind of are allowing for those movements to be easier on the arm. But, if I knew if he was going to be injured, then I'd be a lot more valuable as a GM than probably.
You'd be a lot valuable everywhere, not just
Exactly. So, but I just like what he can offer. I like the fact that he's, had that big conference experience and can move pretty quickly.
Gotcha. Melissa, appreciate you stopping by. Well, real quick, Ralph, Matt, parting thoughts for Melissa on Chris McMahon out of University of Miami, first round Oakland Athletics pick.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like the pick a lot. I'm a big McMahon guy. Try to catch as many starts, at Miami as possible. And, I feel like he's another guy that like really early on sort of just busted out and became sort of an obvious first round pick. That's, just once again, in with all those college arms that it's just incredibly stacked in terms of what the depth is here.
Sounds good. Melissa, appreciate you stopping by. Hang around for the next pick. If you're still around, we'll definitely grab you on.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we got the Minnesota Twins. Twins, we're coming for you. Are you ready? Oh, yes, you are, my friend. Seth Tweets in the house. Seth, what's going on?
Not much. How are you guys doing? This has been fun.
It's good. Appreciate you hanging around. Appreciate you taking part in this. It's been a lot of fun for us as well. So please announce to the world as the GM of the Minnesota Twins.
This has actually been a lot of thought. It was fun at first, but as soon as Cavalli went, I suddenly had to panic a little bit and kind of went in a direction I didn't plan on. The Twins have a ton of hitting prospects, and they have one of the best lineups in baseball. But I went with Mississippi State second baseman Justin Foscue. It just feels like the Twins they traded their competitive balance pick to the Dodgers for Maeda. They lose a third round pick for signing Donaldson. Kind of want a sure thing. So I thought that, he's one of the best college hitters in the game. Mississippi State, obviously a powerhouse. The Twins took Brent Rooker from there just a couple of years ago. I kind of feel pretty good that this guy could be ready soon and, just add to the Twins' depth and prospects.
Sounds good. Matt, thoughts on Justin Foscue? How does he compare across the other shortstops? It is just a pretty nice little crop of shortstops in this class. How does he stack up against him?
It's a lazy comp, but I mean, him and Braden Shoemake kind of can compare fairly nicely. Both offensive, better offensive players than probably most people think. And I really like the bat hit for Foscue. I think Foscue's got more power than Shoemake does. Shoemake might have the edge on the hit tool, but it's not the flashiest pick, but you're getting a major leaguer here. I think that's fairly certain, so I can't complain with that at the end of the first round.
Is safe what the Twins would go for in the real draft here, Seth?
Typically when they've drafted high, they've drafted the likes of Keone Cavaco, Royce Lewis, the high upside high school bats. Or when they've drafted this late in the first round, it's been the Kyle Gibson types and kind of more sure thing pitchers. Rooker's a good example as a competitive balance pick a couple of years ago, as a more of a sure thing, good hitting college type. So I feel like it's similar to what they could do. If it were higher, I definitely think they'd go higher upside.
Sounds good. Seth, appreciate you hanging on, my friend.
You bet. We'll see you in a bit.
You got it. All right. So that's the Minnesota Twins making their pick. Remember, you can follow the Draft Live. Ralph, when you get a chance, if you can drop once more, we'll just kind of repeating that link in the wait, I think I might have that. Here we go.
I've been doing it on my phone, man. You got me bouncing between like 7 feet. I get the draft, damn it.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. Here we go.
We're gonna need Eric Birdland, so we're gonna take a break too, because I think as we get up to these picks, we're going to finish up the first round. As we said, we take a quick break. We're going to have to get Eric's pick on air again because he can't get into the Fantrax draft room, I guess. So
no worries. We're going to have next, I believe it's Kyler Peterson, if I'm not mistaken, our very own. Who is that? Let's see. Let's bring him on. Kyler, I think we need a mic, or I see you in the room, but it says you need a microphone or a camera before you can jump on. So if you can't go jump on a camera, plug in a mic or call into the phone or however. We'd love to get you on. You're sort of the man of the hour with a lot of this video. A lot of this video is yours, so please, I definitely want to have you on to share the New York Yankees picks. We'll give you a few seconds here. If you can't jump on, we'll just. Oh, there we go. Oh, I saw you for a second there. You connected something. There we go. I'm trying to see. Hold on, folks. Trying to get our boy Kyler Peterson on. Give him a little leeway here for the New York Yankees. So we'll tune in right now. Let's see if I can actually jump into our draft here. Oh, there he is. There he is. Whoa. Is this a rave going on over there in your place, Tyler?
Whoa.
Okay. Mood lighting. Okay, this is the Yankees mood lighting. I assume this is what the real war room is going to look like, of course. So you're really channeling the Yankees here. So, okay, with New York Yankees, you are their GM. Tell me, who are they taking and why is it the right pick?
Yeah, so with the 20th pick, we're going to go with right-hand pitcher out of Auburn, Tanner Burns. I think we got a high floor pick here. Might not be the sexiest picks, but I think he's got a solid shot at cracking big league rotation.
So what makes him, the Yankees are such an excellent developmental machine when it comes to right-handers specifically. I mean, it feels like out of their top 30 prospects, I did their system this year for Prospects Live. It feels like half of them are at least righties. So continuing the trend here, is that you just think they're going to lean into their strengths?
Yeah, I mean, I saw a guy in Burns at the end of the first round here. I think he's going to be a main rotation, back rotation piece, but I think he's a sure bet to make it versus a guy like a lot of the other college arms who are on the board. He's mostly 92, 94, gets up 96, 97 times. Did deal with the shoulder injury last year, but strong showing in the abbreviated stint this year. Just a solid overall arsenal.
You got it. Matt, thoughts on Tanner Burns here?
No, one of the top SEC arms, showed out pretty well this year in the short stint, like Kyler said. Smallish righty, but again, I'll echo what I said kind of with the Twins pick. If you can get a contributor in the late first round with a high floor like this, it's never really a bad pick, right? So this will be a hit. And he's clean delivery, and I like Burns.
And Joe Doyle, clean. He could pick with solid floor, and the thing is, these solid floor guys have clean mechanics. These are the ones I think the Yankees can really extract a little bit more from than you would expect. So I could see this pick, like the Yankees really making this going on, and then really just taking off with it. So Kyler, appreciate you jumping on.
Great video, Kyler. You're the man.
Yeah, and seriously. Round of applause for Kyler, everybody. A lot of this video is his. He's here, based out of Florida and Tampa, right by me. And you were just the grinder of the grinders. You help run literally our YouTube page should be Kyler Peterson Prospects Live's YouTube page. So thank you so much for the effort you've put in for us these last couple of years to get this video and allow us to do this essentially.
Yeah, no problem. See you in the third round.
Ralph, you got something to say? I feel like you got. What's going on, Ralph?
Eddie, one note, man. I have the draft suspended right now. So if you can pull on future Dodgers, we can talk to him. That way we can get Eric on. I need to get him into the spreadsheet or onto the Fantrax just to communicate his pick one way or the other. But we should be able to, even in the chat, put it in there.
Yeah. So, all right. Who do you want to bring on? You said you want to bring on Eric right now?
Future Dodgers, actually.
Future Dodgers.
All right,
feature boy here, Ralph.
Yeah, the end of the first round, I believe.
Future Dodgers. Yeah. Can you connect some sort of audio or video right now? It does not let me add you because you don't have a microphone or a camera plugged in. So,
pull up that beautiful Daniel Cabrera video.
Yeah. Who shot that one?
Me next to Jason Panini. My wife was really mad at me that day too because it was like 3 hours into our vacation. We moved into our rental. We were going to be there for the next 6 days, and I was like, "Got to shoot over to Hyannis. So I'll be back in a few hours."
Hey,
Logan Allen was pitching. Daniel Cabrera was in that game.
She's the real MVP for letting you do that, man. For real.
He is.
Justin of Future Dodgers, if you can hear us, jump on again. I know you chopped off the stream. We got your video queued up for you to talk us through what you got. Give you a few seconds here. If not, we'll roll the video. Do you some justice. Talk to your pick through your pick, and then take a quick pause. Boys, let me drink this Marco Rubio water here real quick. Just
he's got some comments too. If he can't jump in, he's been commenting on the side. Said, high floor, decent ceiling, just a great pure hitter, and I'm bullish on his defensive ability. I agree with everything that he said thus far about Cabrera. I don't know if you're rolling that video or not, but
I got you. I'll roll the video right now. So I was hoping he could jump on to
Eric and have him write in the piece of paper what his pick is. Put those in the private chat too, Eric.
Danny Cabrera, Ralph, you said you took this video, so I allow you to do until Justin kind of was able to figure out his setup.
Patrick Fredrickson's from Minnesota that's throwing right there. I don't know if we'll catch it right here because I think I might change shots, but he misses pretty badly on a changeup early on, and Fredrickson comes back with that pitch, and he drives it into right field for a double. And same thing. So I think actually there it is right there. A few at bats later, sees the changeup again, knocked the ball about 380 feet into that little white sign over there. He knocked the ball over there deep into the air. I love the swing. It's short. It's compact. Pretty open stance. And there's something sort of old school about his hack that I kind of dig. I guess, there's probably some questions as to what the impact is with the power, at maturation. But, he's still a guy that I'm happy to put a 6 on the hit. And I think there's a 5 there with the power, which would be enough with, his defensive ability, running ability, and just overall skills, arm. Just a baller, man. He's a kid I like a lot.
Gotcha, Justin. I'm sorry, I still don't see any device connected. I know you've tried to hop back in, hop back out. I'll leave you in the room here. We got space in the back room if you want to try to figure it out.
Pause the draft and get Baltimore's pick.
Okay, and this is so let's go back here. Eric, I see you. We're gonna come to you right now. Eric, do we got volume?
I hope so.
Oh,
yes,
baby,
right,
yes, there it is.
All right.
Sigh of relief.
The Astros technology kicks in the second round.
Thanks for staying with me.
Gotcha.
First of all, we are playing. We're going to try Austin Martin in center field. That's something that I want to say.
Okay.
Before. Very impressed with his athleticism and especially his first step.
Gotcha. Okay, so now for those listening, we are now in the competitive balance round. Remember, the Astros do not pick in the first round. They would have been the 30th overall pick, but they do not get a pick here. So, competitive balance round A, 30th pick overall of the draft is going to be Baltimore Orioles. Who do you got for us, my friend?
We're going to take righty Bobby Miller from Louisville.
All right, talk to me about it, man. I'm not very familiar with him, so I'm sure some of the audience members can learn a little bit more. We got some video I'm putting up right now. What do you got for us as Bobby as we see this video rolling?
I know he almost pitched a no-hitter. He was a couple outs away from finishing that, and he's a guy who's made progress from different bullpen roles to more batters, more innings. So we are going to try to keep that going and keep him as a starter. Our high pedigree college arms in the system are not too present, so we had our eye on Cavalli. When he went, we chose Bobby.
Gotcha. Matt, thoughts on Bobby here for the Orioles. The Orioles are slowly, they have some front office talent from the Astros, and they slowly remade themselves, as you mentioned earlier, with a lot of the top end talent. What do you think of Bobby Miller, and how does he fit into their future here?
It's an athletic delivery. Doesn't look it to most, but I mean, the balance he stays with the long arm action. But yeah, I'd like to see Miller's spin data. I don't have that information, but I'm sure it fits in with a nice high spin. He looks to be that high spin kind of guy, and that's going to fit in exactly with what the Astros have done and what the Orioles are attempting to build right now. So I think it's a good pick. It fits their philosophy, and Miller is one of the college arms we touched on at the beginning of the draft that could have gone anywhere after pick 20, and they get him in the first pick in the comp round. So that's a very nice job.
Last question for you here, Eric. The Orioles with Grayson Rodriguez and Michael Baumann, they've begun learning to unlock some of the talent on these guys, and we really start seeing a jump on some of their some of their pitchers. Is this someone they can kind of take that same route with, or is he more of a safe kind of pitcher?
Probably the first one. I see a somewhat accelerated track, and that's why we selected him in particular. We don't think that he will spend a lot of time in what's considered the low minors. So we're ready for him to fortify starting rotations, high A, mid A, double A.
Sounds good. All right, Eric. Appreciate you. Appreciate hearing your voice. First of all, I'm glad you're able to figure that out. Thanks for hopping on. We're gonna hop on now real quick to future Dodgers. He was able to join us. I'll give you a chance. Justin, you there, my friend?
Yeah, sorry about the delay. Took a little bit to get everything working, but we're all good now.
It's all good. So, my friend, one of the premier Dodgers accounts around Twitter, around baseball, around the industry. Tell us, give me your lowdown on your pick of, I'm just seeing it right here, Daniel Cabrera.
So Daniel Cabrera, a guy I really like, one of my top 2 targets. The Mets got Van Eck, so unfortunately couldn't get that one. But you look at what the Dodgers have done over the past few years with their player development, especially on the offensive side. They've taken guys with plus hit tools, average or below average power, and they've gotten them to get more power out of it with guys like Will Smith. We've seen it with Gavin Lux. The list will go on. And I'm bullish on his defensive ability because left fielder for the first 2 years was supposed to play center field this year for LSU after Zach Watson went to the pros. Didn't really get to see how much of that he was going to do. But one thing I did see is 3 stolen bases over his first 2 years at LSU. In just a quarter of a season, 6 stolen bases this season. And what that tells me is maybe he, being the plus makeup guy he is, tried to get more athletic and ended up getting more athletic. And he has the arm to play center field if he can add that athleticism.
Is there anything you can already see that the Dodgers are going to change within Daniel Cabrera to unlock something even further? Of course, the Dodgers very well known for widening the stance and lowering the base of hitters to get more power out of them. Is there something you can already pick out from Daniel Cabrera that you think is going to unlock something further?
One of the things you see with him on that video you're showing right now is he starts with that really straight backside, which the Dodgers like to have their hitters do. I'm trying to think. I retweeted a video yesterday showing a montage of all the Dodgers hitters with kind of that same starting swing. And he's already got that. And we talk about the hit tool. It's already plus. And you're talking about a guy who can be a 2 to 3 win player, even if he's a left fielder, just based on the offensive output.
Gotcha. All right, my friend. Hey, appreciate you hanging around. Appreciate you figuring out your setup over there. We'll see you back when we get you another picking.
Thanks, guys.
You got it. I think it's really cool, guys. I'm gonna pat ourselves in the back here that we're able to kind of put that footage in, and we saw Justin literally talking to the footage we saw there about what the Dodgers might be able to tweak. So certainly, we hope you guys are enjoying this prospect slide MLB draft. 30 picks, 30 managers rather, going through acting as their GMs for their teams, breaking down the picks, hoping you get learning some new names you might not have been familiar with. Let's keep it going, y'all. I believe it is the Pirates next, if I'm not mistaken, in competitive balance round, a 31st overall pick. Let's bring Brian back in. Click you on here, Brian. Give me a second, and boom, there you are. What's going on, Brian?
How we doing, guys?
All right, tell me, man. Second pick of the draft. What you got for us?
We had Clayton Beater from Texas Tech fall into our laps. Was a guy that we had higher on our board. We had him at 22, so to get him there at what is 31, we think that's pretty good value. Really like the quality of the fastball and the breaking ball. It's mid-90s with some really higher-end traits as far as the spin goes. The breaking ball is like that too. It's hard. It's a true curveball. It's 82, 85. The bottom falls out of it. We think that there is some risk of reliever there. We think that he needs to develop a third pitch. And while he pounds the zone, the command isn't above average. But at the same time, guy like that with that kind of stuff, with the blend of the eye test and the analytics, and a guy that we thought we got really good value in there.
The Pirates are going through a little bit of a change, in terms of the coaching staff right now, moving away from some of the prior philosophies. Do you see anything in what they're trying to do right now that might benefit someone like Beater?
Yeah, I think as you move more and more towards an analytically geared approach, with whatever weight is given to scouting and whatever weight's given to numbers or whatever combination you can think of, you're going to see guys like this, guys who are TrackMan superstars for various numbers of reasons. And Beater's a guy like that. And we think that the count and numbers match up with the data, and we like what we see from a scouting perspective. Our scouting director, who's in my ear right now, Vinny Servino, saw him at Florida State earlier this year, came away really impressed. We were right there. We can see him on the broadcast right now. Yeah, we had him at 22. Really like the upside as kind of a Spencer Turnbull type of number 3 starter who may not have the command to ever go 7 or 8 deep, but he's going to have a lot of dominant 5+ inning type of starts. We think there's value in that. We think he's got a chance to be a good role 5 for us, and we're excited to get him in the system.
You got it, Brian. Appreciate you hopping back on and breaking down Mr. Beater.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, fellas.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Again, I don't believe we have the Royals on stream, but very quickly, Ralph, I'm going to come to you. I'm gonna give you a second. I'm gonna roll some video of Slade. Again, I need some help with the pronunciation. Ciccone?
Ciccone. I think you got it.
Yeah, come on, he's your Miami boy, brother. I figured you'd be all
that's an Italian last name, bro. What's going on?
You though.
What does that mean?
What?
It's all romance languages.
All right. Well, we got video. The
The
Royals took Ciccone with their pick, number 32 in the competitive balance A. Quick, give me a quick little hitter on Ciccone. Then we're gonna move on to the Arizona with their pick.
Yeah, I mean, Ciccone for me is probably, my favorite arm, in that Miami rotation personally. I love the stuff, the command. I mean, for me, he's just one of my top guys. I would have had him top 16 on my board. So for them to get him here in the competitive balance round, I think it's a tremendous pick in my opinion.
Sounds good. All right. Good for me. All right. Let's bring on, you know who it is. It's my man, Welsh. All right. You're back with your competitive balance pick. You got pick number 33. So Arizona, pick number 33. Talk to me. Who did you take and why was this the pick to make?
Well, I told you guys when I was last on earlier, we were looking at Ed Howard. That was a big thing we wanted. We wanted to address the shortstop position. Depth at the shortstop position for the Diamondbacks isn't exactly deep. They got Geraldo Perdomo, who is fantastic, good defensively, good hit tool. Blaze Alexander, a little bit dicey on the hit tool, could play second or short, but we wanted to address it. We didn't get that with Ed Howard. We got Mick Abel. So with the 33rd overall pick, the Arizona Diamondbacks take Mountain Point local kid Carson Tucker, shortstop. Cole Tucker's brother, and there's questions about signability with any of these high school guys, but boy, if you could pull Carson Tucker off of a Texas commitment, it's probably in your home place, where the Arizona Diamondbacks have seen him probably more than anybody. He's local. I think we can get him back. High hit tool, power starting to develop, pretty good defense. He's just an all-around dude that you just develop over the next 3 or 4 years, and I think we got a good chance to sign him.
First question, I'm gonna kick it over to Matt for anything he has for you. Will he have his brother's flow?
He doesn't have the exact same that cool, relaxed little thing that Cole's got going on. He's a little bit more reserved with it, but I think he's going to rock the locks. I hope he does. That's actually one of our requirements in the signing process is he rocks the pretty locks.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you got to have the locks. Hopefully he does. Matt, give him a real question now. I'm being a jokester.
Yeah, no, I think he nailed it with his pivot off. If you can pivot off Howard, you might as well get the second best prep shortstop in the class right here. And Tucker, just curious, how close did you have him on your board?
To what do you mean? How close to what?
From Howard to Tucker, roughly. How many players in
there
between?
was a little bit of a distance. I'll be honest with you. There's a college shortstop I was giving pretty heavy thought to in this, power and speed involved in it. But Tucker was the second shortstop on the guy that I was considering. Hit tool was kind of in question. Power speed was solid. Tucker, power's the last tool to develop. So if I can come in with a high-end hit tool, I got a guy that already plays serviceable defense. He already started to look like he was pulling the ball a little bit more. There's bloodlines to it. I think it's a lot to work with and develop. A couple years to see what we have in Perdomo. He could move to third. Body moves up a little bit. We need to build off of. And there's in the Diamondbacks, they've taken high school guys. The last year they took 3 straight high school guys. This is something that this organization wants to do. And I think I contemplated the college guy with this pick for signability for Abel, but I think this is a very, very specific situation where we can get Carson Tucker signed.
Well, I think anyway, I don't want to spill the beans too much, but I know Tucker, Ralph said earlier, was a popular player amongst people trying to draft him and find him in the player pool. So I think you did well here.
Yeah,
I'm
happy
good
with it.
All right, well, Shay,
man.
appreciate you jumping on, man. Thanks for breaking down another D-backs pick.
Love you guys.
You got it.
Later.
All right. Next on, he's back on it again. Is that AJ Preller? Wait a second. No, it's not AJ Preller.
I had
Diego.
to put that in there.
That's my man Diego back at it again. So listen, you got the next pick in the draft, number 34 overall, still in competitive balance round. This is 8 total picks in this round. Talk to us. Who did you select for this 34th overall pick?
I just want to say I've been draft sniped like 6 different times. I would have taken like a bunch of players already, but we're going Carson Montgomery out of Florida, a guy who really improved his stock this year. Getting some looks before everything happened. He's touching 96, features a really good breaking ball. It's flashes plus. Big thing with me here is he didn't have to throw his changeup much in high school just because he was able to overpower people with the 1-2 mix. But I trust our organization's record in developing changeups, and I think that he does show feel for it when throwing it. So you're looking at a 6'2", 190 athletic righty that could potentially have, 3 average to above average pitches when it's all said and done. He's still kind of raw, loses the strike zone sometimes, but I think that with our development and our history of developing pitchers in recent history, that we're going to be fine with Carson Montgomery turning into a solid, potentially at his peak number 3 option, but probably looking at a back end guy here.
Matt, any thoughts on Montgomery here?
Yeah, he was dominant in the Under Armour game I saw. 1 inning stint, struck out all 3 batters, threw 14 total pitches and got 6 swing and misses. So you're not going to do much better than that in a showcase event. The thing that stands out to me, and it's probably illegal to make this comparison because he throws with the other hand, but Patrick Corbin, because high fastball, low slider. That's the game plan here. Not much of a changeup, trying to figure that out. But Carson Montgomery, that's how he attacks hitters. Fastball up in the zone, slider down in the zone. He's going to have to work with sequencing a little bit better. But, obviously in this Under Armour game, he destroyed hitters. He was really fastball heavy in that game, 91, 93. And with the breaking ball, he was 80, 82. And so, obviously, Diego's given you higher velocities. He's picked some up since then. And 5 of his 6 swing and misses were on the fastball, which he, like I said, primarily worked up in the zone. So I like this pick. Montgomery's a high upside arm. Needs a 3rd pitch, so you got some bullpen risk here, but it's a good pick for the Pods.
Mr. Preller, appreciate you gracing us with your present tonight.
See you later, guys.
All righty. All right, next up, we have Mr. Michael Parnell. Michael.
By the way, can I make one comment? Eric, if you're out there listening, find a way to get me your pick because you are in the hole, and I need to make that pick somehow in the draft room. So send it over to me.
Sure. PSA, Eric from the Baltimore Orioles. Got your picking. All right, Michael, you got your picking though. Tell us.
I did.
With this pick, with the let me prime the audience here. It was a 35th overall pick, still in the competitive balance rounds. Who did the Colorado Rockies take and why?
Well, the college pitchers I wanted at this pick were already taken, and I've got another pick in 11 picks, and I think I can get a college pitcher there I like. So I looked at a group of shortstops. I would have gone with Carson Tucker, but my division rival, the Arizona Diamondbacks, got him. Then I looked at Casey Martin of Arkansas. I looked at Nick Lofton of Baylor, and I settled on Alika Williams, shortstop out of Arizona State, primarily because I think he will stick at shortstops. Of all those guys, I think he has the best chance to stick there. I think he has the chance to develop the best hit tool. He walks more than he strikes out. That's a trait I always like. And he doesn't have a lot of power, but I think it possibly could come. Not a speed guy, but I think he will be a solid shortstop, and I think he will be a fine addition to my minor league system.
Great. Are there any what one tool needs to play above what we're seeing right now to maybe take this competitive balance round pick and just make it a steal?
I think power. If he develops a little more power than he's shown, then it's definitely a steal. And if his hit tool plays up a little better than it has, then I'm going to be really happy. But that's what I'm counting on, the hit and the power tool, because he's definitely got the defense, he's got the arm, he's got the range. And there's no other questions about him. If he can hit with power, this is going to be a really good pick.
Excellent. All right, Michael, appreciate you jumping on, sharing your wisdom with us. You know, GM of the Rockies, man. Hope you like your first 2 picks.
I do. Looking good. We'll see you next time.
You got it. All right, that's Michael Parnell drafting for the Rockies. Up next, let's see if we finally have. Oh, Will, I saw you in here for a second. Where'd you go, my friend? We got the Cleveland Indians pick we need to talk through. We are the penultimate pick of the first competitive balance round. Will, if you are in the chat, I'm more than happy to bring you in here. I'll give you a few more seconds. If not, no worries. We do got a question here, Ralph, Matt, if you want to take a stab at it. How does this draft class compare to last year's draft class? I know pitching is deeper. We talked a little bit about at the opening of the show, but for those just tuning in, what's your answer to this right here?
I think there's more depth. My first glance, I think the top end talent, I would probably favor more toward last year's draft, but I do like the middle and the back end of like first, second rounds in this year's class.
Gotcha. All right. Let's hop on here. Trying to see if we got our boys in the draft here. Let's see. So next 2 picks would be Indians and Tampa Bay. We do not have them in the studio, so we'll just reveal them. Excuse me. 36 overall pick, Jordan Walker, third baseman out of Georgia, prep guy. And Tampa Bay, Justin Lange, Lang or Lange, guys? Correct me here.
Lang, I believe.
Lang, okay. Right-hander out of Texas. Any brief thoughts on either
Yeah,
Jordan
Walker.
or go for it, Matt.
Jordan Walker's a dude, man. 6'5", 220, right-handed power bat. Wiry frame, long limbs, got massive raw power. Swing is long, so obviously you can see the strikeout issues will come with that. Projectable frame, easy loft, plus bat speed. Going to be a tough sign. Georgia kid committed to Duke. So it's going to might be tough to get Mr. Walker away from Duke. Great school. Jason Worth, mechanical comp, I kept bringing up, not my comp. I kept seeing that. And Cameron Maben is a similar body type, and I'll throw like a Mike Cameron into the mix as well. Kind of similar, kind of 250, 245, 250, 30 type home run kind of bat if everything works out for Walker.
So you're saying a power bat that strikes out a lot, who has speed? It sounds like he is right up my alley.
Yeah, he's a good first year player draft pick. Too bad he didn't go to Colorado a couple picks ahead of you, right?
Jeez, I know, right? That would have been nice. All right, so we'll keep it moving along. We are now into the second round of the draft. Again, we finished the competitive balance round pick. Second round of the draft starts out with the 38th overall pick. The Detroit Tigers, they made their pick. Keenan, welcome back on. How you doing, my friend?
What's happening, fellas?
All right, talk to me, brother. Who's your second round pick here?
I'm thrilled about this. This is a guy Ralph saw in the Cape. He's a local guy to Massachusetts. We're going with Jared Schuster out of Wake Forest.
All right, so as I pull up video here, what you got on us for Jared Schuster? Why should Tigers fans be excited for Spencer Torkelson first, and now they got Jared Schuster?
Yeah, so got to give all the credit to this one to our Senior Director of Baseball Analytics, Jay Markle, who you featured before the show started. This Schuster was his guy right out of the gate. We had him 23rd on our board. We know he's ranked a lot lower on many of the public boards. A bit of a late bloomer. Velocity upticks this season. He was sitting 92 to 94, touching 97 this year. He throws a 4-seamer and a 2-seamer. I'm a sucker for lefties with changeups. He's got a great changeup, a changeup that he has feel for. He'll throw it in any count whatsoever. The slider, Ralph, I read what you wrote about him too. You didn't exactly have a glowing review of what you saw on him, but and we think there's probably some work to be done with the slider. And in terms of his feel for spin, but we think this is a starting profile. We're going to be keeping him in our rotation and contingent. We discussed so many contingencies at 38, but Schuster's the guy we really wanted. We're ecstatic to get him. And worst case scenario, we think we've got a high leverage reliever here.
Ralph, what you think about the Tigers pick here? Did they make the right move here?
Yeah, man, I love it. I love it. Jumping right in here. This is a guy that jump by leaps and bounds. So I actually watched 2 Schuster starts on ESPN here on my couch, doing a little couch scouting. And he's jumped up significantly with the stuff from last summer when I saw him, as you can see here in the video, where he was, kind of sitting around the 90s in a 1 inning stint in the Cape League All-Star game. He pitched really well. He didn't throw almost any changeups that day. It was all fastball and slider. I think he only saw a handful of batters. So it was a limited look, but other times I've seen him, the changeup has absolutely been plus. And this year he came out throwing 95, 96, 97 from the left side. We often see this with a lot of these cold weather guys, especially from here in the Northeast where there's just, not as much competition, not as much opportunity to get out there. But I like the fact, he's a hard rock coming straight out of New Beige. It's my my hometown. So big shout out to Jared Schuster. He's a hometown boy for me, man. Big fan. And like I said, he made tremendous leaps and bounds with Wake Forest. And yeah, great pick. I'm happy to see Schuster go where he did.
You got it. Keenan, real quick before we go, and Ralph, I think you got to tweak that Fantrax draft a little bit. I did see Mike Trout taken again by our boy, Eric. Mike Trout's a popular pick here. Cool. Okay.
He shouldn't have been taken. The draft, crap, it's suspended. Yeah. You see, you keep pulling me into this, man. Where's Mata? I need you to suspend and non-suspend the draft.
Cool.
All right.
Well, one as you fix that,
we're done. We're in progress. Marlins, you're up.
Good. Last one for you, Keenan. For Schuster, pick one tool that needs to play above where it's currently scouted at for him to take that next step.
Well, it's the third pitch. I think the fastball and the changeup are terrific. The third pitch, I think the slider needs to tick up. But another thing we like about him is he's a Wake Forest product. And if you're following college baseball, Wake Forest is churning out analytically minded pitchers. We think that's going to fit in well with the Casey Mize leading the charge with our current group of prospects. So we're thrilled to have him in our organization.
You got it. All right, Keenan, thanks for stopping by, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, my man, Eric, what's going on?
Hey.
All right, you're back. You're back on the clock. You got your pick in. I'm seeing here, 39th overall, second in the draft, second round of the draft. Tell the Baltimore fans why they should get excited about this next pick, Cole Henry.
He's a tall righty, and we think that he's really nowhere near his peak as a pitcher. And our trainers and our pitching instructors are very excited about teaching him how to improve changing speeds. A little more depth and a little less steam on the changeup might make him might make his profile a little more front line.
Okay, and it sounds like you're also talking underwater, so I'm pretty impressed that you can breathe and draft underwater as well. Get that internet stream going. But otherwise, is there any concern though with Henry that you may want to address but just to keep the fans aware of what they might be getting into here?
He is not as strong in his lower half as we would like, and that's something that probably has to change pretty quickly. So that maybe physical strength is one aspect that needs to improve right away. But as far as his arm and what comes out of his hand, we're very, very excited about that.
Gotcha. So you got Austin Martin, Bobby Miller, and Cole Henry in the books. Are you feeling good about your trio there?
As good as we can feel without getting Spencer Torkelson, absolutely.
Sounds good. You won't be the only one with that.
I know.
Problem. Everyone's got that problem, but one team.
We're the one with the second pick.
For sure. And Brian, of course, shout out to Perfect Game. They've been a lot of the video that we've been showing here as well. So shout out to them as well for the content you've been getting with us. Eric, appreciate you jumping on, my friend.
Thank you.
Sorry, I cut you off. All right, next one. Marlins with the pick. Let's bring on back my boy, Prospect 365, Fifth Stripes, Ian Smith. Ian, how's it popping?
What's going on, guys?
All right, talk to me. You got the next pick here, 40th. Now, this pitcher right here, he did something special this year. Introduce your pitcher and talk to us about the Mr. Duke himself.
Yeah, this is one of my biggest risers on my board this year. He came in and looked like a whole different pitcher after the offseason. He worked with Driveline and Cressy this offseason instead of playing in the COD League, and it looked like it really paid off for him a lot. His fastball looked like an uptick, but excuse me, let me get back. My pitcher will be Duke right-hander Bryce Jarvis today. And he had a perfect game against Cornell this year, 15 strikeouts. Has a little bit of effort in his delivery, as you can see in this video here, but it's something you can work with. His fastball sits in like the 94 to 97 range, and he works with I would say, above average off-speed delivering. So he's a guy I really like as we go back-to-back with pitchers with Lacey and Jarvis here for the Marlins system. It adds two high upside guys who have a bunch of seasoning, and we got him at the 40th pick, so I really love this.
Gotcha. So what needs to, well, rather, based on pure talent alone, obviously you think he rose up the ranks, one of the few guys from really like Asa Lacy, for example, to jump off the board. Asa Lacy, of course, someone else you guys. So clearly you think there's some merit to what we saw in the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is his first time we really got to see him as a full-time starter, and granted it was only for 4 starts, but he looked fantastic. This guy has everything you want out of a starter. He has a big upside, he has a big ability, and getting 2 guys who jumped up boards right now into a system that could use more pitching depth after the guys like Sixto and Edward Cabrera at the top, you really don't have that top tier pitching. So if you add guys like Asa Lacy and Bryce Jarvis, I mean, you can't go wrong.
Sounds good. Ian, appreciate you dropping in. Wait, you feeling good about your picks here?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, the Cole Henry pick was kind of threw me for a loop there. I was hoping he's going to be there at 40, but I can't go wrong with Jarvis here.
Hey, take it if you love it. All right, Ian, thanks for stopping by, my friend.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, boys, let's keep the show moving. Kansas City, again, they're not in the stream with us. They took first baseman Aaron Sabato, and as you populate that sheet, Ralph, I'm going to put up some Aaron Sabato footage here. Matt, you got something on Aaron Sabato the fans should know about? Kansas City fans keep their tongues a little wet in excitement.
First base only, real big dude. Probably, I don't want to say some of the biggest power potential in the draft, but he's close. So maybe Torkelson's ahead of him in different league. Maybe even Jordan Walker with overall raw power. But Sabato can mash. Michael Toglia was the first baseman for North Carolina last year and went in the first round, and now Sabato's coming up this year and going in the second round. So he can hit, offensive only type player. So that's what they're looking at there.
You got it, my friend. All right, next up, we got Toronto making their pick of the second round. We're gonna get you in here. Where's my man Mason? Here we go. Mason, what's going on, my friend?
Howdy.
All right. Second round. Refresh my memory. In the first round, you took Emerson Hancock. All right. So who's complimenting Emerson here?
Dylan Cruz, Lake Mary High School, outfielder. Questionable where he plays in the outfield, but at the All-American game, he did start in center field over Zach Veen, who some people view as a better center fielder.
All right. So with Dylan Cruz, tell me what's the ceiling with this guy, but also what might be the floor, because we're now entering into the part of the draft where not everyone's a sure thing, but there's got to be something that attracted it to you. So give me the ceiling of Dylan and maybe what might be the pitfalls he encounters that opens up the floor.
Well, the ceiling is through the roof. He's 10th on my draft board right now, and the only person closest to him is at 20 with Drew Romo. So this was the most easy pick for me possible. I was standing around praying he would be on the board still, and when he was, I was jumping for joy. He's been probably my most favorite player to watch of late. I had him up to number 3 on the board in the summer, and then for some late summer slumps, he dropped all the way to 10, even down to number 13, but he's back up. I heard some good things about him from guys at USA Baseball. He comes from a great family, great person as well, hard worker, leadership on the team. Though he didn't make USA Baseball, that was only for the trial period, as, like I said, there were some contact results that hurt him at the end.
Sounds good. Matt, Ralph, any parting thoughts on Dylan Cruz here? My man Mason making the pick for the Blue Jays, complimenting Emerson Hancock. Dylan Cruz.
I've seen Cruz. I like the power. I like the hands are quick. He's tooled out. I just question his ability to make contact, and then question his ability to hit top shelf arms. And Mason, you probably have heard the similar issues.
Yeah.
Under Armour game, but in particular, I want to say he was 0 for 5 with 5 strikeouts when I saw him. I can't take too much from one game, but I mean, it wasn't a great showcase event for him.
If you showed up track record, you wouldn't want him. But if you're looking for a bat, advanced feel for a power, his frame's kind of maxed out, which is another concern. I'm scared that he looks the part, but he doesn't play it. And I don't know if he can really hit for power in game. But like the floor is very low, but the ceiling's high. And I don't know what the signability would be, which is something that would kind of come in big here with all the college guys still on the board.
We're going to make the second Randall Grichuk reference of the day, but I think that's a fair comp for the tooled-out kind of performance that you see from Cruz.
All right, you got some support for Dylan Cruz in the chat, Mason. Appreciate you hopping in and talking about Dylan.
Thank you.
You got it. All right, next up, moving across the conga line here, we got It's our boy, the newsbreaker, Joe Doyle. Joe, talk to us about second-round pick, Seattle Mariners. Who should the Mariners fans be excited about right here?
How y'all doing? All right, so really happy. We've had our eyes on Dax Fulton out of Oklahoma. He will be the 43rd selection in this pick or in this draft. As you can see on screen, fastball 90 to 92. He's got a big 6'6" frame, 220, 225. Really brings it on the mound. We think there's a lot of projectability in the profile. I think by the time he actually reaches Seattle, 2023, 2024, you're looking at a guy that's throwing 95 to 97 with a big bender. We miss a little bit of James Paxton up here, but here's a good comp for you guys. We see a little bit of CC Sabathia in this profile. He doesn't have quite the heat that CC had at this time, but curveball's got the depth, doesn't have the slider just yet. It's an average changeup that is trending in the right direction. We've talked to his people. He's willing to sign, and we're excited to bring Dax to the Northwest.
Gotcha. My man, Matt Thompson, what you got for Dax Fulton?
This was my favorite arm that we thought might go outside the first round, and he went pretty high in the second, so I'll pat myself on the back. Thank you. I like what I see with Fulton, though, man. I mean, Joe nailed it. And if the Mariners can get the two that he's got right now in this haul, I think Mariner fans would be pretty happy to inject some of this. I mean, this instantly becomes the highest. Besides Logan Gilbert and George Kirby add a different type of arm to the Mariners system, but I mean, you can fit in Dax Fulton anywhere in that combination, right? Because you're looking at three potential guys that could be number twos or better with the kind of offensive firepower they're developing. I know they're farther away. And then you had Nick Gonzalez earlier. I mean, man, the Mariners going to hire you or now, or they're going to have to wait?
No, I don't think so. Not this week.
Sounds good. Hey, Joe, appreciate you stopping by and dropping the knowledge on Dax Fulton. All right, next up, we got Brian back on the broadcast. Brian, love seeing your pretty face.
How we doing, boys?
Doing all right. All right, talk to us. Second round pick, Pittsburgh Pirates. This is your third pick of the draft. Who are you going with?
I went with Tommy Mace out of Florida, right-handed pitcher, our second college starting pitcher pick. Another guy that we think we got good value on. We had him on our board 10 to 12 spots higher than this. Guy that we saw really, really good against Miami, which is what that video is that we just pulled up. Like 8 strikeouts and 7 innings on 1 hit. It's a really, really nasty cut slider that's up to 90 at times. The fastball, we need the quality to get a little bit better. We need to be able to miss more bats with our fastball than he's done in his career to date. But it's still a pretty decent pitch. There's good life on it. It's 91, 94 for the most part. There's some feel for a changeup. We think he's got starter traits. Just a guy that we think has legitimate rotation upside that we're happy to get here.
You know, Florida has long been known for churning just a hell of this like mill of pitchers. What is it that they got going on in Gainesville that really makes them successful in the rotation? I mean, this is a line of AJ Puck, Brady Singer. You got Tommy Mace here. I'm not missing so many. Who was a Friday night starter when AJ Puck was there in Oakland Athletics?
Logan Shore.
Yeah.
Logan Shore. I mean, even though he hasn't been super successful in the minors, but just a constant factory of pitchers always going in the first round or close to it. What are they doing right down there?
We get it. You went to Florida, Eddie. I understand.
Hey, just Florida grad here. Just want to, talk a little bit,
Anybody else. Really, like that's the answer is they get the best players to campus and they get guys who are high school, higher level draft prospects who might not get the $3 million that they want out of high school and go to Florida. And they do it every year, and they continue to do it, and they're going to continue to churn out first rounders until they stop. But there's no sign of slowing down there, that's for sure.
Sounds good, Brian. Thanks for hopping in here talking about Tommy Mace.
Appreciate it, boys.
You got it.
Wow.
All right. So next up, we have pulling up your sheet here,
If
Ralph.
we don't have the guys in here, we can start sort of just reading through the picks. I'm encouraging folks to start picking up. That way, we can try to get this sucker wrapped up by maybe midnight East Coast time.
So how about this? Let's bring in both. Michael and Diego. They were the next two picks.
Let me drop off for a second, and you guys can chat.
Yeah. You do your tinkle. We know what you're doing. All right. let's start first here real quick with Diego. You got Drew Romo. That's the brother of Tony Romo, right?
No, not quite. But yeah, again, I got sniped again many times. Tommy Mace was the pick. Dylan Cruz was the pick. But Drew Romo, the best defensive catcher in this class, in my opinion, switch hitter out of Westlands in Texas, I believe. The bat really isn't there yet, but I think his glove is going to play true 60-grade glove at the big league level. Talking about a guy that's going to have no problem sticking behind the plate. Offensively, he's better from the left side than the right, I think. So, I mean, there's value there. Obviously, he's going to be able to hit for both, but probably going to get some more power from the left side. But not a great history of first-round catchers or second-round catchers really producing high offensive numbers. So I think this is a low floor, high floor, low ceiling kind of guy whose glove is going to carry him through the minor leagues. And we add another outstanding catcher to probably the best farm system in baseball when it comes to catching prospects. So
sounds good, Diego. Appreciate you stopping by. We're gonna get these going just a little bit quicker. Always a great bite. Just one of my favorite surprises when you join Prospects Live. Your bites on point, my friend.
Thanks, man.
You got it, Michael, my man. Tell me, Rockies. I feel like I'm talking to you often now, man. Rockies got a bunch of picks. Tell me, second round. Who we talking about?
We're talking about Nick Lofton, shortstop from Baylor. I was hoping to pick up either Jared Schuster or Bryce Jarvis here. Didn't work out. Those guys were gone. So I got Alika Williams with my comp pick, and now I picked up another shortstop. Lofton can do everything. He hits with a little bit of power. He runs well. He fields well. Good defense. Expect him to stay at shortstop. So I picked up two pretty good shortstops here, and I'm of the philosophy you can never have too many shortstops. So
I was just going to ask you that. Is that a purposeful thing you're going for? Or is it one of those where you expect, he might not stick at shortstop. He'll maybe move off the dirt, and we'll just see what happens after that?
One of these guys might move off the dirt. One of these guys might move to second base. Trade bait, you just never know. But if you're going to have too much of anything, pitching and shortstop is where to get it.
Sounds good, my friend. Hey, Michael, appreciate you dropping by. How are you feeling about your pick so far?
I'm feeling pretty good. We got three pretty good offensive players. I need to get a pitcher with my next pick, and that's what I'm going to do. And then I think we'll be set. I can't do any worse than the Rockies do when their turn comes in June, so I'm feeling pretty good about it. Thank you guys for having me.
For sure, Michael. Thanks for sticking by, my friend. All right, Ralph, how was that tinkle?
I actually grabbed some pizza.
All right, hey, not bad. Maybe even a little bit better. All right, so moving on with the next few picks in the draft here, with the White Sox at 47th pick overall, second round. All right, I need help with this last name here. Carmen Mladzinski?
Sounds good to me.
Moselinsky.
All right. Carmen Moselinsky, right-hander. Ralph, I know you've had experience with him. Give me a brief little nugget on him.
I give you a little bit more than the nugget, maybe some crust cheese or sausage. No, I think the big thing with Moselinsky is it's been a heavy, fastball cutter. As a slider too. I see the cutter a ton. Throws a changeup, but I really think that's for me, sort of the focus of his arsenal. I don't love the fastball. Doesn't get a ton of swings and misses on it. He can land it. I know I did a thread on him a little while ago, as I broke down some video on a game earlier this season. Yeah, he's a guy that rolls up boards because he had an excellent cape. But I do want to mention one thing that I've mentioned before on him. Jason Panini and Jason, actually, not me. I missed that game. Jason caught a game where he got absolutely lit up. But it got called in the first inning after he gave up 6 runs. So it didn't count against his ERA. Those numbers were skewed a little bit on the Cape Cod League. That he was excellent down there. He pushed all the way up into the top 20, and it seems like he's rolled back a little bit since then, sort of due to, I think some of the early struggles and the fact that some of these other arms have jumped up and just have tremendous stuff. Good on.
Good. Sounds good. Appreciate it. So, Eric, I see you in the chat. This would be your first appearance of the night. I want you to talk about your second round pick for Cincinnati. I saw you on camera for a second, but now it says you don't have a device connected. So get a microphone, get a camera, get whatever you got to get figured out. Otherwise, we'll chat about your pick and move on. Another loving pick for, I already forgot. Moselinsky. There we go. Moselinsky, right? Moselinsky.
Mozelinski. Yeah, exactly.
Mozelinski. All right, Eric.
Is that an Italian accent with like a Polish name?
I don't even know what that was.
Slated Ciccone. All right, so Eric, going once, going twice. I'm sorry, my friend. I saw you on there. I'm sorry we couldn't get back to you real quick. We'll keep moving on. The Reds did take Austin Wells, catcher out of Arizona. Matt, one line on Austin Wells.
Can hit, might not catch.
Okay, so
he's a tremendous athlete. I saw him a ton in the Cape. He played, 3 different outfield spots. I really like Wells' bat, and I think he's a guy that can play other positions but behind the plate, and it could potentially still work out. I just think it's, he's not an everyday catcher, but the bat profiles at a few different spots. Even saw him play a little center field for YD this summer.
Sounds good. All right, we got San Francisco Giants next with the pick. Hold on, let me bring on my friend Roger on here real quick. And here we are. What's going on, Roger?
Hey, how are you? Good to see you again.
Doing all right.
We are ecstatic that Jared Jones fell to us at 49. I had no thought that he was going to make it that far.
All right, talk to us. I'm rolling the video now. Jared Jones on the screen. Why should Giants fans get excited?
Well, I might have a type because I'm really going for the right-handed velocity here so far. He can get up to high 90s. He is, I think, amongst the high school pitching class, by far the best athlete. He's got a real twitchy athleticism that I think is going to meld well with our player development techniques. We'll get him hooked up with the pitch shaping. He's starting to develop his secondaries. This is a kid whose athleticism is off the charts, and it's going to be a great development path for him.
Sounds good. Matt, thoughts on my man Jared here?
No, yeah, he's got it. I mean, it's a potential plus slider. It's a really hard, firm changeup. Command issues, below average command. He's 6'1", but he's listed at 6'1", but he kind of still has that, not perfect starter build that people want. He's not 6'4", right? And little nugget, he's actually the cousin of St. Louis Cardinals scouting director Randy Flores, so he's not going to sign with the Giants. Sorry.
No, we have a number. We have agreed to a number. It's going to be okay.
You got an offer that you can't refuse, right, Roger?
we have a good pool this year.
Sounds good. Appreciate you jumping on. Talk about your pick, Roger.
Not a problem. I'll talk to you guys later.
You got it. All right. Let's move on, boys. Keep this rolling. We're rolling nice. And we got Texas Rangers, their pick. I don't see them in the chat. So it'll be Dylan Dingler. Nice name. Catcher. A little bit of a catcher run. Second catcher of the pick. Of course, if you are following on the draft board, I'll drop it right now. You can kind of spoil it for yourself. I'll keep pumping this post right here. There we go. A little bit of catcher run. So let's move on to the next one. It was Dylan Dingler for Texas. And we do have again. I don't know if I'm being trolled through the text here, but Mike Rooney, Majinski. I don't know. Maybe it kind of seems right about right. Carmen Majinski, Mojinski.
Sure.
All right, we'll go with it. I do care about name pronunciation. All right, so I do want to get that right. All right, so moving on to the next one here, we got. I'm looking at here the Cubs. Let's bring in the Cubs into the stream. What's going on, Brian?
Hey, man.
We do not have enough money to sign that guy.
All right. Talk to me about your pick real quick. Why should the Cubs be excited about it as well?
Yeah, I mean, the Cubs were a little disappointed when Jared Jones went off the board. That was the plan in round 2. But we transitioned to Kyle Nicholas from Ball State. Dan Kantrovitz is running the Cubs draft this year, and what Dan has drafted in the past, I know Matt probably knows this from his time with the Cardinals, is big physical right-handed pitchers, and I think Nicholas will fit that mold, and I think the Cubs will get him into the pitch lab that they've invested a lot of money in and straighten that breaking ball out a little bit, and you got to love the fastball, just like our first-round pick.
Well, as we dive into the second round here, what's got you what's your mindset as you're in the second round here? Like as a GM, the talent is not as elite as in the first round. So what are you looking for here as a GM of the Cubs?
Yeah, I think what Nicholas is a guy who, if the season had gone along, you could have seen him get into the 20s maybe as more teams started to see that the fastball velocity really was starting to get to 97, 98, even touching 100 And when that showed up, I think he would have risen up draft boards. And so to grab a guy like that who other teams might not have seen is a nice thing for us.
You got it. Appreciate you stopping by, Brian.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so I want to see now. We do have Mr. Scott Lucas. Hey, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I was late.
Nah, it's all right. Listen, we'll give you a chance to talk about Dylan, your Texas Rangers catcher's pick. What kind of drew you to him?
Well, I wasn't sure that Dingler was even going to be around in the second round by the time I got to my pick. I was actually interested in Patrick Bailey in the first round. Not that I was necessarily thinking I have to draft a catcher, but it's a good draft for these kind of guys. So once Detmers fell into my lap in the first round, basically, Dingler, of all the guys I had listed in the second round who I thought might have a chance to fall to me, he was the last one left. Just a solid all-around performer. I kind of like him. You talked about Austin Wells a little bit a minute ago. The thing I like about Dingler is I don't think there's any risk of him moving off his position. He's going to be a catcher, not an elite arm, but certainly good enough. And he's shown a little bit more pop at the plate this year, so I think he's got a good shot.
Awesome. And Scott, I want to make sure I want to plug your work. This is the first time you're showing up on the stream tonight. Newberg Report?
Right. Yeah, right for the Newberg Report. Not much to cover so far this year, obviously, but under ordinary circumstances, I do daily reports on Rangers minor leaguers.
Cool.
My Twitter is Scott R. Lucas, and it's newbergreport.com.
All right. Appreciate you stopping by, Scott.
Thanks a lot.
You got it. All right, Scott. Thanks so much. Let's keep this ball rolling here. We got the Mets. Are the Mets in the chat? Nope, they're not. We'll move on. The Mets did take, though, Chase Davis. Matt or Ralph, can you give me a one-liner on outfielder Chase Davis out of California?
Big, tooled up, physical, above average speed, above average power. So if you're a fantasy guy, you're going to like him. Probably a corner guy. Lacks instincts to play center. Really strong arm, prototypical right fielder. Big bat wrap, swing issues, timing issues. Going to swing and miss, but hit for power.
All right, sounds good. So next up on the list, we got James Anderson joining us back on the stream for the Milwaukee Brewers. James, welcome back. Second round pick. Who do you have for us? Who are the Brewers fans? Who can they get excited about?
We're going back to the prep hitter pool, and we're going to take Kevin Parada, a multi-position player. We'll say that for now, out of Loyola High School in California.
Okay, so we got the video rolling here. Why should we be excited about him? What's got you? You say multi-position. So first of all, where's he going to land? And second of all, how's he going to play at that position? Will it play up or play down? Tweener? No tweener?
Well, we're drafting him for the bat. We think he's got one of the top 10 bats in the class. Absolutely elite bat speed. I mean, he might have the fastest bat in the class. We've had success in getting guys to become better pitch framers, so we're not going to move him off the position right away. We'll give him a chance to go out there and play catcher, but he's going to move at the pace of his bat, really. So if it takes a while at catcher, we're going to be willing to move him out to one of the corner outfield spots and just let the bat do the work.
Now, I would be remiss, I'm sure, if we have fantasy fans watching. So Parada taken 53rd overall. If this were a first-year player draft, is this still the range he's in?
I mean, I think there's diverging opinions in this range. To me, he's a top 30 guy for fantasy in this draft, maybe top 25. I think it depends what organization he ends up in, but for us, I mean, we're surprised to have gone with two prep bats. We love the college pitching in this draft, but just based on where we were picking and the players that were available, we kind of had to zig away from that. I really expected, honestly, to be sitting here with two college pitchers right now, but we just had to go best player available.
Sounds good. James, thanks for stopping by. With the Brewers here representing Kevin Parada, catcher, like the bat. Thanks for stopping by, my friend.
First, guys. See ya.
All right, keep it going here, man. I feel like we need some light music, but I don't want to screw up the stream and find it right now, if I'm being honest. So, Cardinals. Oh, hell yeah. It's Cardinals back at the clock. Here we go. We got we got Kyle Ulala joining us back on the stream. He's now dressed appropriately. He has the correct attire.
He meets the dress code. He's
Yeah,
in.
yeah. First of all, what went into picking that tie? You know, it's really just making that ensemble. You think, Kyle?
Really, nature did this, Eddie. It was Mother Nature. Depending on which god you believe in, probably that a little bit too. Also, a lot of ding dongs. I enjoy it good, as you can tell. I enjoy a good sugary snack.
What's the drink tonight, Kyle? What's the drink?
So I'm double fisting it. You won't be surprised to find that out. It's a KBS from Founders, stupid light. KBS from Founders, it's a solid beer there. And then in my Cardinals mug, the On the Run mug, I'm mixing Bud Light seltzers. That's the kind of classy lady I am.
Hey, you gotta support the product, I guess. Huh?
That's right. Yeah.
All right, God, tell me, second round, who are the Cardinals taking here?
With the 54th pick, as I look at the board, the 54th pick in the draft, the Cardinals take shortstop, middle infielder Jordan Westberg out of Mississippi State.
All right, so talk to me about him. Another shortstop off the board. I mean, it seems like that's one of the deeper positions here. Why should Cardinals fans be excited about him?
Well, there's a lot to be excited about. I'm a little worried about some of his lower half mechanics at the plate, but the Cardinals are pretty good about identifying that and changing it, working with it. There's a couple things why I think the Cardinals would go after Westberg. He was a performer in the Cape, a big-time performer in the Cape. The Cardinals love that. For 3 straight seasons, he's cut down his strikeout rate. The Cardinals are big on that. Of course, they'd want him to raise his walk rate. That's going to be something that they'll work on him with. But he kind of seems like the type of athlete, although I think he's more athletic than Paul DeJong. Just from like a base raw athleticism, he kind of has a little like Paul DeJong in him, where I can see the athleticism. I can see him sticking it short, but I can understand completely why most experts, people smarter than myself, scouts, would think that he's going to have to move to second or third. You know, he's big, he's 6'3", but I just see a ton of raw power. I think he gets his bat through the zone in a beautiful manner. And I thought about going a little bit higher upside with this pick. I'm hoping here at 63 that I can get a guy that I'm really, really keyed in on. We'll see how it all goes. But I just thought at 54, it's such a value pick that you can't pass up on it.
Excellent. Kyle, I want you to know that for your next appearance, like we do expect another article of clothing to appear and to surprise.
He's already wearing 2 ties.
No, it's now it's a game for me. Now I'm just curious. So
he's just gonna keep bringing them on.
Yeah, it's like he's gonna end up in proper like a full suit. Like it's just he's working backwards now.
Guys, I'm mixing Bud Light seltzer and drinking a 12% beer at the same time. There's no telling what kind of world I'm living in.
I love it. Thank you so much, Kyle. Take care, my friend. Oh, that great trip. This is kind of my first interaction with Kyle, so
he's great.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it so much.
I
all right,
warned you about it. My fault.
No, I'm glad you didn't. I'm glad you didn't. All right, so let's take a look at the chat here. We got Washington picking up next. Burke, how you doing, my friend? Taking that sip. Now,
sorry, guys. Yeah, how you guys?
Hey,
I'm not taking my shirt off, so.
No, hey, what? It's all right.
You mean Hey, I was gonna do that, but long night, can't do that.
Enjoying a nice Midwestern beer.
Love it. All right, tell me, my friend, who you got in the second round?
For cheaper than 24.
So with the 55th pick, the Washington Nationals are taking the Ohio State University left-hander Seth Lonsway. Again, going with upside here, we really like the profile. Strikeout pitcher, swing and miss stuff. Led the Big Ten in strikeouts last year as a redshirt freshman. Had 42 strikeouts in just 18 innings this year. That for you math majors out there, that's 21 strikeouts per 9 innings. Unsustainable. But so the problem with Lonsway has always been the command and control. So he, along with those 42 strikeouts, also had 18 walks in 18 innings this year. But again, we like the upside. It's put away stuff. Curveballs plus. Fastball velocity ticked up this year. He was 88 to 90 last year. This year pitched in the 93 to 94 range. So probably had a 5th round grade on him coming into the year, and he really improved that into a potential day 1 territory for us.
Sounds good. Now, while I load this right here, get this back here. So again, I'm asking this to some of the several other GMs at this stage in the draft. You don't have that elite talent. So what are you looking for when you're in here in this area where you're in the second round, deep in the second round, moving on to the third eventually? So is it a tool that you're picking out? Is it floor? What are you kind of grasping onto, latching onto here?
So for us, we're really following the same trend we were in the first round of picking best player available with an emphasis on upside. And we were, after taking a prep right-hander in the first round, prep right-hander / shortstop and Mason Wynn, we were keeping an eye and prioritizing a college pitcher. There's been a little bit of a run on that as of late. So Lonsway was the next guy up for us.
Sounds good. Hey, appreciate you jumping in, Burke, talking a little bit of Nationals talk. I'll catch you later.
Thanks guys.
All right, let's keep it going, y'all. Moving right along. Let's see. Indians. Do we have the Indians in the chat? It would be Willie. We do have audio. Willie, can you hear us? Going once, going twice. Willie, big Willie. No, I'm sorry, my friend. Oh, there we go. Okay, I got you now. Can you hear us good? I want to say yes, I can hear you, but I'd be lying because I don't even understand what you're saying. But Roy, let's try this out. All right, sounds good. So you took Ian Bedell, right-hander. Tell me, why should Cleveland Indians fans be excited about Ian? I'm going to try to roll some footage here for you as you're talking about him. Yes. No. All right. Rip to the boy. Moving on. There was quick one-liner on Ian Bedell. Ralph, you got anything as we move on?
Yeah, Bedell was a guy that really stood out. I think he won the ERA title down the Cape this summer, pitching for Wareham. Caught him here in the All-Star game. Yeah, I mean, it's a decent fastball. There's a lot of command there. A decent slider, changeup. They're more like average pitches than sort of standouts. But he's one of these guys that he locates everything really well. And I always am kind of interested in anybody that's coming out of this Missouri program just because of the reputation for how analytically minded they are and a lot of the technology that they do implement in a lot of their offseason camps. I know that Eno Saris has written an article about some of the tech used in college baseball, and he specifically mentions actually the Missouri program, and Beetle is a product of that. And you can see here decent mechanics, but it's not a profile. He's not going to blow anybody away. This isn't one of the big strikeout guys, but definitely a pitchability arm.
Willie, if you got the audio working, any closing thoughts on your pick here? All right, no worries. We'll keep it trucking along. Next, we got the Tampa Bay Rays, and they selected Isaiah Green. I don't see Matt, are you in here? I don't see you, Matt. Matt Thompson, can you give me a quick one-liner on Isaiah Green, outfielder out of California?
Little run on Missouri players. Bedell was Missouri arm. Green's a Missouri commit. Left-handed hitter, 6'1", 180. Plus hit tool, plus run. Long limbs, so obviously that he's going to have trouble consistently making contact until he grows into that. Probably left fielder, even though he's got plus speed. Probably a left fielder because he's immature outfield routes.
All right, sounds good. Let's bring on, I believe it is Melissa. Yes, all right, Melissa, going to bring you on right here, and you are live. What's going on, Melissa?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Doing all right. So listen, I love your Chris McMahon breakdown. I want to hear who do you got, who the Athletics taking next, and why is this the fit for the organization?
Well, I went a little bit safe with the first pick. Taking a college pitcher, I think, is going to move fairly quickly. A little bit more risky with this pick in Casey Martin, the shortstop out of Arkansas. And, here's a guy, he's been a performer in a big conference, a college guy, so he's not risky in profile, but very, very toolsy, can run, can hit for power, can play all over the field, but there's a significant amount of swing and miss in this game. But the A's have not shied away from taking guys like this. Jeremy Ironman's another guy that they've done this with, but they really love guys that can move all over the field and can offer some pretty singular tools that they can work with. And I think he's another guy that just sort of adds into that mix. And whether he goes to center, whether he stays at short, moves to second, he gives them a lot of options. And I think it's a guy that'll fit really well into the system.
Joe, one of the drafters, the Mariners GM, says it's going to be Jackie Bradley. You can't tell me otherwise. Is he way off base? Is he somewhat in the right neighborhood here?
I mean, I don't know if he ends up being that kind of defensive player. I think that's hard to say when you haven't really seen him there. But I think there's a chance to see some of those sort of superstar seasons mixed in with seasons that you sort of scratch your head about, and that kind of profile. But I just really like the idea of bringing this kind of tool set into the system and seeing what the coaches can do with them.
Sounds good. So Casey Martin and Chris McMahon, on a scale of 1 to 10, how are you rating your picks here as a athletics GM?
I'm pretty happy with it. I've got a college pitcher and I've got a guy that I liked that can move all over the field. So I feel like they're setting a good base for, restocking a system that's going to be thinned out after the rookies that graduate this year.
You got it. All right, Melissa. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks.
All right. I believe it's the Twins right next. Seth, what's going on, my friend?
Just chilling here, having fun.
All right, you got a pitcher on deck here for the almost to with the penultimate pick, Brian. I know you like that word for the
man of the people. Eddie using the word again.
Yeah, you know how I do here, big word guy. So Twins, talk to me. You got a pitcher here to almost close out the second round. Who is it, and why should we get hyped about him?
Well, like Melissa said, I kind of went pretty safe with the first pick, taking Justin Foscue from Mississippi State. So I did want pitching. I think the Twins lineup is good. You can always use more pitchers. So I went with lefty Kyle Harrison out of De La Salle High School in California. He's committed to UCLA, but I'll take a lefty that hits 94 at times, hits more 92, and has room to grow. Has the changeup, has the curveball, and I think a lot of people think there's a lot of room for a good slider in there. Seems to kind of just fit a mold of what we like to think the Twins like in terms of spin rates and things like that. So, I think there's some upside there.
You got it, Matt. What you got on our friend Kyle here?
I liked Harrison. He was one of the. I know this is an easy thing to say for a prep kid, but I'm glad it's the Twins because the Twins are a very good pitching development organization. Because this is the kind of kid who goes to UCLA. That's where his commitment is, and he comes out of the draft in 3 years, and he's going in the top 10 because UCLA develops arms as good as anybody, and the Twins are on the right track with what they're doing with some arms. Heard some good things. I like Harrison. I'm partial to the prep lefty with a good breaking ball, low to 90s fastball, good makeup, good stuff. Sign me up for Kyle Harrison.
Sounds good. Seth?
I like these comments too.
Yeah, hey, you got a little confirmation bias, right? Real time.
It feels good. And like you said there, what Derek Felby's doing in terms of development, pitcher development with the Twins the last few years with his staff has been great. So I agree that this is just kind of makes sense.
Love it. All right, Seth. Appreciate you stopping by, my friend.
All right.
Okay, next up. I believe it's the Dodgers coming on. Justin, what's going on?
What's up, guys? Good to see you guys again.
For sure. You're closing out the second round. So how are we closing it out here?
With the 60th pick in the Prospects Live mock draft, the Dodgers are taking Tanner Witt, a right-handed pitcher and shortstop out of a high school in Texas. He's a Texas commit. He's young for the class. He's not going to be 18 on draft day. Provided draft day, it does end up being June 10th, like it's been rumored. And the Dodgers really love Texas high school pitchers. Dustin May, Texas high school pitcher. Braden Fisher, their fourth rounder from 2018, and Jimmy Lewis last year. And if you want to go back way further, Clayton Kershaw, of course, was a Texas high school pitcher. And he's a big dude. He's 6'6". He doesn't have the premium velocity yet of a guy you would expect with his size, but that's something that can come later when he gets into a pro development system. And he's got a high spin curveball that analytically inclined teams like the Dodgers are really going to like.
Now, we saw him taking a few hacks in the video there. Is there any chance of him sticking at the plate for some reason? Is it a two-way factor, or is it just strictly a mound thing?
I think you let him hit, you let him get his hacks in, but he projects much more for me on the pitcher. Hard to see a 6'6" kid running out at shortstop. I know the Dodgers have Corey Seager out there who's 6'4", but he definitely has more potential on the mound. That's where his upside is, and that's where I think a team drafting him would send him out.
Yeah, and the Dodgers just do so many things well with their development. Of course, we talked hitters last time with your pick. With pitchers, what do you think they could unlock in Tanner to really take him to that next level?
So, like I said, for a sit-sits guy, he doesn't have that premium velocity yet. He's kind of in the low 90s, and getting him to that, mid to upper 90s velocity, pairing with that high spin curveball, this is a guy with really, really high upside. He's going to take some overslot. We might have to shift around our pools, take a guy under slot with one of our early picks to make up for the pool space. But the first thing with him is getting that velocity, which he has the body to do.
All right. Sounds good, Justin. Thanks for stopping by and breaking down Tanner as you close out the second round.
I saw Tanner at the Under Armour event, but he played third base. He didn't pitch. He moved around, was athletic enough, and I mean, if he's athletic enough to play third, he's going to be an asset on the mound. So
sweet. So with the closing of the second round, we move into competitive balance round B. There are 6 picks in here. We are going to keep this draft moving quickly. We are working real time to figure out just how long we're going to keep this draft on the stream level wise. Of course, we are going to finish the entire draft. There will be a draft board. You will be able to see everything later if you wish to, the full Google Sheet board or the full Fantrax board if you want to. But as we keep going and we keep speeding by, we're going to bring back our friend Ian Smith. Ian, you got Miami's next pick.
Oh, what's going on, guys?
Talk to me. You got the first round, 61st pick. Excuse me, first pick of the competitive balance round B, 61st overall. Who are you taking here?
Well, I think I'm going to go with the guy who's been on my board for a while. I was surprised to still see him here at 62, and that's Arizona State's third baseman, Gage Workman. He's a 20-year-old junior, so he's a little bit young for the class. He's a switch hitter with some pop and some speed. I'm excited to get him here in the competitive balance round B. I thought he would go in the second, but I mean, I'm surprised to see him here. I think he's got some real talent from the left side of the plate, but he shows some raw power and some real speed with the bat. And I'm just excited to see what he can do with some development.
Do you think there's a chance for Workman to develop as a future third baseman for the Marlins? You know, Brian Anderson is manning it right now, and off the top of my head, I don't think they have a third baseman, right? Am I brain farting on someone?
Third base and catcher is probably the weakest positions in that system right now. I mean, looking at projection-wise, Brian Anderson for a while, and the next would be, I mean, honestly, Jose Salas, who's 17 years old. And, yeah, so adding a guy like Workman would be huge for the system right now.
You got it. All right, Ian, thanks for stopping by. Bring it down your Marlins pick.
You know it.
All right, boys, let's keep moving. Ralph, Matt, as we take a quick moment here, and how are you liking this draft unfolding? Have there been any surprises for you guys as it's been going on or playing right along?
I'm surprised your hair's held up, man.
Yeah, man. Damn.
Hey, boys. I work hard on this hair, man. You know, just you know,
just looking at the board. I mean, you know, I think Zamora was a good pick. I think Workman was a really good pick. I'm obviously a big fan of Gage Workman's game, and I've said so for a while. You know, the other guy was a little surprised, dropped as much as he did. Was Westberg, you know, that went to the St. Louis. I think St. Louis is actually like kind of just sat back and allowed some picks to drop. And, you know, grabbing Bailey and Westberg out of this draft is you know, a tremendous combination. I think it might have been Brian Sikowski that said it in the chat, but I think he's spot on. It's like if they didn't do anything else with this draft, you'd be happy. And they just actually made a pick not too long ago. So,
and I love it. Not cool.
Yeah. End up grabbing Nick Garcia at 70, but we'll get there in a minute. Oh, excuse me. I'm wrong about that. They haven't made a pick yet. Oops,
you know,
Cole at 63.
You know who has made a pick, though? The Tigers, Freddie Zamora, Keenan. Zamora, he underwent a big injury that cost him the season. I believe it was a leg injury, if I'm not mistaken. Kind of dashed the hopes of Miami before they realized, you know, all the craziness that was to come. Why are you still confident in taking him with the 62nd pick?
Yeah, I got to credit this one to my director of baseball operations, Jonathan Welter. We were dialed in on Gage Workman, and the Marlins sniped him right in front of us. But we're thrilled to get Freddie Zamora. We think that's a first-round talent, if not for the knee injury. And we think he's a pure shortstop. Workman we thought would stick at short also, even though there's a lot more question marks with him. But Zamora is a pure shortstop who does everything well. We believe that the knee will recover just fine. We're banking on athleticism. We think a hit tool. We think there's an opportunity for some additional power. He runs well. He's going to provide above average defense. We're pretty thrilled to get him at this stage of the draft.
You got it. All right, Keenan. Thanks so much for stopping by.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, it's our favorite boy. Another piece of clothing on Kyle. Detective Kyle.
What's going on, guys?
What's going on, my friend?
Hey, this man has been saying on Twitter for weeks, this hasn't been going for about a week now, that he's going to draft Bartolo Colon, and he actually did it.
I promised my fans I'd draft Bartolo Colon family, and I did it.
He did it. Nice placeholder for
with the 63rd pick, the St. Louis Cardinals select athletic mastermind Harold Cole, a teenager out of Georgia Premier Academy. He's a monster. He is exciting. He was who I almost picked at 54 instead of Westberg. I feel fortunate to get him at 63. I know it's a reach to some, but what I know is just looking at what Randy Flores does in the draft. We saw it with Trajan Fletcher last year, reaching a little bit, not being afraid with a couple of picks in the bag that are a little bit more developed. He's not afraid. The Cardinals are not afraid to go and get somebody like Harold Cole and develop them. And I feel this is the pick of the draft for me. To get him at 63, I feel very fortunate. I love this kid.
Look at the bat speed. And it's pretty evident who he modeled his swing after, right? I mean, it's identical to Alex Rodriguez. Just look at the stance. I mean, his hands are phenomenal.
Muscular dude, man.
What?
Super muscular. I mean, he's filled in, but like good muscle.
We saw Diego just commented, just was about to say it. We saw him at the Super 60 event here in McCook, and I think that was the start of his coming out party, and I think he phrased it perfectly because, I mean, he even, it's showcase season, right? The most important time of this young man's life, and the last ground ball of the showcase, he decides to field it between his legs and fire at 90 miles an hour to first base. So if you're worried about somebody lacking confidence, Kyle Reese and Harold Cole have it.
Ha! Honestly, it's that athletic frame, and it's built well, but it looks like you can actually put a little bit more on, and all the athleticism is there, and he has that confidence, and the swing is beautiful, and I think it might take him a minute, but man, he's the kind of kid that if you get a free draft pick, which is what this is, a comp pick,
right.
You expel it on this type of player, and I believe the Cardinals would do something like this.
I love the Westberg and Cole balance too.
I feel really fortunate to have that.
Sweet. All right, let's keep this line moving. Kyle, love you, man. Appreciate it. You bring a smile to my face every time you hop on.
We'll be talking to you guys here in a little bit. I just made another pick.
You got it. All right, let's keep this bad boy trucking along here. Looking here at our draft window. And to the drafters, we are going to get to a point as it gets a little bit later here on the East Coast where we're going to start hopping along, kind of talking through their picks. We apologize if we don't tab you in here, or if we do, we might do it grouped up and ask you to each give a one-liner. So be prepared for that. No hard feelings. We're trying to get it moving along. I know Sister Joe Doyle. Joe, what's going on?
Howdy, guys.
All right.
Not a lot. Hey, man, I want to hit one more thing on Harold Cole. He's gonna blow up after the Future Star Series in June. He's not gonna make it through the second round. I wouldn't imagine.
You don't say that.
All over Seattle's board as well. So
okay,
good pick. I don't know how you follow up Kyle. That guy's he's a beast. So listen, with the Seattle Mariners, we select Logan Allen out of Florida International. Just a really cleaned up kid. I mean, he's a bulldog on the mound, brings everything that we want in an organization, really performed at the Cape. He does not walk batters, which is something that is a principle here in Seattle. As you know, we picked George Kirby last year. Not the biggest kid. He's 6'1", 6'2". He's 90 to 92 with a good curveball, but we feel confident that Allen is going to be one of those guys that reaches his mid-rotation ceiling. As you can see there, great leverage, great extension to the plate. We think he's a safe pick to make the big leagues and in short order.
And I did grad school in Florida, but I did my undergrad in FIU. So shout out to Logan Allen for popping in here. I know they have a shortstop that might be creeping up later. Ralph, but you took this footage, right?
It was me and Jason Panini combined. We were both at this game. It was the same game I snuck out to where the Cabrera thing happened. But yeah, he was not throwing 90 plus that day. I think he maxed out at 88 miles per hour. He was 85 to 88. The curveball is absolutely ridiculous. I think he mixed in the slider as well. Yeah, I mean, I think the breaking stuff is awesome. He's a pretty small guy, and that's a little bit of a concern to me. But when you're this deep in the draft, I think you're looking at the talent, and he does already have a plus pitch. But I'm sure he probably added a couple of ticks based upon the time of the season that it was. But he was like sort of mid 80s when I saw him.
Sounds good. All right. Let me see. Queet. I said sweet. I said queet. That was weird. All right. So, hey, appreciate you stopping by, my friend.
Thanks,
and
man.
break it down,
All
Logan
right,
and
thank
Adam,
you.
man.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, let's bring in. We are going to go to the Dodgers next, but first we'll cover the Reds. They made a pick. It was Nick Garcia, right-hander. Matt or Ralph, you got any a quick one-liner on the righty? Nick Garcia, 65th pick overall by Cincinnati.
Big D3 kid.
Yeah.
He's on the Cape. Ralph can speak for that. I don't know if he saw him, but
didn't.
Big arm D3 kid. Battled some injuries. 6'4", 215. Big frame. That's essentially all I really have on Garcia. Apologies, but big arm D3 kid.
All right, no, all good, man. We're getting deep into it now. It's tough to have a lot of knowledge on these guys at this point. So appreciate you guys for keeping up there. And of course, if you're in the audience and if you have some knowledge on these guys, I want to fly in a
by all
comment.
means.
We've been doing it all night, man. We welcome the expertise.
Throw 'em up there.
There are way more experts in the room than on screen right now. So please share your knowledge. All right, let's bring in Justin here. He has the 66th pick of the draft. Justin, what you got for us, man? You closed out the second round. You're closing out the competitive balance round pick, balance round B. So who you got for us?
First, I would be remiss if I didn't thank the Minnesota Twins for this pick. Thank you very much. And
to remind the audience how this came to be.
So this was traded in the separate Kenta Maeda and Brusdar Gratterall trade. The Dodgers sent along $10 million with Maeda's contract, and they got back this pitch and a prospect. So, and of course, Gratterall.
Of course. All right.
So with the 66th pick, the Dodgers are going to take Ole Miss shortstop Anthony Servideo, or might be Servideo, not too sure, but strong defensive shortstop, one of the biggest risers in the class this year in terms of college bats. Had a swing change, did not perform at all on the Cape, but he's a guy who has a great approach. He walks more than he strikes out, which is something that I really looked for. He's played all over the field because of Gray Kessinger, who was there before him. And he has a defense to hit short, and he has that kind of modern swing that you look for in today's game.
Excellent. Ralph, Matt, any comments on Servideo before we let Justin go?
Looks like Mike Rooney in the chat says Servideo.
Servideo? Sure. I'll take it. I mean, I'm not sure I pronounced it. Servideo.
Do we have our friend from Baltimore in the chat by any chance?
He's not in the back studio. Eric, if you can hear this, I'm sure Ralph needs you to make a pick, correct?
I do, or I need an answer on what his pick is.
Okay, sounds good. Justin, appreciate you stopping by, breaking down Anthony.
No problem.
All righty. All right, boys, let's keep moving along here.
We got 2 picks in a row for the Giants here.
Giants, I don't see Roger in the chat. But and how did they get 2 picks in a row here? Just what was it like? Do you guys know the transaction that happened in baseball that maybe landed in those 2 picks? I'm not familiar with it. It's okay to say if you don't know.
I do not have that.
All right, all good, fan.
I would imagine it would have been a signings or competitive balance. It's a competitive balance round that we're in right now, right? Sorry, I'm trying to put in your pick right now. You've been great with this tonight. You got timing like diarrhea in the 9th inning.
All right, so San Francisco did take Alejandro Rosario. I think I saw Will Sharnagle mention something about him that he was surprised he had him in gone. Righty out of Miami Christian, prep guy, and Alex Santos, a righty out of New York, Mount St. Michael Academy. So back-to-back Giants pick 67, 68, Alejandro Rosario and Alex Santos. Matt, do you have any?
Rosario was phenomenal in the Under Armour event. 6'1", 165, real small frame. Oh, there he is. There's Roger. 92, 95 in the event. A split change that drops off the table. Kind of a little deception. Turns his back to the hitters as he's coming. And then Santos is going to get phone calls from everybody because of, his build, his frame. His father owns like a gym, a place where he can work out, and he's a cold weather arm with high spin rate. So check all those boxes.
Sweet, Roger. Any closing thoughts on your back-to-back picks here? Did you?
I will explain it to you because they were Madison Bumgarner and Will Smith competitive picks. We are loading up the wagon with a lot of starter pitcher kits today. We're bringing Velo. I love Rosario. The whole team loves Rosario. He flashes a plus changeup already. Santos, as it says, he's got the build. He's got the spin rate. These are two pretty exciting kids for us to develop, I think.
Is it because you notice that the Giants are just lacking that pitching? Is that why you're, as a GM, that's what you're like really trying to aim at here?
So it was two things kind of coming together. One, we felt the system is low on pitching depth in general. And two, this is a great pitcher draft. I mean, this is a draft that was loaded up with pitchers who were going to fall, below where their value was. So we came in with a strategy that we really wanted to take advantage of that.
Sweet. Thank you so much, Roger. Appreciate you stopping by, breaking down those back-to-back picks.
No problem.
All righty. Excellent. Okay, let's keep it moving, boys. Bring in Jacob here for the New York Mets. And going live to you, Jacob, and you are live. What's up, man? All right, let's unmute that mic. Make sure we're not muted. And I think we got you. Nope, nothing yet.
It's those AirPods, man, they're sucking up all that volume,
Give you a second.
The AirPods.
You put them away, huh? You didn't wear them tonight. You decided to dress like a homeless person, or like what's up with that?
Whoa.
Damn,
it's a meme, dude. It's a meme. Like, have you never seen
What
that?
about now, guys?
The guy
Good.
sees a girl
Got me
wearing headphones with wires, and he gives her a $20 bill.
Yeah.
All right.
More functionality.
Back on track. Alec Burleson is your pick, Mets. I actually saw him when they came out to USF, part of the American Athletic Conference. What do you got out of the ECU first baseman, Jacob?
Yeah, so this is the pick that I got from the losing Wheeler to the Philadelphia Phillies over the winter. I'm not someone who gets out to see a lot of amateur players. But I was at the Greenville Regional last year covering Quinnipiac, who was there and actually upset ECU in the first game and then ended up losing a heartbreaker to Campbell and then another one to ECU. But Burleson just really stood out to me. Real gamer. He's hit over 370 since the start of his sophomore year. Very low strikeout rate. So, good makeup guy. Defensively probably ends up either, obviously first base is not going to be open for the Mets anytime soon, but maybe a corner outfield spot. So I think between Burleson and Jake Mangum last year, starting to load up on the high makeup outfielders in the Mets system.
Sweet, and this is weird because so the footage you're seeing right here, right now. First of all, it was Kyler. This is actually my camera right here. And it's just like throwback to when I worked at USF, and I was working that baseball game. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna shoot these guys. I'm not gonna actually work for the actual USF. But one last question though. If he's already a first baseman in college, it's kind of a red flag. He's got nowhere to go. You saw the body was a little soft. Are there any concerns that he might stall out and the bat might not be as good as it needs to be for him to continue progressing?
Yeah, I mean, I think I really like the hit tool, so I think it's something that I feel like will continue to progress. I like his arm as well because he's like you just saw in the video there, he's pitched a little some from the left side. So I think if first base doesn't work out, I think our outfield could be an okay fallback option for him.
You got it. All right, Jacob. Thanks for tuning in, my friend.
Thanks, Jacob.
Thanks, guys.
All right, my man, Kyle.
Hi, guys.
There we go. Different jacket. Different jacket. Is that velvet?
It is indeed velvet. It is plush AF, as it were.
Plush AF. I love it. That's just. Oh,
I would ask you why you have one velvet jacket, but I think you have two, right?
I'm not going to say how many I have. That's incriminating. One thing my lawyers taught me is you don't incriminate yourself.
There you go.
Love it, Kyle. Listen, tell me, Cardinals next pick. I don't want you to go to jail here for getting some Cardinals fans upset. So why are you gonna stay out of here? I'm rambling. I don't even know.
I get you. No. So with the 70th pick, I went with Texas A&M outfielder Zach DeLoche, and the reason I went with him is again the Cardinals love the Cape Cod performers. He seemed to make a little mechanical change. He was the batting leader in the Cape Cod League. Started showing power early on in the junior year before the season was canceled. He runs kind of weird. He's kind of fun to watch because it's kind of weird to watch him run. And he has a kind of a quirky little swing. But he just seems like the Cardinals type of player. And I would be like, if the Cardinals had just taken Harold Cole, I wouldn't be surprised that if they went for something a little bit more sure. In Deloche, right now before the season ended, he wasn't striking out. He was walking a ton. His power increased. You can see it there a little bit. His power increased, and he just seemed to be coming into his own from a confidence standpoint. And at the 70th pick, he seems like the type of player that the Cardinals would draft.
Sweet. All right, Kyle, I think we got one more pick out of you, correct?
One more, yeah, pick 93. Real fast, Matt, how are you feeling about the draft so far for me?
I'm trying to figure out a way to get you in the front office, but you got to keep your outfit. So I'm trying to figure out if Mozeliak will let you in the door or not. But with this technology, sure. That may or may not actually be a true statement. But
Kyle, thanks for stopping by again, my friend.
Thank you, guys.
All right, sweet. So we got Kyle with Zach Deloach, and with the 71st overall pick, let's bring in, I think Burke is in the chat here. Yes, he is. What's up, Burke?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
All right, talk to me, man. 71st overall pick. We're still in we're in the compensation picks here, the penultimate pick in the compensation rounds. Who do you got for us?
3 times.
First of all, penultimate's a great word.
Just for you. Just for you.
We're going to take a left-handed reliever, Burl Caraway, out of Dallas Baptist. One of the most dominating relievers in college baseball, and we were able to evaluate him last spring and again over the summer when he was with the collegiate national team. We think he's a reliever in pro ball, and we think he's going to be one of the first players in this draft to help out a big league club. So we're happy it's going to be our big league club. There's a lot of deception in the delivery.
That's a hell of a delivery, dude. Look at this video.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, man.
Almost completely over the top. Can run his fastball up to 97, 98, and it tunnels well with his high 70s breaker. That's a 12-6 movement on the breaker. Curveball is such a devastating weapon that he sometimes has trouble spotting it. But when he works ahead, it's a put-away pitch. So because he has trouble spotting it, added a slider this year. Actually got that piece of advice from another lefty who has a devastating breaking ball, Clayton Kershaw. Told him to add a slide piece, and when a future Hall of Famer tells you to add a pitch to your repertoire, you might as well listen. Had a good showing in the first few weeks of the season, so we're happy to get him in our system. And again, we think he'll move quickly.
Yeah, this is just incredible video, and it's crazy because he starts off close, and you think he'll probably come at you with like a sidearm angle, but it's just completely. He just throws you off completely over the top. So
yeah, he gets on you in a hurry.
Yeah.
On top of being 97, 98.
So I got one party question for you. You know, oftentimes you draft a starter here in hopes they can remain a starter, but you know, a lot of these guys will become relievers when they just can't cut it out. You're going straight reliever here. So what is it when you're looking for when you want a reliever in the MLB draft at this stage? What they need to be doing to make sure they're successful? Because it's taking a reliever is quite a risk when they still got to go through the entire minors as a reliever.
Sure. So I mean, for Caraway, it's the track record. He's excelled in this role as the top team in the Missouri Valley Conference for 3 years, and then on the big stage with the collegiate national team. We know he can handle the pressure of coming in with runners on base and getting his team out of an inning. For that reason, we think he'll move quickly. Before this year, he was a 2-pitch guy, so it was easy to put the reliever profile on him. Still think that's the case, even though he has the slider. Because, you know, the first 2 picks we went high ceiling. This is a little bit more high floor for us.
You got it. Appreciate you stopping by. One of the more interesting players as far as drafted, Burke.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
You got it. No, yeah, that's I hadn't seen that delivery, man. That's kind of wild. I love it.
You gotta love that. You gotta love that back leg, man, when it comes back over, right?
Balance, yeah,
dude. That's. I mean, you need athleticism for that delivery.
Yeah, somebody needs to like GIF up his delivery when his back leg kicks up and have it like a wrestler comes out and just gets like kicked away or something. You gotta do that. Idea. That's the kind of creativity I'm looking to you for.
Sure, good. Shout out to,
you can tell I'm getting goofy.
Shout out to 2080 for that video as well. Again, they've been a lot of the good videos come from 2080, Perfect Game, and us, of course. So you know, support their YouTube channels with a subscribe. You know, if you haven't already, this is kind of like the way you can breathe in some baseball content that you're not familiar with. So we're gonna keep it moving along here, seeing who I have in the chat. So we'll breeze through these right here. Detroit, Keenan Carter, GM of Detroit, he took Ricky Tiedemann,
The Houston pick.
left. I'm sorry, Houston. Sorry, to close out the compensation pick, Houston took Cam Brown, righty, out of Texas. Guys, a one-liner on Cam Brown.
Big velocity earlier in this season. It was down. Then everything stopped. So trying to see where he's at.
So he's one of those guys that has a question mark that he could have moved up or he could have moved down and had the season continued.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, he was a guy that could have slid a lot. He could have either popped if he regained it, or he could have been this year's Matthew Thompson. I'm not going to call him Matt Thompson, just Matthew Thompson.
Sure. I don't want. He doesn't want to be this.
All right.
Maybe he does, dude. You know, you got a beautiful wife and a new son.
That's right.
Yeah, true.
All right. Third round, boys. We are in the final leg. Detroit, they took Ricky Tiedemann, Keenan Carter, again, a GM lefty out of California. Again, give me a one-liner on Ricky here.
If
you got nothing, you got nothing. It's all good.
Oh, San Diego State commit, low 90s fastball, projectable body. I think one of the benefits here, he's kind of like a Cleveland Indian type draft pick. He's one of the youngest in the class.
Cool. And I got like, we'll roll like 10 seconds of his footage here. Pretty standard delivery. Yeah. So that's Ricky Tiedemann.
Look at that flow.
Of course.
Yeah, I actually really like Tiedemann's mechanics.
Good. And Vinny Servino, a perfect game, says he loves Ricky Tiedemann. Big strides in the offseason, projectable body, great athlete, under 18 during the draft. So a lot of room to grow and a lot of room to maybe even debut at a young age for the Tigers there. So nice crop of arms coming up for the Tigers.
Thank you, Mr. Servino.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Vinny. Next up, we have, let me stop this video here.
I think that's Detroit's last pick, too. I think we're going to be coming up to everybody's last pick here.
Yep.
Actually.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So speaking of last picks, let's go to Eric for Baltimore. Eric, you got us?
Yep. Close it out. We will take with the 74th pick. We'll take Mackenzie Wainwright, the outfielder from Ohio. We are very excited about his trunk coordination. His lower and his upper body work great. And we don't have too many quick twitch juice athletes for the mid 2020s. So this is someone that really we're pretty satisfied with what we got so far, but this is a great cap.
Awesome. And you can see in the video we're playing right now, Matt, you caught him at the PBR 60. Yeah,
No,
right. He's a huge dude.
He looks like him, and he's wearing the same
Someone else
number.
made that comment too, and it was because of the jersey number, obviously, but like that doesn't help. But like, real big dude, loud exit velocity, man. This was inside of the indoor facility, so it was echoing. You were hearing he was hitting the ball, and the ball he hit 3 balls ago was still pinging off the walls. So like,
This is where we started to get excited.
yeah, like he's a big dude, and you got to pay up to keep him off the football field, though.
Well, that helps with his athleticism, but we're willing to do that.
Yep.
Sounds good. All right, Eric, thanks for tuning in, my
thanks a
friend,
lot, Eric.
and thanks for drafting along with us.
Later,
Thanks,
guys.
Eric.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, love it. Yeah, I remember you came back hyped with Mackenzie Wainwright when you came from back from that event.
Yeah, I didn't know much about him until I saw him, and then I was like, okay, I need to look up this guy more.
We got
You got
him
it.
up on our Instagram, too, didn't we? End up
Yes.
putting one of these videos down?
Yep, we did.
Nice. Go check
Sweet.
that out. I think that's the only thing we haven't plugged tonight in terms of all of our different channels.
Yeah, we are trying to revive our Instagram account. It'll stay for a bit at Prospects Live, of course. We're trying to just cut up some video and kind of retweet. It's a good platform, especially for the players themselves. It seems like that's kind of where they gravitate to. They'll see themselves there. 75th pick, third in the third round. It was Miami Beck Way, right-hander, a JUCO school. One-liner guys, Matt, Ralph, anyone?
He was on the Cape. Fastball, slider, changeup.
What I remember about Way, because I know I'm pretty sure I saw him in a YD Falmouth game, but I got to look back. I just remember a big fastball. I had to double check because I might be getting him confused with another arm that was on Falmouth. But yeah, I don't know. Go check our reports on him. I haven't seen a ton of Way. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, that was a guy that Jason Panini wrote up. So fortunately, we don't have Jason on, and I don't want to talk out of hand about a player like Way when I don't necessarily have anything substantial to give you other than to look up Panini's notes.
I should have begun with that. Do you know the way? Anyways, moving on. Do you know the way? Kansas City with their 76th pick, they took third baseman out of Oregon. Help me out here, guys. Kenyon Yovan, if I'm not mistaken. Kenyon Yovan. I don't know if we are getting deep here, so our knowledge is a little bit lighter than maybe some of these first round guys. But as I'll play some 2080 footage here in a second, any quick one liners on Kenyon here?
Had trouble staying healthy
this season.
Throughout his every season.
Is it an arm thing, lower body?
Multiple arm things, I believe.
In his 3 arms, he's multiple arms. He's gotten injured in all 3 of them.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like Pat Burdett with double Tommy John surgery.
Yeah. Oh man, that would blow. All right, so let's see what we got here. Moving on quick, y'all. We don't want to keep you guys up.
Yeah, just start reading.
Hey, I do see Mason in the chat, so I'll bring it in real quick. Mason, give us a quick lowdown on your pick in the third round, your final pick of the night.
I went with another prep outfielder, this time out of St. Francis, California kid, Petey Halpin. He's a Texas commit. Would have considered him in the second round had Cruz not been there and Drew Romo been gone. And I think getting him in the third's big. I don't know if this was a real draft, if I could sign Cruz, Hancock, and Halpin. But since the rules were no signability, I'm going to take advantage of it.
Hey, it'd be nice, right, to not have to worry about money. And this is, we did not give you guys any directives to take in any financial considerations for this. So, Matt, Ralph, and any quick notes on Petey Halpin before we let Mason go? Any just general thoughts on the Blue Jays as a whole? Mason, I'm going to pull up your picks real quick here.
Might be a tweener. I don't know. He might not have enough defensive ability for center. Might not hit enough for a corner. That's might be the downside with Petey Halpin, but it's certainly worth the upside.
So, you took Emerson Hancock, Petey Halpin, and Dylan Cruz. How are you feeling? It seems like that can go a lot of ways, Mason. Is that something you might be concerned about?
Yeah, I don't think I really went for a certain demographic. I just went purely best player available on the board, and it just so happened that all 3 players I took were higher on my board than the actual pick. And, I mean, the last 2 guys I took have a lot of risk with them. Obviously, prep outfielders, like you said, tweeners, not really a corner guy, not a center fielder, don't have much power. Both of them have good swings, which is probably the easiest thing to like about a prospect since it's the most important part.
Sweet. All right, Mason. Appreciate you jumping on, man. And thanks for kind of hanging out with us tonight.
Thank you.
Good night, man. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Mason.
Have a good
work. Good work on the 365 board.
Oh, yeah,
that's
sure.
right. That's right. So let's
work, Mason. 700 plus players, and there's over 600 different write-ups and profiles within that board. Tremendous work. So I mean, that's one of the young gunners in the game right now.
Yeah,
man.
up and coming. I'm going to drop it right now into the chat.
If Jason Dominguez, a prospect writing, he's 18.
Yeah, excellent.
Like that. That's
it's good stuff from Mason. It's the best tool, for little draft prep.
Certainly. So drop it in the chat. Little kudos to our friend Ray Butler of our Prospects 365. He's brought in an army of new writers over the last few months. It's awesome to see them grow. Mason being one of them
as well.
Certainly. And remind you that we'll share the post of the informational post. It does have the Twitter handle of everyone that we've been talking to tonight, even if they haven't shown up on the stream. These are great follows on Twitter. Again, hopefully they've showed that they know their organizations. So please follow them if you're a fan of a team that maybe you're just looking for some other ideas, opinions, maybe someone you want to collaborate with down the road, even within our even within the drafters themselves. All right, let's keep it going, boys. We're almost wrapping up here. About 25 more picks or so. All right, let's bring in Joe Doyle real quick. Lightning round. Joe, talk to me about your final pick of the draft and why did you close it out and what drew you to him?
Yeah, so we went with Colt Keith. He's out of Biloxi, Mississippi High School. He's committed to Arizona State, but he was one of our top 3 favorite prep swings in the draft. He's got a lot of power in the bat. Good runner, great arm. He's already 6'3", 200 pounds for his age. He might have to move out of shortstop and move to the hot corner, but he's definitely got the lateral mobility and the ability to play the corner with his arm. So we're pretty excited about the player. And like I said, he was pretty high on our boards originally.
Awesome. Overall, you closing out the draft. How did you feel about it? You rating yourself from a scale of 1 to 10?
Yeah, we're pretty happy. I mean, Nick Gonzalez was not someone that we expected to be on the board at number 6, so we're thrilled to fill a spot there in the middle infield, and then getting some guys like Dax Fulton with the incredible upside there, and then Logan Allen, more of a safer floor. Good bet to make it to the big leagues. We feel like we filled out our farm system to a good degree tonight.
It would you got Julio Rodriguez, Jared Kelenic. Where would Nick Gonzalez rank in the Mariners organization?
You know, that's for the prognosticators to say that. I only work here. I'd say Nick Gonzalez probably falls in at number 4, behind Kelenic and Rodriguez, and then I do still think Logan Gilbert is going to be a top 50 guy. Whether or not you place Gilbert ahead of Evan White, it may be moot because Evan's going to graduate here by the end of May, anyways. If we have baseball, so that's where I'd put him. Top 4, top 5.
Sounds good. Joe, hey, thanks for hanging around tonight, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right, let's bring in our man Brian.
Is Tony BPS in here? Because I don't know. We had something happen where he picked somebody who's already picked.
You can just reverse it. Maybe just take it off whoever's left.
Chicago pick. The easiest thing for me to do is just get a pick from him. As long as I have a name, I'll be able to just update.
Tony BPS, if you can hear this, bruh, we need you.
Of Prospects 1500, get your boy.
All right, Brian, you are in for the last pick of the night. Who do you got for us? Pirates. Who are they taking to close out this 3rd round?
Oh, actually, we were at our last pick when we took Tommy Mace. We were deciding between him and Nick Swinney, who we take now at pick 80 or whatever that was. Guy that we had in the top 30 on our board really rose up this spring. He, like Beater, who we took earlier, are both big risers this spring. It's a changeup driven profile. He started this year for the first time. The strikes were excellent. The results were excellent. He's 88, 92, touch of 4, really good changeup. The curveball's come along to where it's now an average pitch, or you can project it to be an average pitch. Just a guy that we think has a decent chance to start. We think there's mid-rotation upside there, and for us to get him here in the 3rd round is we're shocked he was still available. So really happy with this one.
You got it. Overall with the draft, obviously again, you said you were shocked he fell that far. So it seems like you got a lot of your guys as the Pirates fans. How do you think did you please him tonight?
We stuck to the board pretty well, and we were successful doing so. All 4 of our picks were in our top 32 on the board. So I think anytime you can do that, you're doing pretty well. And that either means that we're doing our jobs well, or we don't know anything. So we'll find out
in about 4 years.
Right, we got a little confidence booster here. Mike Rooney, Pirates need to hire Sack and Vinny.
Coach Runes. He's the real MVP.
You got it. Hey, Brian, hey, thanks for hanging around tonight, man. Appreciate you sticking around and giving us some of your knowledge.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate you having me, guys.
You got it.
Thank you. And anybody that stuck around for hour 3.5 is the MVP as well. So
I know it's been a long event. We hope you've done.
It's been great though. I really do think it has been.
This has certainly been a long one, but we're almost wrapped up. This will be, I believe, able to be archived and be seen later if you so wish, and just jump around and maybe learn a little bit about each. You see a player you like from the draft board, a Google sheet, and then you just jump around to that part of the video. Maybe you learn a little bit.
This next pick is the most. I could have been blind and picked this guy for this guy.
All right, let's bring him on. Diego Solares, Padres, making their final pick of the draft. Tell me, man, why was it so obvious? Who do you got, Diego?
Taking Ben Hernandez at a De La Salle High School in Illinois. Matt, you know this better than anybody here, but saw him at the Super 60 in February. Fastball was easy, 94, 95.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
You'll see in the video he looks pretty built there, but he's added muscle since then. I've had I've had a chance to talk to Ben Hernandez a couple times, and he's just a really good kid. But fastball is 94, 95, starter's frame. It is the best changeup in the class by far. I can only describe it as Bugs Bunny-like by the way it jumps in the zone. It's true 70 grade pitch in my opinion. Only real knock on Ben Hernandez here is his lack or not entire, like the field of spin really isn't there. We saw him try and throw a slider at the Super 60.
Yeah.
And there was some break at times, but he doesn't really feel he doesn't have the comfort to throw it consistently yet. So that's why he's dropping here. But if this kid could throw his curveball as
What if he has a cutter?
Yeah, I think that's something that could definitely help him out. But if he can throw some third pitch consistently, just kind of as a show me pitch, it's a really good ceiling for Ben Hernandez to be a big leaguer. So great kid, great makeup, good frame, easy fastball, incredibly good changeup. Just needs that breaking ball or third pitch to pair there.
Sounds good. Diego, appreciate you stopping by, man. How are you feeling about the draft? It's Padres. Did they accomplish their goals that they set out to do?
Yeah, we took 3 arms in a really talented class for pitching, so I like that a lot. I love Max Meyer, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'm feeling really good about this draft.
Awesome, man. Feeling good about you, my friend. Thanks for hopping on and talking good and dropping the knowledge.
Diego was texting me on the side. He's like, dude, you got to get me on and talk about Hernandez, man.
This was like an hour ago.
He's practiced this routine for weeks in his basement.
I texted Ralph like an hour ago. I was like, if Hernandez is there, you got to get me on. Let's go.
Love it. All right. Sounds good, Diego. Thanks for stopping by, my friend.
Thanks, buddy. Keep up the great stuff, man.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. And moving on, boys, we have...
You went pitcher this time.
We got about 20 more picks to go here. Let's bring in Michael. He said he wanted a pitcher. Michael, you stayed true to your promise. So what do you have for us? Who'd you take?
Taking a flyer here, East Carolina University right-hander by the name of Gavin Williams, 6'6", 240 pounds, throws 101 miles an hour. He's had some injury issues, only pitched 69 innings in college, which used him as a reliever. But scouts think he can be a starter in pro ball. He has an above-average curve, above-average changeup, and anybody who can throw triple-digit fastballs, at least they're going to give him a shot. So we'll see how that plays in Rocky Land.
You got it. And our friend Trevor is calling you out here. He's asking, is that a Rays shirt on the Rockies guy? Collusion. What's going on?
I used to cover the Tampa Bay Rays for Prospects 1500. Then I moved to Albuquerque and switched over to the Rockies. But you asked me last time about shortstops. Look, the Rays got the best prospect in baseball. He may never play shortstop. And who did they draft in their number 1 pick last year? A shortstop who may never play shortstop. So shortstops and pitching. If the Rockies drafted like the Rays, they'd be all right.
They wouldn't be the Rockies, right?
Right.
They'd be the Rockies.
Dropping the knowledge on us, Michael. So give us a wrap up. Your team, the Rockies. How do you feel about your squad overall? A lot of infielders and capping it with a pitcher. Do you think you met your goals?
I think so. I would have liked to have gotten a little bit better pitcher earlier on, but I feel pretty good about the team. And I will say this, it's the best draft the Rockies have had in years.
Like it.
I love your one-liners, Michael. Hey, thanks for hanging out, my friend.
Check out Michael's stuff at Prospects 1500.
Certainly. Prospects 1500s, we're getting able to find Michael's stuff along with several other writers. Tony BPS is part of it as well. And a lot of great content over there. As we move along. We got Angels. I don't think we had the Angels at all, correct?
No, we
not. Just sweet. So
and yeah, we're rolling along. We're almost done here. I think we're final handful of picks actually in terms of what's on the board. I think we got another 8 picks left, and the draft will be completed. So you can just move right along, Eddie. And
I got you. I see some people in the back studio.
Definitely bring our friends from Sox Prospects. I want to give a shout to Chris and Ian. They've been working the board in the background, updating the picks as they come in, so I don't have
great.
So
excellent.
It's been a huge help. I appreciate your service, man.
We'll get him on in a second here. We're running through. Just want to cover it. We got Angels. Kevin Abel with the Angels, 82nd overall. 83rd, the White Sox chose Drew Bowser, third baseman. 84, Cincinnati took Jake. Is it Eder or Eder? Lefty out of Vanderbilt. Those 3 picks there, guys. Kevin Abel, Drew Bowser, Jake, anything stick out?
That Abel pick just seems like such an Angels pick, doesn't it?
Hopefully he has better health records.
They love broken elbows.
Should I expect Tommy John soon after he's drafted?
Well, he's already had
one.
The second one.
Yeah.
Let's hope not. You know, I'd hope that that's not the case. But they're either going to take an athlete or a pitcher that's damaged. So, not a bad pick though. There was certainly some upside there. You know, we knew about all the things that he did in his freshman year. Some questions. I think maybe some reliever risk, but you know, he's the second best Abel in the draft.
Sweet, love it. Right after
me to say that the entire show.
Oh man,
had to wait till the third round too. Damn.
All right. Next up, we're bringing on the Giants pick. So Roger had to go, so we're bringing in Mark DeLucci. Mark, what's going on?
Not bad. Having a good time, having some fun doing this. So happy to get on.
You got it, Mark. This is the first time you're on stream tonight. It is midnight on the East Coast, so I don't know if you're on the East, Middle, Central, or West, but
yeah, I'm in Hawaii, so it's nice 6 p.m. Great place to be. So we're doing well. We're doing well.
Damn. Okay.
How's quarantine life in Hawaii?
Well, worst places to be. Obviously, staying home, so not able to take advantage of the beach too much, but also, lots of blue skies and sunlight outside, so can't complain.
Right.
So before we get into your pick, Mark, plug yourself, your Twitter handle and where they can find your work. Again, this is the first time on your stream tonight, so want to make sure you get your credit.
Definitely, thank you. So I'm Mark DeLucchi. You can follow me on Twitter at Mad DeLucchi. That's MADDELUCCHI. I work freelance, so I contribute for a few sites, Golden Gate Sports. I've sort of done a bit piecemeal here and there, but mainly just follow the Twitter, and I'm usually updating that, talking prospects, focusing on the Giants mainly.
Gotcha. Mark DeLucchi. Apologize for the incorrect pronunciation there.
No worries.
So you took probably one of the most famous players in this draft. He came down to the third round. We're talking Blaze Jordan. We got the video up, which, fun fact, I think our second or third most viewed video on the Prospects Live YouTube page, over 50,000 views on Blaze Jordan.
YouTube star Blaze Jordan.
Yeah. So tell me, Mark, one, what attracted you to Blaze Jordan? Two, why is he down here when this is someone who maybe 3-4 years ago was just people were looking forward to this draft just for Blaze Jordan?
Yeah, and part of it is I think in the last few years teams have started, and the scouting community in general has sort of been even more cautious over the righty right, probably first base only, profile kind of prospects, and that's what Jordan is. We had Torque go with the first pick in this draft, but he's kind of the exception to the rule. Frankly, though, we were ecstatic that he was still on the board in the third round. We thought someone would just fall in love with what he can do at the plate enough where he was going to go at least at the back end of round 2. And so, he can do some damage when he connects. He has, we think, a good enough hit tool to make that play. And, he's young for his class. And so a lot of things that we're talking about, a middle of the lineup contributor at the big league level.
The dude put on a straight up show at Under Armour event, man. He was just, if you're not familiar with the event, there's a pregame or the day before the game, there's like a showcase event. And at the University of Illinois Chicago field, Curtis Granderson Field, and this dude was hitting balls off of the school off the school, which is probably 100 feet beyond the fence. It was just an absolute show in BP.
Excellent. Well, Mark, hey, I appreciate you stopping by, and on behalf of Roger, please thank him for us as well. Overall, the Giants, how are they feeling about their draft overall?
I think we feel fantastic. We definitely a lot of high variance guys, right? Like we kind of came in, in the outfield. This is a system that already seems pretty stacked, and so we were looking at kind of high upside pitching. If we could get some high upside infielders as well, but really just looking for some upside to pair with guys, like Joey Bart, like Elliot Ramos, like Hunter Bishop is sort of the next core. And so obviously, Cole Wilcox in the first round, but then Jared Jones, Alejandro Rosario, Alex Santos, and, 3 guys who we can see, forming into the top of the rotation. Risk obviously comes with that kind of profile, but, we think, with the new player development system and scheme coming together, that's really going to do well. So thank you guys for having me on, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks for joining us, Mark.
Thanks a lot, man.
Take it easy.
Enjoy Hawaii.
Yeah, she's great, better spot than I am. Let's bring in Scott Lucas real quick for the Rangers. Scott, what's up, my man?
Hey, how's it going?
You're in Florida, Eddie. I'm in the Midwest, so you can be quiet.
Yeah, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
you.
we can hear you.
All right.
The
Hey,
guy from Florida was complaining about his weather.
Yeah.
the problem is I'm super hot right now. Like I get the slight right over me. I feel like I'm being interrogated for 3 hours and 40 minutes. So that's what's going on. Scott, apologies, Scott. Back on you, my friend. The Rangers with their last pick of the draft. Tell me about our friend here, Markevian Hens. Is that
Yeah,
pronounced that
I
right?
was happy he fell to me. Not the biggest guy in the world. He's listed at about 6 feet, 175 pounds. Honestly, to look at him, I would have guessed his weight in about the 160s. Not a guy who I don't think is going to bulk up, but he's got as you can see from this video, he's got a live arm. He's athletic. He's got a really loose, clean, high slot delivery. Fastball reaches the mid 90s without any trouble. He throws a slider and a curve and a change. I just think there's a lot to like with this guy.
Excellent. Overall, the Rangers draft, how do you think it went for you?
I'm happy with the guys I got. Like I say, I didn't expect to get Detmers in the first round. You know, the Detmers and certainly Dingler, who the catcher I got in the second round, they may not have some of the high upside that some of these guys drafted have. But the Rangers in the first round, unfortunately, their drafts lately have not panned out at all. A lot of it's injuries, but it's also a lot of guys who just end up not panning out. And I think they kind of went a different direction last year with Josh Young. They went college in the first 4 picks in the draft. So the Rangers as a whole aren't necessarily going with those young, toolsy guys who they're going to teach to play baseball down the road. They've kind of shifted gears in that regard. So I was personally just picking the guys I wanted, but I'm happy with who I've got.
All right. Scott, hey, thanks for hanging around tonight, my friend.
Thanks, Scott.
Appreciate you dropping your knowledge of the Rangers on us and sharing some insight on some new players.
Plug your site one more time,
Thanks a lot
man.
for having me on.
Yeah, please give us tell us again where we can find you on any social media sites and on whatever on the website you write for.
Yeah, sure. It's once again, it's Scott R. Lucas. That's my Twitter handle, and it got a link to everything I do in my bio. But it's Newberg Report, NEUBERG report.com. And I haven't been writing a whole lot lately, but I'm hoping I will be soon.
You got it. All right, Scott. Take care, man. Have a good night.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, Ralph, I need you to break down this next pick for me. It says Phillies.
Skip the Phillies. Tony never made his pick. I mentioned that a little while ago. So, yeah. So just move on. I'll wait until he makes his pick. Maybe tomorrow morning when he wakes up. I'm not sure.
Gotcha. All right. Next up, we have the Cubs. Did I see them in here? Nope, I don't think so. So we'll just keep moving along. But the Cubs did take Jace
Barofin. Saw him at Under Armour, plus raw power, corner outfielder. I don't know how much he hits for average. He's 6'2", 195 average run, and he's athletic, but I don't see much of a hit tool here. I see definitely power over hit.
Cool. All right, let's move on to the Boston Red Sox last pick. Let's bring back Ian and Chris. What's up, guys?
What's going on? Happy Saturday, gentlemen.
Yeah, right. Appreciate it.
Still Friday for me.
Gentlemen, last pick. Was there any discourse between you two? Maybe you disagreed, or was it unanimous?
No, it's kind of funny. A lot of things lined up of best player available, demographic that we thought really fit with this pick, and strong scouting ties from my colleague over here as far as alma mater might go. But Jeff Criswell was the pick here. It fit in a lot of ways. The Red Sox love to take college arms, some pitching that could travel. The system has arms, but they're all in the low minors. So if they can get a guy that can advance up quickly, they'll take that, we think, in exchange for maybe not having quite as high of a ceiling if he's more of a 3, 4, 5 type in the rotation. Played for Team USA, like I said, College World Series tested. We thought he checked a lot of boxes.
Ralph, give me some follow-ups for our Red Sox fans here with Criswell or with the draft overall.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to ask. So, obviously losing the second rounder, sort of how much How much does that alter your strategy generally? I mean, because I love your first round pick and I like your second round pick. I mean, I don't really see any issues with them at all. I'd be really happy if the Red Sox came out with this particular draft, especially with Hassel in the first round. I mean, it's just whatever else you get is gravy. But with a guy like Criswell, do you feel that, adding Bloom and sort of the organization philosophy shifting, they could potentially get more out of a guy like that, or maybe we've seen some guys like that were faster movers sort of stall out at the upper minors?
Yeah, definitely. I think, we've seen in the past that the Red Sox have obviously had their troubles developing starting pitching prospects. It's been a while since they've developed a homegrown starter. And while we're not sure if 100% Criswell is going to be a starter, I think they've actually done a pretty good job with converting guys into relievers. Thinking like Matt Barnes was taken in the first round out of UConn. Obviously, it's not ideal that he ended up in the bullpen, but he's a pretty good reliever. And, he's turned it into a positive value pick. And so while Criswell, we like the low mileage arm, as Chris said, and he's someone that we think that you get him in the development system. You've seen what Tampa's been able to do. They seem to find these kind of under the radar, low mileage college arms and turn them into legitimate big league players. Like I'm thinking like guys like Joe Ryan or Seth Johnson. They've kind of gone out of their way in the past drafts when he was down in Tampa. And so kind of continue with that mindset. And obviously Criswell is someone we were comfortable with. I have seen him actually a lot. I went to Michigan, so obviously I've watched a lot of their baseball program over the last couple of years, and he's someone we felt really good about, and we're kind of surprised that he lasted this long.
Yeah, and we're comfortable getting him into kind of the Brian Bannister left to go to the Giants, but the Brian Bannister Memorial pitching program in the minors. Dave Bush is in Boston as the pitching coach now, but Sean Haviland's there, and Chris Myers is a former pitching cross-checker who. Mike Rickard has come on our podcast to say that he advocated very ardently for Thaddeus Ward and for Chris Murphy, two guys who came into the system not really with much fanfare and pitched well above what people thought of them before they were drafted. So getting him into that program, we think, it'd be a good fit for a guy like Criswell.
Yeah, and we also think that we saw last year when they drafted some college arms in the draft last year, like Noah Song, Chris Murphy, Ryan Zephyr-John, and all of them came into Lowell and they worked with the pitching program there. And a lot of them took really big steps forward with their third pitch, which was definitely the issue with Zephyr-John. And even Noah Song, coming out of Navy, he was really a two-pitch guy, but he really developed his changeup last year, and so did Zephyr-John. Chris Murphy came in, they tweaked his mechanics a little bit, and he just threw a ton of strikes and it showed an improved changeup. And we think if Criswell can get improved, can get in the system and get working with the pitching coordinators they have, that he's someone who could take a step forward, kind of like those guys.
Yeah, and that's spot on and true. I mean, like with Murphy, I mean, when I talked to Chris a lot because I went to a ton of Lowell games last year, and one of the things that he said immediately happened when he came into the Red Sox organization and started working with pitching coach in Lowell is he had him just throw his fastball up in the zone. And his fastball, tunnels with his breaking ball much better up in the zone. And it allowed him to have a lot more success and throw a lot more strikes where, he was a guy that gets a decent amount of backspin on the fastball. And when his college coaches at San Diego were just pounding, like, throw low in the zone, throw low in the zone.
Keep it down, get ground balls, which is
exactly. And it's just not the style of guy that he is. He really took off. I was really impressed by him.
Yeah, he's someone we really liked. And I think Criswell kind of has some of those similar characteristics where at Michigan, obviously he was the reliever on there his freshman year, and then he pitched out of the bullpen in the College World Series last year. But kind of in a rotation role, he's got the fastball that he can bring up there. He's got a breaking ball, but changeup maybe he's a little behind. We can work on that and kind of, as you said, just improve like the sequencing, get him to pitch up more, use his size. He's a big kid, so someone get in the development program and hopefully he can progress. And they've had success. It seems like last year Ryan Zephyr-John was their third round pick. He's a 6'5", 230 pound guy out of Kansas who had questions about his command and control and then the third pitch. And they got him in there and did a lot of work with him. And he took a big step forward, even though he only threw, I think, like 30, 40 innings with Lowell. So kind of similar profile with their third round pick here. And hopefully he'll save a little money that they can push for a back round slot, since, as you said, losing the second round pick can't go as exciting with another high school guy who fell or anything.
Gentlemen, appreciate you hanging on. I know it's only 2 picks, and I'm sure you would have wanted to make more, but excellent insight from both of you, Ian and Chris. Thanks so much for hanging around and for dropping some knowledge.
Fellas.
Thanks, guys. It was a lot of fun.
Have a good night, guys.
Thanks, gents.
Excellent work always from Sox Prospects. And as we're wrapping up here, Walsh won't be jumping onto the studio, but he did mention he took Yohandy Morales, a shortstop, for prep shortstop. Said he was looking for Drew Bowser and Jordan Blaze, but he was happy with Yohandy. Wanted to get a little corner infield, so he had a little bit of power. Fun fact: we've now covered pretty much my entire upper scholastic career. We have a lot of Florida guys, grad school. We have one FIU guy, Logan Allen, and Yohandy Braddock is my high school. So,
oh really? We don't have any USF boys yet, though. But I guess you worked there.
I worked there, so I shot some of the Alec Brosen videos. So I'll take some credit for that. Maybe if we went deeper, Carson Ragsdale, big tall righty for USF.
Yeah. Yohandy's a fun player. I'm glad you brought. I'm proud to say he's your alma mater, I guess, right? Yeah,
I mean, very rare that Braddock gets a name up there. I mean, just Heart of Miami, you would expect a little bit more, but yes, it's cool that there is someone like this, a legit dude.
He's got really
out of there.
He's got really big power, and I think he's more of a third baseman, but he controls his body well. Swings kind of long. Got some. I mean, I don't. Some makeup concerns or the rumors. I don't know anything about it, but
where's that dude that was just creatively called baseball that just kept yelling Yohandy? It might be Yohandy himself.
It could be. And,
anyways,
I hope it is, man.
Baseball. But Yohandy has gone in the third round, so we hope you're pleased. You can send your kudos to Is It the Welsh for
good job on your draft, Mr. Welsh, getting some nice prep kids, and Diamondback system gets even more loaded.
Yes, sir. Thanks for sticking around.
One of my boys is going to the Mets, I see.
Yeah. Let's see. Is
former FIU guy actually that transferred out to community college the first couple weeks of the Cape. Big old drink of water. Franco Ailman.
6'6", 6'7". I think his the video that I pulled up in my tweet was I think it was yours from the Cape, Ralph.
We'll roll it right now.
And I think it has his fastball 89, 91. I think that's up to the mid 90s now because he just committed to Florida.
Yeah, he was a commit to Florida actually last spring or summer. We knew he was going to Florida, and that's why he had to go to the community college route. But he might end up getting drafted. So there you go.
Right. Yeah. Braulio Alonso High School in Tampa, which of course produced the late great Jose Fernandez, Alex Faedo. Yeah. I mean, obviously not a lot of filling out left to do for him because he's already pretty big. But who knows with that height if he could hitting mid 90s consistently and start creeping up there and towards 97, 98. So just an interesting pick I wanted to make at the end of this draft.
Excellent. Yeah. Jacob, wrapping up, how do you think the draft went for you?
It was fun. Obviously went a little bit a reach pick with CJ Van Eck in the first round. If we're talking money, maybe give him a little underslot and save some for the second round pick, which was
Chase Davis.
Chase Davis, right. So yeah, it was fun, and appreciate you guys setting this thing up.
Excellent, man. Thanks for stopping by, and I appreciate you taking the time and dropping some Mets knowledge on us.
Thanks. Jacob.
And Jacob, real quick, plug your work and where they can find you, of course.
Yeah, on Twitter at Jacob_Resnick, covering the Mets minor leagues for MetsMemorizedOnline.com and MetsMinors.net. So yeah.
All right, sounds good, my friend. Thank you.
We got Joseph Stone in the chat, man.
Yeah.
Isn't it cool?
I'm so glad you pulled that up.
I don't even know what to respond to that. But
I don't even know what is he referencing.
It's past midnight on the East Coast.
Beer still, man.
We're getting a little loopy here. So I do want to bring in our boy James Anderson. James, I saw you creeping in here with the bandana still on. War Room still rocking. My friend, last pick of the draft of the night tonight for you. Who are the Brewers taking here?
We're taking David Calabrese, center fielder from St. Elizabeth Catholic High School in Ontario, Canada. I mean, it would seem like we have a type with these prep hitters, but that was not the plan at all. Honestly, I wish I could have walked away from here with three college guys, but Just seemed like the value was on the prep side tonight, just based on where our slots were. And, I think he's a guy that's going to add value with the glove, add value with his legs, add value with the bat. Not sure how much power is going to show up, but I think he's a gamer. He doesn't turn 18 till August, so a lot to like with him.
After listening to you and Clay, man, I could have swore you were going to come out here with 3 pitchers in your hand, but
I wanted to. I really wanted to. It just wasn't a good spot where all my picks were. It was just like I just kept hitting like a wall of like, man, I thought that guy might be there. I thought that guy might be there. And
now that the draft's over, what college pitchers were you trying to? Who had your eye?
Well,
in your spot in about the 20 range.
So I kind of thought I was going to end up with Chris McMahon from Miami. He's one of my favorite pitchers in the class. I just like Pete Crow Armstrong a little bit more, and I didn't think it was impossible that he would be there, but I wanted to find a way to get McMahon, and at the very least, like I was hoping Slade Ciccone would fall to me in the second. But everyone was just really on their toes tonight. I think everyone was popping those guys when they needed to, and not a ton of those college guys fell the way I thought they might.
Yeah, so it's a tough draft room, and I would have been disappointed if everyone got the players they wanted. But it sounds like everyone who's hopped in here to wrap up the draft feels good about it. I'm sure you feel good about it, but it sounds like you weren't super pleased about it.
Well, the bust rate on prep hitters is pretty high, and I walked away with 3 of them. And so I think if I hit big on one of them, it'll make it all worth it. But I like to chase upside and tools when I can, because you're not typically going to get that on the college hitter side. So if you want that type of explosiveness, you really have to get it either on the prep side in the draft or in the J2 market. And I think that the guys that I selected, 2 of them can play up the middle, 2 of them can add value with the glove, and then Pareda, I think, could be one of those types of hitters where it just doesn't matter where he plays. So I expect at least one of those guys to bust, maybe 2 of them bust, but that's just where I thought the value was. And I think with that last pick, that definitely allows me to sign Pete Crow Armstrong out of Vanderbilt.
This is the kind of draft that's going to get Annapolis to give you like you're either going to get a 5-year contract or you're going to get fired.
Well, luckily they're all prep hitters, so I've got like 4 years before anyone knows.
4 years of job security. I like that. That.
Good draft, man. It's got to be fun taking those high school kids. Thanks for participating with us, man. Really do.
Yeah, thanks.
Dude, this was a great show. This is way better than MLB Network. I was really happy to participate.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And of course, you're maybe the last person that needs to plug its work because you're so prominent in the industry, but please do so for those that may not be familiar with you. Where can they find you on Twitter, and where can they find your work and what you write about?
Just at RealJR Anderson on Twitter. That's where I tweet everything out from. Clay Link and I do a podcast every Wednesday on the RotoWire podcast feed. But this was awesome, guys. I was just really happy to be a part of it. I think this is going to be an awesome thing that continues every year. I think this is just a really, really cool idea. I think I really hope it grows, and thanks a lot for having me.
Excellent. Thanks so much for being on with us, James.
Thanks, buddy.
Of course.
Wait a second. We're doing this every year, Ralph?
I think we may only do 2 rounds.
We may have to.
I don't know about 3.
I
got through the first round, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, damn. I really shouldn't have done 3 rounds.
We're getting requests for more rounds.
The only way I'm doing more rounds, the only way I'm doing more rounds is if my man Kyle in here is.
Oh my god! Is Colin still in here?
We added 40 viewers as soon as he went shirtless. It was
what a disaster. This is like the Prospects After Dark.
Yeah, it really is.
Wonderland. With the 93rd overall pick, the St. Louis Cardinals select right-handed pitcher Victor Medeiros from Cuba, out of the Miami area. The reason I am picking Medeiros, first off, this would be the earliest that the Cardinals would have selected a high school pitcher under Randy Flores. I think Wilberto Rivera in 2017 in the 6th round, that would have been the earliest.
I think so.
And that he's already out of the organization.
Yeah.
So it would be on a limb, but I've heard Randy Flores talk about zigging when other people zag. And it seems like this would kind of fit zigging when other people zag. He's 6'3", 6'4". He has a good frame. He has a curveball with high spin rate, a fastball that is also impressive. The issue with him is consistency. His body got a little sloppy too. Speaking of which, and that one I didn't even mean that one. That one just happened. He actually kind of reminds me a little bit, and it's a cheap comparison of Johan Oviedo. Both Cuban guys. Oviedo's 6'6", but I think if they just clean up their body a little bit, hold on, write all this down for me. If he cleans up his physique a little bit, then he might be able to tap into his potential. And right now, Johan Oviedo, before the season ended, looked like before the world ended, looked like he was going to blow up. Looked like he was going to take the next step in his development. It took him a couple of years to get there, dealing with consistency issues. And I think that Medeiros is the kind of prep arm that would really excel in the Cardinals organization.
Wrapping up your draft overall, Kyle, what do you think about it?
The mistake that I made at 70, I almost drafted Ben Hernandez. Almost. And the reason I didn't draft Ben Hernandez is I thought that it was too aggressive to go Cole and Ben Hernandez back to back. There was no way that the Cardinals would do that. So that's why I went with Deloche after Cole with the 70th pick.
Deloche is the Cardinals pick, though, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's so the Cardinals.
Yeah.
It's hilarious, especially if they get aggressive with someone like Cole. So that's like my one personal regret. I would have done that differently, but I had to stick with the philosophy, which was put myself in Randy Flores' shoes.
Awesome. Someone ever tell you you're not boring?
I've never heard that before. No. No. This is, I'm such an introvert that this is my one way of expressing myself. I'll be hiding underneath a rock until the next time somebody turns Periscope on for me.
You're not a natural in front of the camera, so don't worry about it.
Hey, Kyle, thanks so much for bringing some humor, some levity to the stream. Appreciate you hanging around. Appreciate you drafting for the Cardinals. You know your stuff as always, man. Please plug your work and where they can find it.
I write for Birds on the Black. I'm on Twitter at KYLER416. We do a little show called Prospects After Dark. But, in case there's some people on here that aren't familiar with Prospects Live, which sounds crazy because you're running it, I say it during Prospects After Dark all the time, but you guys are great in what you do. I feel honored and humbled to be a part of this. And thank you for including me. But if you're new to Prospects Live, you absolutely need to follow them because they're wonderful.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, appreciated, my friend. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kyle. Hey, have a good night, and you enjoy yourself. And you can send us some naughty videos later after this. All right.
Put some clothes on.
Yeah, leave them off.
I'm going to enjoy myself. We'll see you guys later.
Now he's going to get dressed that he's off the show.
It's just going to be him. It's going to be him in his Ray Langford jersey.
Oh no, I'm not wearing any clothes. I am completely naked. I'm wearing glasses and a beard.
Love it. All right, we'll leave it there to the viewers' imagination. Take care, everybody.
Thanks, bud.
He jumped on, and I think everybody that must be on Periscope must have jumped on immediately because we gained 20 viewers, and I think it's simply they're like, why is this guy not wearing a shirt and drinking a cup of scotch?
He's the best, man. He does occasional once a week, and they're entertaining. Baseball, everything off the wall. It's they're a lot of fun.
Let's go to someone who is wearing some clothes. Burke, what's going on, my man?
Hey guys, how you doing? Hanging in there all right?
Yes, sir. We're almost wrapping up here. We're in the final final 7 or 8 picks here. Nationals final pick of the draft. Who are they taking here?
So we at this spot we really like Clemson lefty Sam Weatherly as the best player available, but we wanted to grab a college bat before this thing was over. So we're taking Tyler Gentry here, outfielder from Alabama, former hashtag JUCO route guy, big right-handed pop. College power is at a premium in the draft, so we're pretty happy with the value here. We think if the season would have played out, he could have gotten himself into day one territory. Easy lift to the pull side, swung it pretty well in with wood bats at the Cape. The power does come with some swing and miss, but he was able to cut down on those empty swings a little bit in the short sample in the spring. His strikeouts are a result of an over-aggressive approach, which is fixable. So it's less concerning to us than if it were the result of, say, slow bat speed. So we're happy to see that he was able to refine that approach a little bit and cut down on those swings and misses in the spring. So defensively, profile is best at a corner. The arm is good enough for right field, and he's an above-average runner. So happy to close out our draft with some college hitters.
Am I seeing Tyler O'Neill here? Is that wrong?
No, I don't think it's wrong. It's fair.
I think it's kind of explosive athlete that
Yeah.
is more athletic than he looks. Big time raw power, tough time getting to it by making consistent contact.
Yeah, I mean he's handled all three outfield positions in college. I just think he profiles best long term in a corner with the power to profile in right field and the arm for it.
Yeah, certainly.
All right, Burke. Hey, appreciate the time you spent with us and dropping some Washington Nationals knowledge as defending World Series champs. You know, you don't got to do much to please the crowd at this point, but certainly I know you did your best.
Thanks, guys. This was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Bert. Appreciate it, man.
All right,
Burke, man, one of the best in the game.
Absolutely.
Excellent knowledge.
Excellent
knowledge.
Great Twitter follow. Great guy to interact with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
All right. Cleveland is not in the draft room, but with 95th overall pick, they took Hunter Barnhart, righty out of California. Gentlemen, any one-liners on him?
No, we can keep it moving.
All right. Tampa Bay, Sam Weatherly. I don't believe they're also in the chat, so we'll keep.
We just had Burke mention him. You know, really sort of nasty lefty, a lot of arms and legs flying around. It's the thing that always sticks out to me about Weatherly, man. A lot of stuff moving, but he pitched and every time I've seen him pitch this season, he pitched incredibly well. I'm trying to think of who I saw him out duel that went in the top 25 picks or so. Might have been Mozeski, but I don't think it was. Mocheski. I don't think it was. He's a really interesting player, though. Anyway.
All right, let's bring in real quick Matt Powers. Matt, are you with us, my friend?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, final pick of the Braves draft. Talk to us about this outfielder, Owen Casey, or is that how he says it?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so I got the video rolling. Talk to us about him.
So, I mean, first of all, I was a little disappointed. I actually was planning on taking Kevin Abel, even though I took JT Ginn earlier. The fact that he's hurt, that wouldn't have really mattered all that much because having that lost season in the minor leagues isn't really going to hurt this year since there is most likely not going to be a real minor league season. He went off the board around 82, and then I thought I'm all safe because I had three guys queued up. Blaze went, then Tink Kent's went, and so I'm down to my second tier now, and it really came down to this guy who I'm about to talk about, Marquise Grissom Jr., and then Jamal Logan from USC, but I had to take the Canadian outfielder Owen Casey, the guy that really started to emerge this spring. He's a very toolsy outfielder out of Canada who doesn't really have a ton of background in high-level showcase events compared to some of the other guys, but he really showed up this spring. He's got a lot of tools, a lot of upside. He kind of reminds me a lot of a young Jason Hayward. He's got power, he's got speed, he's got defense, but there's a little bit of an issue with this swing where he might not tap into that power completely as of right now. There might need to be a mechanical change in that swing to actually really tap into it, which, I mean, Jason Hayward isn't comp for that because there's plenty more power in there if he was ever to really adjust his swing and get at it, if you've ever seen him in BP. So I could see that kind of player. He's also got a chance to play center field because he's athletic enough. It's just that he plays with Calabrese, so it's kind of hard to get him in center field on that Canadian junior national team.
He had a strong PBR showcase. He hit the ball hard consistently, and he put up good run times. So I'm with you.
One last question for you here, Matt. You know, the Braves had two picks in these first three rounds. You know, they were number 25 overall, where you took JT Ginn, and 97, where we just talked about Owen Casey. Did it go how you expected? Is this about the best case scenario that Atlanta Braves fans can expect, at least in the first few rounds of the real MLB draft?
Maybe a best second case scenario. I mean, if one of those couple guys that I was really targeting fell, that would have been best case scenario for me. I mean, coming out of this draft with Ginn and Kevin Abel would have been huge because, I mean, Kevin Abel was possibly a top 10 pick overall at the start of last spring when he really started dominating for Oregon State before he went down with the injury that eventually required Tommy John. but getting him along with another first round talent again would have been huge. But getting a elite arm and a toolsy young outfielder to add to a system that's pretty low on talent in the low minors would have been a nice draft.
Awesome, Matt. Thanks so much for hanging out, my
Matt.
friend.
Keep up the good stuff, man.
See you guys.
All right. Melissa is not in the back studio. She took with the 98th pick for Oakland Athletics, Cade Horton, potential two-way guy, announced as a shortstop though, so likely where he stood. That's maybe where maybe she intended for him to be.
Yankees reps.
Yeah, both the Yankees reps. And shout out to Melissa for hanging out earlier. You can find her work at Melissa Lockhart, and of course, a writer for The Athletic. All right, let's bring on a couple of the Yankees guys here. Let me pull them in. We got both Kyler and Ricky joining us for the first time tonight. What's up, gentlemen?
What's going on, guys? Happy to be here.
For sure. All right. And we got, just Kyler still going strong in the rave, as we can see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's wearing a kimono. Too.
Hey, you ever met Kyle Reese? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, they're next door neighbors. All right, so Ricky, I'll defer to you so you can kick off your pick here. Who did the Yankees take here with their last pick of the draft, number 99 overall?
Well, we went with Caden Wallace, the third baseman from Greenbrier High School in Arkansas. This is a rare pick for the Yankees. They have not taken a prep third baseman in the third round since Drew Henson in 1998. So we hope to buck the whole Drew Henson trend. But in all seriousness, Wallace is a player with great power, great bat speed, great exit velocities. We like his ability to play at third base defensively. He's got a good arm, good speed. And I think for the Yankees, it fits an organizational need. They have so many good middle infielders at the lower levels, but really nobody that has translated yet to third base. And if Wallace can move up the system a little bit, obviously Miguel Andujar fills the major league need at third base right now, but there's not really a guy in the pipeline. So Wallace, we think, could be a good guy with high upside that maybe could fit a need down the road.
Sweet. Kyler, Ricky gave a good summary there. Did you guys kind of were on the same page for this pick? Was there maybe some other names you were discussing?
Yeah, we originally wanted Owen Casey, but came off
nice.
a couple picks before. But
yeah,
I like Caden Wallace a lot. I didn't get to see him in person, but from what I saw on video, bat speed looks great. Great arm. He's a third baseman, power. So
excellent. Gentlemen, overall, how would you rate your draft? I think it was 3 picks, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 2.
Two. So so Caden Wallace 99 overall, and then Tanner Burns 28 overall. So similar situation to the Braves and the Astros, where you guys only got 2 picks. So is this, again, I'll ask you guys the same question, is this, Ricky, the best case scenario that Yankees fan might expect in these first 3 rounds or so?
Well, I think for the Yankees in the real draft, it's going to be this is a big draft for them with a limited amount of picks potentially, because losing the picks for Garrett Cole, obviously you love Garrett Cole, but you need a hit on these picks. And I think with Burns, I loved him a lot coming out of the SEC. Yankees love SEC pitchers, and Burns showed good consistency at Auburn, was right up there with Casey Mize in his freshman year. And I think he's a guy that I think could fit right into the system after taking a deceptive guy like Sycamore last year. They go to Burns this year with more power. And then adding Wallace at third base, I think, fits a need that the Yankees, again, with all that depth in the middle infield, they got to get somebody to play the hot corner. And I think Wallace fits the bill there.
Excellent. Gentlemen, thank you so much for sticking around and hanging out. I know, as always, would love to make more than 2 picks, but that's just a reality. You guys are GMs. That's what you got to work with. So appreciate you, working through everything. Kyler, thank you again so much for, the work you've put in with us to make this video possible. So thanks again to both.
Glad to have you guys a part of it.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks, guys, for having us.
All right, gentlemen. Take care.
We got our last guy. Eddie, you ready to end it, baby?
Yes, sir. Justin.
I'm going to beat you to it. It's the penultimate pick.
The penultimate pick of our Prospects Live MLB draft. Justin, who do you got for us, my friend?
So we're going with Vanderbilt left-handed pitcher Hugh Fisher. He just had Tommy John in the fall, so he won't be pitching anytime soon, but really high upside, high 90s velocity as a lefty, pretty rare stuff. Breaking ball is above average. Definitely some reliever questions, but in terms of the talent and the upside, really happy getting him here at pick number 100.
Certainly. And, when you're looking this deep into the draft, and I'm going to put up video just right now, what are you looking for at this point in the draft?
at this point looking for upside. I was between Hugh Fisher and Parker Chavers, the Coastal Carolina outfielder, another guy who didn't play this year due to injury, but he was actually supposed to come back sometime this month. Never got the chance.
Much like the Dodgers, who are not afraid of taking pitchers with Tommy John histories, sticking with that same strategy here. Again, it really is just part of the upside. So what is the upside of someone like Hugh Fisher? If he can get healthy and he can go through that Dodgers developmental system, what does it look like on the other side?
I mean, you're talking about a guy coming from the left side, deceptive delivery, really, really tough on lefties, going into the upper 90s, maybe even touching out at triple digits, plus slider. If he can develop a changeup, he's got the size to start. He hasn't been able to show it because he didn't pitch this year, but this is a pure upside pitch, which we've seen them go. We know they like guys out of Vanderbilt, Walker Buehler, Jordan Sheffield, Jaron Kendall. And as you said, they don't mind taking guys with Tommy John. They're not afraid of that. They like to grab guys for value, regardless of or not of the injury history. And that's what I saw here.
Justin, please tell the fans where they can find your work. You're one of the most quality followers out there. Seriously, if I want to know anything Dodgers, you're the man I come to. So please plug your work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So you can follow me at Future Dodgers or futuredodgers.wordpress.com, where I write. And I've got my pinned tweet, which is my Google sheet. I've got a bunch of different sheets up there, rankings, organizational roster.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, Justin, thanks so much for sticking around tonight, my friend. I hope you enjoyed it. We certainly did, and we really thank you for your insights for the Dodgers.
You guys too. Appreciate you guys putting all this on.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too.
Sweet. All right. And the final pick of the draft was
JUCO Bandit
Luke Little, lefty for the Houston Astros.
102.
And I feel so bad. I don't think I've shouted out the Astros account this entire night. It was Marcus Aurelius for Crawfish Boxes.
Go
you can find
Astros
them
one.
at GoStros1 on Twitter is where you can find them. So Marcus, thank you so much for hanging around, making some picks for the Astros. Guys, a one-liner on Luke Little before we wrap this all up.
Big fastball. He's just it's got to come along, though. I'm not a huge fan of the secondaries. Who's from what I've seen.
JUCO Bandit.
Cool. Well, that does it for us, guys.
Hey,
that was just past 4 hours. I thank you.
We don't have to say much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good night.
No, thank you for everybody. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Stay safe.
If for all those who tuned in over time, we appreciated your comments with us. We had fun with you. To the drafters, we're indebted to the time you lent us and the time, both for the draft itself and for the work you put into it. Of course, we chose you because you were some of the best with your teams, and you guys delivered full force. I learned a ton tonight. Ralph, Matt, you guys already knew a ton, but I'm sure you learned a little bit too from these guys. So thank you so much.
Quality
Ralph,
comments all night too.
Yeah, Ralph, parting words, and then Matt, I'll come to you after.
Yeah, I can't believe this all came together and worked as well as it did. I spent most of my day incredibly nervous there wouldn't be enough players and what would happen if guys got drafted. Everyone followed the rules, kept up with the sheet. We got some help from some folks, but everyone showed up and they did a great job. And I'm really impressed by the amount of research that went into this, all the differing opinions. And I feel like we did a good job of, not only promoting some of these accounts, but also their knowledge, digging into a bunch of different perspectives that are out there throughout the community, which is what's great about prospects, is that there are a bunch of different ways to sort of break down players. And then some of the greats that we've been able to pull in, guys that are working the beat like Sikowski and Burke and everybody else. I mean, James and Welsh and, Sox Prospect, who's somebody I think I was reading that site before I even started writing about prospects, 8-9 years ago. So it's tremendous. I'm so happy this all came together, and I just want to let everybody go so we can all go to the bathroom and drink a beer and take a crap or whatever we got to do.
Yeah, no, I just want to thank everybody for hanging out for 4 hours, man. It was great. It was great fun. Talking about sports kind of takes you a step away from what's going on in the crazy world, and it was just fun stuff, man. Eddie, great job hosting, man. He kept the thing seamlessly flowing while doing multiple things.
Over 8,600 viewers throughout the night. That is remarkable.
That is fantastic. Thank you, everybody. We really do appreciate it so much.
Certainly, and I think shout out Eric. What's up, Eric? For you, Matt, for you, Ralph, appreciate your knowledge. There's times where we have to float things by, and for the viewers, thank you guys for essentially hanging in there through any little hiccups we had. We hope you had fun. Thanks to all those other drafters again who had fun with us. We hope to do this again next year. We'll figure it out. This is pretty long, but thank you guys for hanging in there. Otherwise, this will be archived on YouTube where you can go back and look at it. We will have that Google Sheet posted where you can look at all the picks that were made, something nice to reference maybe in a few months when the actual draft happens. But otherwise, we're going to leave you all. We hope you had a great night, gave you some reprieve from all the madness that's going on around. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. We really, really appreciate it. This all came together nicely, and a lot of it is because we have great fans and great readers and followers and viewers that let us do what we want to do and have some fun. And in return, we hope we give you the good content that you search for. So with that, when end the broadcast, take care and have a great night wherever you are.